Some of the content of Patriots Unfiltered may not be suitable for all audiences. Listener discretion is advised.
The world's original podcast.
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
All right, welcome to this special edition of Patriots Unfiltered, Draft Edition. We are brought to you by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com. Get that out of the way right away. We got Evan Lazar, we got Mike Dussault, we got Paul Perillo, we got Tamara Brown, we got myself, Fred Kirsch. We're going to be here for the entirety of the first round live. We're going to have press conference for Elliot and Gerard Mayo. We're going to have the pick. We're going to have Elliot Wolf one-on-one. We're going to have your emails. It's going to be a great night. Patriots right now are sitting at 3, and let's get right into it. I think the consensus is they're going to stick at 3, and they're going to take a quarterback.
That's what we think, Fred. I mean, we've been talking a lot about Drake May the last couple of weeks, and it seems as things come down, I mean, I don't know. I've still been hearing rumors. If you guys still, like, people are like, oh, they're trading up, they're trading down. I've heard a lot of stuff, but it seems like the thing that makes the most sense, stay put. If Drake May's there, I'm still going to be holding my breath, though, when Washington picks. I still don't rule it out that they take him.
Yeah, I feel like for hopefully 10 years from now, we look back on tonight and remember this is the night that the Patriots got the next franchise quarterback of the organization. And I think that for me, I've been a Drake May guy since the beginning. Certainly feels like that's the way this is going. And I just think that Patriots fans should be excited for it. I don't know how it's going to look right out of the gate. He might take some time. They might have Jacoby Brissett in there for a little while. But I think the general consensus is that we'll look back on this night 5-10 years from now and say, this was it. And here's the card, like we would do with Brady with 199, right? We'll have Drake May's next to number 3.
Hey, I'm calling it. April showers are going to bring May flowers.
Oh, okay.
April showers are going to bring May flowers. I'm with Evan. I think they should pick Drake May. I think he's a great pick. And as Elliot Wolf and company have been saying all offseason long, we're a draft and develop team. Therefore, he needs a bit of work. You need to prove that you can draft and develop him and get him ready to be a starter in this league. So I know he's not ready. I know he has his flaws. He needs a lot to work on. But, hey, you've been saying that you're a draft and develop team. Now's your chance.
If April showers bring May flowers by the end of 2024, will we be giving Drake May his flowers?
Oh, my God.
Man.
I sure hope so.
Paul is nonplussed.
Paul's not ready.
You flowers tonight.
Well, listen, this is a big night. It's a big night. It's the start of a new era. It's almost like New Year's Eve for the Patriots, so I figured
it's almost like we don't have one of these every year.
Fred, I'm in the comments, and they're saying Fred got the drip is one of the comments.
That's right. I got the drip.
His Riz is up high tonight.
Fred indeed.
High Riz game.
Here we go.
Fred indeed has the drip. He's had his fit picked out all week long. He's been ready.
Yeah, I'm all set.
Tamara Sparkley, and Paul and I are a little under us.
Representing the Patriots. God forbid we represent the organization. But let's just play the devil's advocate, because I think we're all in agreement. Stick it and pick it, and Drake May is the pick, right? But let's play the other side of the game. What possibilities could entice you to say there's not that much of a difference between Drake May and somebody else? Is it Michael Penix? Is it J.J. McCarthy? Evan, I know it's not McCarthy. Don't fight me.
I'm staying calm over here.
To move down, I'm just trying to play both sides of the fence here. What would it take for you guys to consider it?
I don't know what it is exactly, but I would have to say, oh my God, they couldn't have resisted that package. I think to get down and to feel like they've been set up, not just for this year where they can still draft hopefully a couple players in the first round that can come in and make impacts, probably specifically on offense, but that you're already looking to next year's draft and saying, we've gotten another piece of the puzzle waiting for us next year as well. Because, I think, look, we got to be honest, this is a rebuild. Like, it's going to take some time. I don't think anything they do over the next 3 days is going to all of a sudden turn this team into a Super Bowl contender. But I think they, like to Evan's point, they can start to put some of those pieces in place. I think last year with Christian Gonzalez, they put a piece in place. I think they have some pieces in place, not a lot, but they got to start stacking successful drafts. I don't know what the numbers are, Paul, but I think it'd have to be overwhelming.
To answer Paul's question, I think if the bag that I would be looking for is 2 first-round picks, like if I had to move back, it'd be 2 first-round picks and a starter that I can use now.
Yeah.
Like a left tackle would be amazing, especially if I'm not going to get the guy. It'd be great to start building around whoever I end up picking at quarterback, if it's Michael Penix, I would love to get him a brick wall of an offensive line to protect him because of his injuries. And then also, you still need a lot of holes that need to be filled.
Yeah.
Nothing was done in the offseason that was a splash to anyone.
No, I kind of agree, but if you think Drake May can play, there shouldn't be anything that's going to move you
Correct.
off this pick. But I agree, it would take at least a first-round pick and an existing player like a T. Higgins or Justin Jefferson that I could fit right in now. I wouldn't consider anything less than that. You know?
Yeah. I think the only thing would be, what does Washington do? Because the most interesting thing to me, because we have all these reports that they're in on Drake May, we all can see why the Patriots would love Drake May. Well, what happens if Washington takes Drake May and then Jaden Daniels is the one that's available, or they take J.J. McCarthy, and then you have both guys available?
I think Elliot and Gerard have been very careful to say they like all 6 quarterbacks, just because of that.
Yeah.
You know, so whoever you end up picking, no one can accuse them of saying, "Oh, you got your second choice," or you settled.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think they want to be accused of settling. But I think in reality, if it's anybody but the top 3, you are settling if you do take a quarterback. Now, the one thing I will say, all the rumors about J.J. McCarthy that have been coming up the last week, we know that 3 things they like in quarterbacks are, arm talent, accuracy, and processing ability. But there's a 4th thing that I've heard a lot of people in football here talk about. It's leadership. And that's something that J.J. McCarthy has, in abundance. And that would, I don't think it's going to happen, but if anything tipped the scale in favor of J.J. McCarthy, it would be his leadership traits.
Yeah. By all accounts, Drake May has that as well.
Yeah, agreed.
I just hope that wouldn't be overweighted because they're trying to overcompensate for what they missed with Mac Jones, which I felt like they didn't get that leader, that guy that the locker room was going to get behind. And, I don't want to overcompensate for a previous mistake. All these guys, and I like Paul's point. May's still a young kid, though, too. He's got that vibe. But, he's a 21-year-old kid.
Yeah, I'm just reading his profiles. The guys that do this stuff. In The Beast, it said that his high school and college coaches speak very highly of his leadership role in the locker room.
And
that was one of the strengths for Drake May.
And Elliot Wolf talked about that in his press conference last week. He said he's heard a lot of great things about all of these quarterbacks from their teammates and how great they are.
Yep.
So I think that all of the quarterbacks are going to bring great leadership roles.
Yeah, I think Drake May wouldn't even be on the board if he didn't have those leadership qualities.
So Evan brings up, he throws a monkey wrench into the whole trade down thing, because I think that is one possibility that we haven't really given a lot of thought to, is what if Washington doesn't take Daniels the way most people expect? What if they take May?
Yeah.
I don't need the bag to trade down now.
Yeah. Really?
I don't need the bag to trade down now.
You don't like Daniels as much as you like May?
Oh, not even close.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Now, I like Daniels more than McCarthy or Penix, but not as much as May.
Why do you think the Commanders like him better than May?
Because I think Kingsbury prefers that style of quarterback.
And I think I've seen some speculation on that too. That Dan Quinn, there's something that keeps coming up about he doesn't like having to game plan for quarterbacks like that who have that much mobility. So I'm with Paul, though. I feel similarly about the way these two guys line up. But again, I'm going to be holding my breath a little bit when Washington does pick.
But I think if Commanders do pick Drake May and Jaden Daniels is there at 3, you're going to have people running up trying to get that pick, especially someone like the Raiders, who he really wants to play for, Antonio Pierce. They could offer the bag to get him.
But if you're Paul Perillo and the phone rings,
you're taking it.
Your demands may not be as high as if Drake May was your pick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm taking, if someone wants to come up and get it, I'm thinking about it with Daniels. Now, I'm probably sticking and taking Daniels, too.
Yeah.
Push comes to shove. But I'm just saying I might not require quite as much for Daniels because I'm not as enamored with him as I am with May.
Yeah,
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Daniels ends up being the far better player.
The one thing that worries me about Jaden Daniels the most is when it's January out here, outside, and it's a blizzard, is he going to have the arm talent and the ability to drive the ball in that type of weather? That he's always played down at LSU. He's played in domes. He's played on turf. He's played on fast tracks. And when you play on those types of tracks down in the SEC, he's going to be the star of the show because he's got the athletic ability. But if you come out here or you go up to Buffalo and it's a win game like it was in 2021, I don't want to go into a game like that and say, well, we can't throw it today. Yeah. And that's all what's been so attractive to me about Drake May. I have no concerns whatsoever about him cutting the ball through a Foxborough January day.
That's when you need McCarthy. He's already used to not throwing the ball in games.
Don't do that.
But I do think, a point
He
that's
threw the
come
ball
up
8 times one game.
a point that'll come up is that, and they say, oh, they haven't gotten great offers yet. Like, you don't know until you get on the clock, and then teams,
I agree, Mike.
People are going to, that's when the real offers
Yeah.
actually start to happen.
I
Not
agree,
now.
because I feel like they don't want to give you too much time to
Yeah,
like
you're
sit
not-
and ponder about it. Like,
You're not
they
going to
want
make
you
your best offer 3 days
Exactly.
before the draft. You're going to wait and your guy is sitting there and so.
Game time decision.
These things
We'll see.
usually happen weeks ago, or they happen while they're on the clock.
Yeah.
It's very rare that it happens in this time frame right
Well,
now.
Gerard Mayo was here and by the way, we're live at the draft party. And Gerard Mayo was here earlier. He addressed the crowd briefly and said, we're picking a quarterback at 3. I mean, he just
He
said
literally
it.
did.
He just
He
said
did.
it. So, now maybe
said
you just
quarterback?
say that, but
Did he really say that?
yeah,
Oh, I heard you were.
Why are you burying the lead? You didn't tell me that.
yeah.
Are you sure?
Mike Reese reported it, right?
I thought he said that we're picking at 3.
We're picking at 3.
No, I
Yeah.
don't think he said a quarterback. Though.
Okay, well,
Well,
yeah,
And that just, I don't take that literally, but I didn't hear it.
no.
yeah.
Well, that's where they're picking right now. We're
Yeah.
picking at 3.
Well, he did tease
said
a
so-
potential trade back up, too, into the first round. So I think
So a lot of people have talked about that. So let's throw that. That's another thing. As we tap dance here for the first half hour, waiting for the draft to start.
There's a couple things we can tap dance about here.
What position would you target if you were going from 34 into the bottom side of the first round?
Do I have Drake May?
Yeah.
Wide receiver. I just feel like if you have Jaden Daniels, I would worry about protecting him more than Drake May. Drake May is 225 pounds. He's built like a tank. He'll be fine. He'll be able to move around. Jaden Daniels with that frame, I'm making sure that he's got a brick wall in front of him. I think he's got to have that first and foremost. I'm not so worried about that with Drake May.
But like if you move back into the first round, you're probably moving, lower first round, right?
Right.
So I'm open to not it just being a wide receiver. Like if
It's either a tackle or a wide
That's-
receiver.
Yeah.
well, what if Bowers is available?
No.
At like 27?
Yeah,
No.
like some miracle.
Oh,
No.
I'm worried
No,
he's going
but
to the
Still-
Jets.
Bowers is, to me, a pass catcher. That's the same thing.
Yeah.
He's not going
But
to.
he's not going to be there in the late 20s.
Yeah.
So there was another thing that we can talk about too, which is Tom Curran reporting
But
that
yes, I would
the
take that.
Patriots have had ongoing trade discussions with the 49ers about Brandon Ayuk. So there's a possibility that 34 and maybe a pick next year or something like that ends up turning into Brandon Ayuk over the next couple of days. So whether it's targeting a receiver like A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, one of those guys at the end of the first round, or it's shipping that pick off to Brandon Ayuk and for San Francisco, I think there's some traction.
So
I would-
go ahead,
I would say I would be open for all of that, whether it's trading up and getting one of those wide receivers or tackles, or trading and getting Brandon Ayuk. Overall, just it'd be nice to see the Patriots be aggressive and go after the guys that they want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was jumping in the elevator to come up here, and I bumped into somebody who's involved in football. He's not in the coaching staff, not in the scouting
The guy who
department.
handles Boyd the dog.
Okay, so somebody involved in football.
Okay.
And we were joking around. I go, so you're gonna make us stay all night tonight, huh? Because we're gonna get that trade back into the
good,
first round. And
Paul,
he started
good.
laughing, and he said, so I said, so when we make that trade, wide receiver or tackle? He goes, yep.
I love that.
I was just going to make a general point, though, and I've been kind of thinking about this the last couple of days. It just seems like so much of the media attention has been focused on the drama around this team and not the team. And I think if tonight they're able to come away with a quarterback, with a wide receiver, whether it's Brandon Ayuk, if they do trade back up to get somebody, I just think it will re-energize this team. We'll actually be talking about the football team again. And I mean, look, they don't deserve it right now. They were a 4-win team last year. They were in last place in the AFC. They finished with the first loss to the Jets in however many games. But I think that's the kind of injection that you need. You walk out there on that field tomorrow, you got Drake May marching out there. You think Brandon Ayuk or A.D. Mitchell or somebody's flying in as well. I just think that's going to be the boost of energy that this team really needs.
Yeah.
I like what you said, Mike, especially because all of the talk that has been happening this offseason, there's just so much juice, and I'm ready for them to be about it. They've talked a lot about it. Now it's time to actually put some action
I mean,
to your words.
think about it. Like in all the years that we've been covering the team, Paul. I know. Granted, when you're winning, you're drafting low every year. But like, how often do you get to the pick and the Patriots pick the guy that is a consensus? This is where he should be picked.
Yeah,
it's
rarely.
always a little off.
Yep.
It's always okay. He's a good player, but we never pick that consensus guy. You have the feeling now that that's going to change.
I think so, Fred.
You know?
Evan and I, we do our big boards. We're nerds, but like, I just feel like this is going to be kind of paint by numbers. I mean, I think every pick that they make, you're going to say, yeah, that makes sense. Like, I don't think that there's going to be the curveball for the guy that's sitting about 10 feet behind Evan right now.
And I think part of that is, like, with these guys, you're truly building a team. You're not fitting in a guy to an already established team that has its way of doing things. You're building from the ground up.
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah,
you're
which-
looking.
yeah.
You really need talent.
Right. That's the big, and that's why it's like, just get talent. Like, even if they didn't take a quarterback, like, you know what I mean? It's like, even, I know no one's going to say they're going to go with Marvin Harrison Jr., but like, at least part of me can get on board with that of saying, all right, well, we got a really talented wide receiver now. I know that's probably not going to happen, but just, they need talent on offense, and I'll take it in any
I'd
form.
rather take him than trade down.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm with you on the Daniels thing. I'm with you.
And I haven't always, I haven't always felt that way.
Yeah.
So is it only acceptable to take a wide receiver at 3, or would you be okay with taking Joe Alt at 3?
No, I think I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I wouldn't. I'm in Paul's camp with that. It's hard. It's hard.
As good as I think Joe Alt's going to be, and everybody thinks he's going to be, I think later on you can get a good tackle and not miss out on, he might be a Hall of Famer, but like, there's been a lot of Hall of Famer tackles that weren't on good teams, and so the two, having that great tackle, it still puts you a long way from having a great team,
I don't know. I kind of look at Penei Sewell. You saw the payday that he got yesterday. It's like a guy like that, if we would have drafted him instead of, like Mike said, the person sitting pretty close to us, could you imagine?
But let's just say we had him. Would we have been that much better last year?
I think so.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Our offensive line was bad.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't.
How you speaking my language, Freddie?
No, I don't think that puts you over the top. I think you have to get talent right now.
If we take what they've said at face value, I think that they like their offensive line a little bit better than we do. And I think that the main reason is with AVP and with Scott Peters now running the offensive line room, this is not going to be the smash mouth downhill Patriots anymore. They're going to move the pocket a lot. They're going to get the quarterback out on the perimeter a lot. They're going to run a lot of play action. And with all these different things, what you're doing is you're shrinking the amount of one-on-one pass rush opportunities the opponent really has. So if you're going to get on first and second down and you're going to bootleg the quarterback out of the pocket, you don't necessarily need the left tackle to stand toe-to-toe with Von Miller anymore or whatever, because the quarterback's on the move. So it's a little bit different. And I think you look at these offenses, the Shanahan tree offenses, they really make it a lot easier on the offensive line because they don't really get those opportunities to just tee off on a quarterback that's sitting in the pocket holding the football forever. So there's a lot of differences, I think, of what they're doing schematically that are going to maybe lessen the offensive line positions a little bit.
Okay, so we all pretty much think it's going to be Drake May at 3. There isn't going to be any other predictions for the other teams. What do you think might be a surprise?
Caleb Williams at 1.
Yeah, good one, Paul.
Jaden Daniels, 2.
I mean, I think the thing that's closest to my mind right now is how the rest of the AFC East is going to handle this. And, with Buffalo, I think they're going to go after a wide receiver. I'm, kind of concerned. What are the Jets going to get at 10? I mean, there's going to be a good player there for them. They're going to add something significant. So, that's kind of first top of mind. What's going to happen with the Jets?
Yeah, and I think if there aren't any surprises, then I wonder, if it doesn't, the cliche doesn't start at 5 with the Giants.
Yeah.
I think Arizona would probably take Harrison, but it'd be interesting to see what the Giants would do at 5 and
6.
6. You're right. I'm sorry. The Chargers taking an offensive player, whether it be a tackle. They need offensive line help. A lot of people think that's the way Harbaugh wants to build it in the trenches, but then you go in. The Giants, to me, are not interested in J.J. McCarthy. I thought that thing yesterday was pretty obvious.
They love
McCarthy talking about, the Giants. Where do you think you're going? The Giants? I thought that seemed pretty obvious.
So you think they're not?
Giants don't have any interest in J.J. McCarthy.
I think they're Drake May.
Really?
They're a Drake.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
And I was going to say, I've got my eyes on the Vikings to swap with them because I think if they really want him, they're going to have to trade up and get him. They can't wait till 11 to get him because somebody's going to jump them and end up getting him. So I think 5 and 11 between the Vikings and the Giants, I think would be the spot where you see the trade happen.
Yeah, and Fred, you mentioned going a little bit more chalk these days and not getting some of the.
Right.
Did it again.
Didn't that come up last year on the draft
That's
show?
why
Was
I
chalk?
did it.
There we go.
So
Reference, callback.
the teams, and this
Good.
isn't about like our mock drafts and Mel Kiper's mock draft, but the teams that are the best at drafting in recent history have basically gone consensus. It's like Baltimore, Philadelphia. Every single year, Philadelphia just drafts like the best Georgia player on the board in the first round, and everybody's like, yeah, of course. They drafted Jordan Davis. He's a great player, and it seems to work out for them. There's something to be said for if 999 people say that this is the best guy to take here, don't be the one guy that says that he's not, right? And maybe he doesn't end up working out. Maybe everybody ends up being wrong, but at least you can justify, well, we were all wrong. If they take Drake May and he ends up being bad, everybody was wrong about it.
Yeah. No, and it's absolutely right. But I go back to what we were talking about before. You know, when the Patriots were in the dynasty years, you know, sometimes you were looking for the right player, not always the best player. And I get that. You know, we scoffed at it, you know, for many drafts, but I understand their mentality, you know, specifically Bill's mentality. You know, we're looking for pieces here. You know, so, but this is all new. It's all brand new. That's why I'm wearing what I'm wearing. You know, we're welcoming in a whole new era, and I think chalk is the way to go right now.
So a little bit of breaking news, not Patriots related. A.J. Brown, new contract with the Philadelphia Eagles. Signs a 3-year extension worth $96 million to stay in Philadelphia.
Wow.
So $30 million is the number now.
You can take him off the board.
Plus, so just, and I don't have the whole contract in front of me, it wasn't really like this was one of the rare times. Like the money was there, but they needed to move it around.
Yeah.
That's all this was.
Yeah.
I didn't buy. This is one of them I didn't bite on at the start. I think Ayuk wants out of San Francisco.
So
I think that's legit.
Yeah.
And why do you think that is? I mean, they're a winning team. You know,
I think
he
they
wants his money.
Yeah,
He's not
he
making
wants
any
his-
money.
wants
A.J.
his-
Brown was making money.
but why won't they give him his money?
they have Debo. I mean, they can't play.
Well,
pay.
I think they're trying to trade Debo so they
Okay.
can keep Ayuk.
I think.
Would you take Debo over
I
Ayuk?
wouldn't,
No.
but Fred would wear the
I
tops
love
to
Debo.
go.
You
Yeah.
love Debo.
Now, I loved him more 2 years ago than I do now.
Okay.
He gets
You come here.
He gets these nagging injuries.
You're next.
You know, so you know, so he hasn't been as reliable lately. You know,
Yeah.
because he misses games and stuff. But he is such a football player.
Do you
know?
think he's
He is.
worthy of that big contract? Would you trade for him and then have to pay him?
He's already a made
Debo's,
man.
yeah, he's
under
already
contract.
paid.
Yeah.
The issue with Debo is that he doesn't want to play running back.
Yeah.
If you're not going to be able to use him like a Swiss Army knife, then his value is not the same.
the
My
shelf life
issue
is
with him
low.
is I think he's breaking down because of that.
Right, and he knows
was
it.
right.
He was right, but
He was
that's
right.
what makes him a great
Right.
player.
That's what separates him.
And I agree
Yeah.
with Fred. He's just a really, really good football player.
Right. And I think-
but his best days are behind him.
And Ayuk is the kind of guy I think they need, though. They need an outside guy. They got plenty of guys who can play inside. They got guys that can, you know, do little handoffs and those kind of things. Not to the level of Debo, but it just seemed
Well, one
redundant.
of them just walked right by.
Yeah.
The
Pop
smiliest wide
Douglas
receiver-
just walked right by.
Born
It'll
and
be good.
Pop just
and
walked
Born.
by,
Yeah.
gave us a little
Those
deuces.
guys just light up the room
They
with their
do.
teeth. I mean, they
They
are
do.
the smiliest two guys. I mean, they're good guys.
Yeah, you talked about the wide receivers, though, and you're just looking at the draft order. The end of the first round has a lot of teams that are going to be wanting wide receivers. You talk about, you know, the Bills at 28. San Francisco, if they trade Ayuk, is a wide receiver team at 31. The Chiefs at 32. So when we talk about trading back into the top or the back end of the first round, it's to jump all of those teams. Because when you get to that point of the draft, there goes A.D. Mitchell, there goes Xavier Worthy, there goes Xavier Legette, there goes Lad McConkey. And now all of a sudden you're in that next tier where it might not be worth the 34th pick to take a Troy Franklin or a Ricky Pearsall. It might be too early for those guys. So I think you really have to get above the Bills at 28.
So for a minute, let's forget about tackle, wide receiver, and quarterback.
Okay.
Where do you think the value
Yeah.
in this draft is?
Edge rusher.
Edge rusher?
I think edge rusher and corner are both two positions that have a lot of depth on day two. Like picks, just call it 25 to 100. There's going to be a lot of guys in that range at both positions. At corner, it's more inside guys. It's a lot of slot types, but there's still guys that can really play. Mike St. Strill, local kid from Everett, Paul. There you go. Max Melton from Rutgers. That's another, Patriot school, right?
Max.
You have a lot of those types of guys. You have a lot of good pass rushers in this draft, too, that might not go as early because of all the offensive talent. So there's a lot of defensive guys that
I think
fall.
that's like the question for me is there a bigger run on receivers or tackles in that first round area, and that will kind of push down, I think, one of those position groups a little bit. One of those might have some talent still at the top of the second.
So real quick, I just on Twitter, you know how the Belichick thing is with McAfee tonight?
Yeah.
Did you see this thing about the needs for the teams?
No.
They have a little board with team needs for the top 10.
Oh, gosh.
And, so it's the McAfee-Belichick team needs. What do you think he has? This is, I assume,
Defense.
Belichick. What do you think his team needs are?
Strong safety.
Don't overthink it. What do you think his team needs are? Quarterback
Tackle.
is 1. Tackle is 2.
Pass rusher?
Nope.
Safety.
Cornerback?
Cornerback.
Yeah.
Corner.
Interesting.
Corner, not wide receiver. He still does not think wide receivers are of any value whatsoever.
And it's crazy to me because it's like, how can you look at an A.J. Brown or a Debo or D-Hop or, literally just all the wide receivers who terrorize your defense week in and week out and not say, I need one of those?
Yeah.
I think he would rather stop him. That's why.
But
No.
the irony is the reason why he thinks cornerback is a need is because it's a passing league.
Oh,
And
no.
you have to
Corner
defend
is a sneaky need,
it is
but
a need. I'm not
it's way
saying it
behind
isn't.
all the offensive
yeah.
needs.
But the reason why you need more cornerbacks is because you have trouble defending the better wide receivers.
Yeah.
How about we be one of those teams?
Exactly.
He's thinking we have Christian Gonzalez on one side. If we pair him with a really good corner on the other side, now we can slow down A.J. Brown and we can slow down Brandon Ayuk. We think about it the opposite way. Let's get us a Brandon Ayuk.
Like, I would argue that I don't care how good your cover guys are. Those wide receivers are going to win enough to score enough points to beat
we saw
you.
that week
and
one.
So, and Evan, you're like, getting those corners, it'll slow down the A.J. Browns of the world, but you still have to be able to put points on the board. Like
Absolutely.
you're going to
But
slow them
he-
down, but
he's still, to this day, as a defensive-minded
what he
guy.
is. Yeah.
He's thinking about how can we win the game 17-14 instead
Absolutely
of
not.
31-30.
Yeah.
And that's just the way that he's always going to think. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just a different perspective.
I just
won a
want
lot of games.
the Patriots to be a team that you can turn on the game and you're like, wow, this offense is really fun to watch. Sometimes you would put on other games on Sundays, Thursdays, Mondays, and you almost thought they were playing a different sport. Like their offenses were just completely different than what the Patriots were doing.
Fun to watch and altogether now hard to defend.
I go
Jake
back to
Steele here. You're getting a lot of Jake Steele comments today, Fred, too, in the comments.
They like the
and they
like the
also
fit.
don't want any food near this tux because they're worried.
I purposely didn't get dressed until after we had our Chipotle, whatever it was.
They're not a sponsor, Fred, so let's not give out free sponsors.
I wish you guys could see the full fit for what Fred is wearing, though,
No,
because
he's got the Air Force
shoes,
Ones.
chef's kiss.
Right.
Chef's
We got-
kiss.
Oh, look out! Look out!
There you go.
Exclusive RKKs on the feet.
Try not to pull a hand.
Some of us don't get the RKKs, but he does.
He just knocked over his Celsius.
Exclusive.
Oh boy.
But
I love it.
Deuce, what you said earlier about tomorrow, we go out on the field. It's obviously a little bit corny. Like, we know that. But it'd be so cool to have Drake May standing next to the guy that he's going to throw the ball to for the next 10 years together. Like, this is the Patriots' offensive core now moving forward. And I just feel like the buzz that's created from that would be off the charts.
It's such a layup for fans too, because that's what they want. I mean, maybe we could get them to like throw a pass and like high five, and you're like, yeah, this is great.
That seems like a content poll we could do.
Right. All right. Webradio@patriots.com is the email address. We might take some calls later. 508. What's our number again?
855-PATS-500.
Pats 500.
I gotta say, the shot looks great too. We got the banners over us and stuff. This is a much better spot, I think.
You like
Okay.
it?
Of course, I like it. It looks good. It looks
Okay.
good here.
Fred,
Yeah.
you totally just blew the lead and didn't tell everybody, one, this room tonight, seeing the line outside to get in here was insane.
Oh yeah. I mean, so we're live at the draft party here at Gillette Stadium, and in past years the draft party was in the East Club. This year it's taking over the East Club and the new GPH room, which is
It's
a huge
packed.
room. It's packed. There's players coming, signing autographs, alumni signing autographs. Again, Gerard Mayo and Elliot Wolf will be coming up later. to address the crowd. So it's a hot ticket, and the line was early and long before.
How about the Jason Starofsky shirt?
Oh, wow.
Here?
Oh, wow. Look at that.
That's like an
deep,
authentic.
That's a deep cut right there.
Now, Paul, isn't that the style you liked? You liked the white shirt with the...
No, that's the
what was-
80s.
All right. What was
I
the
like the
style you
70s.
liked, though? But what was that combination that you... What was
The white shirts with the red pants,
Yeah.
but the stripes on the sleeves.
Yeah.
Late 70s,
Yeah.
like 78, 79.
It's good stuff. Starofsky, though.
But the Jason Starofsky shirt, that's a deep cut
That's a
right
deep
there. That's
cut.
a deep pull.
Is that early 90s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Ryan in Dublin
Weak
has
times.
a quick question.
Weak times.
If Bill was still picking,
Oh,
who would he be
God.
picking at 3?
Well, first of all, he would be trading back.
Yeah.
See, I think
Cooper to Gene.
I think the trade would be much more on the
The
table.
trade probably would have already happened.
Yeah.
But I think Drake May
Yeah,
would
I
be
do
his
too.
pick.
I
Yeah.
mean, Bill said the need is quarterback.
Yep.
You know, it's so glaring. It's so obvious.
I do wonder, though,
See,
a
I
little
don't
trade
know.
down with JJ.
So,
Little
yeah,
trade
I
down
was
with
gonna say, I
JJ.
could
That's
see
why I
him
said it
picking
could be
JJ.
more on the
Yeah.
table.
I could see
Yeah.
him picking JJ.
I could see JJ. I could see Bo Nix. Like I
Ew.
could see
Yeah.
any of those types of guys
Bo
that
Nix.
we're just you're gonna push the button on the controller I tell you to push.
Just
I
don't
think
turn the ball over.
Drake May to me is way too off script for Bill
yeah,
Belichick.
for sure.
Like all of the Josh Allen stuff that he does and the off script or off schedule throws that he
Left-handed
makes.
pass, what is
yeah,
this?
he would be like, absolutely not. We want a quarterback that's going to stick to the game
Right.
plan, and this is what we're going to do.
Okay, that's boring, and it's also 2024. We want
right.
the quarterbacks who can create.
That's what I think he would trade down, and I think he would take a Bo Nix, take a J.J. McCarthy, one of these guys that's just going to come in and manage
No.
the game.
All right, so it's 8 o'clock Eastern time, and officially the draft is open for business in Detroit. I'm not sure they started the clock yet on Chicago, but that's there. We have correspondents in Detroit. We have our social media team, and we have Kofi Kingston from the WWE, who is sort of our roving correspondent. So, you know, while you're watching us, check out the Patriots on social media, and you'll see things throughout the night from Kofi in Detroit, as well as other things going on from whoever the draft pick ends up being. So it's not just this show. You want your shoulder programming on your phone or iPad or whatever, watching Patriots social media accounts to see what's going on in Detroit as well.
And it's just the start, Fred, of this whole weekend. I mean, this is, I think, my 5th draft that I've done, and we're talking about we'll probably have the first round pick down there on the field tomorrow. We'll probably get him in Patriots Unfiltered for a little bit and get to talk to him. Maybe there's 2 guys. I don't know. You got this in my head now, Evan. I'm imagining
trading back
having 2 guys come tomorrow. Did they do that with Hightower and Chandler Jones? Were they out there together?
Yeah, and Sony and Isaiah Wynn.
Yeah, that one too. Right. With Sony Michel's here with Rex Burkhead.
He is here today.
Yeah.
A lot of knee injuries on that stage, I think.
Deuce.
This is why they don't like him.
Sneaky negative.
I mean, I got a lot of knee injuries.
All right, so let's see. After the Patriots pick, you got the Cardinals, or who?
No, we got Cardinals after the Patriots.
Right.
Yep.
And do we think that they're going after Joe Alt or
I would say they're probably Marvin Harrison Jr.
Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Yeah.
And then you have the Chargers.
That's where the draft starts.
Okay.
Yeah, I think 5 is where the draft starts because J.J. McCarthy is still sitting out there. The Minnesota Vikings, obviously the Raiders, the Broncos, like any one of those teams that wants to jump the line and come up for McCarthy, I think the Chargers would love to trade
the
that.
Chargers could be a trade.
I think that
option.
Chargers
Yeah.
would
Or-
prefer to trade the pick.
The Chargers could take JJ and give Justin Herbert to somebody.
I refuse to believe that.
Yeah.
So
That
evidently that
is
is
ridiculous.
That is pretty much impossible. It's like over 100 dead cap hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
To get rid of Justin
if
Herbert.
they traded Justin Herbert.
No, they've been linked a lot to J.C. Latham from Alabama, right tackle, hulking, just power right tackle. Acts exactly what you would expect Jim Harbaugh to want to reset the line of scrimmage in the run game, but he's not the 5th overall pick in the draft. You know, he's someone that's probably more in that 10 to 20 range of this class, so them trading down and still getting their guy in Latham at, let's say, 11 makes a lot of sense.
Not Joe Alt at 5?
So the thing about Joe Alt is that he's not a people mover on the line of scrimmage. Joe Alt is has, really great feet, really great pass protection skill, athletic player in space. But Jim Harbaugh wants to smash heads. He wants to be that guy that
a lot of people like Evan's guy more.
Yeah, moves the line of scrimmage. I don't think that Olu Fashanu or Joe Alt are really that. Latham, Talise Fugawa from Oregon State, those are the road graders. Those are the guys that are going to move people.
Yeah, now your beast guy likes Alt. He's the top tackle for Brugler. But I did read some guys today that think that Latham could be the first tackle taken. And maybe it's a style thing, like as Evan just explained. Maybe it's more of a playing style. But Alt, to me, seems like one of those guys you plug in, and you're not going to worry, barring the injury, you're not going to worry about him for 10 years.
Yeah. Well, where does Fashanu fit in there?
A little bit.
Just below,
down.
I think a little bit more raw,
I would say Fashanu's the second best tackle in the draft, but it depends on what you want. He's a really high-level athlete and pass protector. But just like Alt, those two guys are not what you think of as people movers, whereas a guy like Latham is. I think it's more a stylistic thing and also a sides thing. If you draft Joe Alt, if you're the Chargers, they have Rashawn Slater already on the left side, who's one of the best left tackles in the NFL. So Joe Alt's going to have to flip sides, and he's going to have to play right tackle. Whereas if you just take a guy like J.C. Latham, he's played right tackle his whole career at Alabama. It's just a plug-and-play thing for them. So
no neighbors for them like that.
Does Jim Harbaugh strike you as a guy that's going to care about the shiny toy?
That's what I think. They have no wide receivers. They have to take one of these unbelievable prospects, but everybody says he wants to build it in the trenches.
Yeah.
Which I say,
get him some. Well, we've heard for 3 years with Matt, get him some weapons. Yeah, get him somebody.
It's crazy that they think, and everything that they've said is they would like to take the pressure off of Justin Herbert by running the ball. Not by getting him help on the outside, but by running the football.
Plus, I don't see why they need to take the pressure off of Justin Herbert.
That's what he wants to do.
He's good.
Yeah. They need to stop going for it on fourth down every single time.
Well, that's going to change now.
Yeah, that's gone.
That coach is...
Well, if you
did go for a lot of fourth downs from Michigan.
This isn't
Harbaugh did.
When they needed it.
This isn't Chargers Unfiltered, but if you look at the Chargers' deficiencies and why they haven't maybe lived up to their potential, isn't some of that been coaching?
Absolutely. I think the big things with the Chargers are coaching and roster depth. They've been a top-heavy roster for the last 4 or 5 years where, it's cool because you can draft all their players in fantasy football, but when it comes down to it, the Patriots would beat the Chargers even to the end, basically, because they just weren't that team that had great roster depth. And the Patriots were able to beat them in the trenches and beat their, third through, 5 on the depth chart was maybe a little bit stronger.
And then when they lose some of those top-end players like they have, like last year they lost Mike Williams and Eckler for big chunks of the season. Rashawn Slater, is a really good offensive lineman. They lost him, so they, end up being like the Patriots, and you're watching the playoffs come January.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking, I'm not a Chargers fan, but I would hope that Harbaugh isn't so stuck in his ways that he realizes I do have a good quarterback.
Yeah.
One of the better quarterbacks in the league.
You would hope.
And let's build around that quarterback and not, like Paul said, why are we taking pressure off him? Let Herbert cook.
Yeah.
I really would hope that they would build the offensive game plan around him versus trying to do what he did at Michigan with J.J. McCarthy with him.
Don't turn him into a game manager.
I don't want that.
I don't know. I mean, literally in the last 3 minutes now, I'm like, I don't know about this Jim Harbaugh experiment in the Chicago.
No, I think because he's a good coach and it will work.
Yeah.
But what I wonder is will it work enough for him to get where he wants to go and win it all?
Well, especially when you
know what I mean?
They're giving you the keys to the car, and it's like, you got a Ferrari, and he's like, well, I like off-road driving, though. And you're like, but you have a Ferrari, like, take it on the street. And he's like, no, we're going to go off-roading.
For a long time at Stanford, he kind of kept Andrew Luck under wraps. Then he finally sort of changed a little bit and let him do different things. But I think that's how he wants to play.
Yeah.
All right. As we speak, Roger Goodell's walking to the podium in Detroit. Here, people at the draft party are...
Oh, and Eminem. Matt Morrell is losing his mind.
Eminem coming out the stage.
It's in Detroit. It's fitting.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
8 Mile.
But it's funny how, like...
it's a movie, right?
You've seen...
It's also a real place.
Eminem has been more involved with the NFL, like, lately. Especially with the Lions doing better and everything. And, the NFL,
I like it.
once they get their arms around you, they'll use you forever.
Morales is your moment.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I wasn't sure if it'd be lose yourself or not afraid or You know, real Slim Shady.
Playing the hits.
Yeah.
Let's see. Scott writes in, which position will the Patriots take at 34?
I mean, everybody thinks wide receiver or tackle. I mean, I think that's those
It's the
are,
best wide receiver or tackle
right.
available. Stick to the board.
Yeah.
Stick to the board.
Oh, kid wearing a Patrick Mahomes jersey here to the Patriots. That's
some
bold.
weird jerseys.
I've
walking
seen a
around.
Josh Allen one
Yeah,
in
we
here too.
saw
Yeah,
that
what are we
one.
doing? Come on, this is a Patriots
right
draft.
next
I've seen a Scary Terry jersey in here. I've seen
Yep.
a lot of.
Those two guys were
Nobody
together.
cares
Yeah.
about the Commanders. Not even the Commanders.
They're
care
just a
about
fan of the game.
Micah
Okay.
from Delaware, while we wait for some action in Detroit. Curious to hear from Evan what he'd be willing to give up for Brandon Ayuk. Do you think 34 next year's second would do it?
2 seconds.
I don't think so. I think Brandon Ayuk is worth similar to what A.J. Brown got, or the Titans got for A.J. Brown a couple years ago, which was a first and a third for A.J. Brown.
But is 34 close enough to a first to make it 2-2s, make that similar?
Yeah.
They got 18, and they ended up drafting Treylon Burks, which, shocker, didn't end up working out for them. But it's a mid-first round pick, and we're talking about a lot of spots after.
Yeah.
I think it could happen. Maybe they look at it and the 49ers say the Patriots are still a little far away. That pick next year is going to probably be a high second. So now we're getting 2 high seconds, maybe. But I think Brandon Ayuk, 26 years old, top 10 receiver in the league. I think you got to get a first-round pick for Brandon Ayuk.
Micah writes in, hopefully the team doesn't overthink this pick the same way Fred overthought his outfit.
No.
He says, Mayor Daniels at 3, don't get cute.
That shot took longer than I thought.
Yeah. Actually, he said, just kidding. But anyway.
Then it's okay. No, it feels like...
Detroit is having
What?
a lot of fun with this.
Yeah, I was
win
just
one
going to say, it's
playoff
like
game.
nice to finally get to this point, man. We've been, I think since post-Germany, we've been talking about what's going to happen, here in the next 45 minutes. So
Barry Sanders.
it's great to finally get this thing rolling and stop speculating. And, I'm hearing this. They might trade back. They're going to trade for Ayuk. And
Yeah, we were talking
start
about
stacking.
before we started that the first time that I watched Drake May on film was in November. And we've been talking about this ever since then. And I was at the Senior Bowl, I was at Combine, I was at Pro Days. This is the most legwork I've ever done for a draft, to put it to you that way.
Sure.
And it's been a whirlwind, and now all of a sudden here we go.
The boos you hear are for Roger Goodell, who just took the podium.
Who I
in
think
Detroit.
it might be getting booed there as well. We
Oh,
don't have the audio
This-
of...
no doubt. He said bring it on.
He wears it as a badge of honor.
Well, what else are you going to do? He's laughing at the bank. He's worth
Maybe stop being so arrogant.
Well, I mean,
Gary Bettman
really,
gets
too late.
mad.
What commissioner in sports gets everybody cheering for him?
Adam Silver used to, but now people are even
Yeah,
starting to
I
turn
don't think
on him
they
a
all
little
get
bit.
booed like he does.
No, but it's kind of become a thing.
The Bears
Like,
are
what are they
officially
even
on the
booing him
clock.
for anymore?
Okay, so the draft has officially begun.
He's opened the
Praise.
draft.
So Chicago is on the clock.
Chicago is on the clock.
So, did you see the video today? It was Caleb Williams walking out with, I guess it's his girlfriend and his mother.
Yep.
And he looked more nervous than he looked like they were holding him up.
Yeah.
Like he looked really nervous.
Oh, the girlfriend looked like she
Caleb
already
Williams?
made it. She
Yeah,
has like the
nervous?
look of
Yeah.
ice.
I didn't think you looked nervous at all.
He was like
I was just looking at his girlfriend.
his hands were like.
Maybe that's why I didn't notice that he looked nervous, because I wasn't really
His
looking at
girlfriend
him.
looks like she's already an
She's
NFL
been ready.
quarterback to away.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
been ready for this moment.
Yeah,
She's
been waiting
stone
for this my
faced.
whole
She's like,
life.
finally, I'm here.
yeah, she's already spent half his NIL money, so now.
She's been in contact with
Well,
Brittany
that's what I
Mahomes.
was thinking, Fred. It's like this guy's already making multi-million dollars. Like, we talked about it a lot on PU. Just it's a different environment now for these guys, and what this moment. Of course, I'm sure he's going to be very excited when the Bears announce his name in a second here. But it's not the life-changing contract that it once was for a lot of these guys. It's now, all right, I'm actually maybe even taking a pay cut, to be doing some of this stuff. So
for sure.
I'm sure he'll get endorsements and all that to make up the difference. But I'm really interested to see how Caleb Williams goes. I think that I just feel like it's going to be a roller coaster of great and maybe some inconsistency too. But I would be all in to just strap in and enjoy the ride, or try to enjoy the ride. But Bears fans are certainly in for some fireworks, I think, with this guy.
I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to develop him, because Trubisky, I don't know if that was them or him, don't know, but they weren't able to do much with him. Obviously with Fields, they weren't able to do much with him. So now I'm like, when they get him, are you going to be able to develop him? Is he going to be able to just withstand Chicago and bring success there? Who knows?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, this is a great litmus test for all of us.
He looks really nervous to me.
When it comes to quarterbacks, is his playing style is what everybody thinks is the new way to play. And if it doesn't work out, then that says something about the fact that not everybody can just be Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
Like, there's only one Patrick Mahomes. But if this playing style works out at the next level, then everybody's just going to be looking for the off-script guy. Who's the guy who's the next Caleb Williams? Who's the next Mahomes? So it'll be really interesting to see if he does pan out or not, because if he's a giant bust, we're all going to just be like, we were idiots for trying to
But that's what I like
But-
about May. You know, I think he's got a little bit of that. Like, he talk about the left-handed throws and, those things. Like, he can do that stuff. Like, he's athletic outside the pocket, but you can see his instinct, though, I think, to stay in the pocket and, be able to move subtly and not bail quick. I know, like you said, he's got to develop, but there's a lot to like there. I think he can kind of do it all.
I definitely think the days of the sole pocket passers are over. Like, I think you have to be able to do a little bit of both. Obviously, you still have a few of those guys lingering still in the NFL, but I think it's going to trend towards you need to be able to do both.
It's already gone.
Well, I think, too,
you have to be able to perform from the pocket, but you have to be able to at least extend plays. The defenses are just too fast. You just can't stand back there. And when the pressure comes, you don't have to be Michael Vick. You don't have to be Lamar Jackson. But you have to be able to make plays on the move and off platform, as Evan would say.
Yeah, no,
you have to do that in these.
These pass, you nailed it with the pass rushers. We're in a golden era right now of pass rushers, both edge guys and interior pressure. And all the blitz schemes that teams are drawing up too. If you don't have a guy that can get outside the pocket, make some people miss, evade pressure, handle pressure, then you're gonna struggle.
Yeah, the defenses are too sophisticated. They will find a way to get to a immobile quarterback. It just doesn't work anymore. So you have to have that in your tool belt. Again, you don't have to be Lamar Jackson, but you have to be able to go off script. Fred in Leamington, Maine, writes in, I haven't heard any conversation about this, but my impression in 2021 was that BB didn't really want to take Mac Jones. Not sure what direction he wanted to go, but I think that there was just too much pressure to take Jones because of the quarterback need. I don't think Bill ever really wanted or liked him. He never seemed to have the right personnel makeup for Belichick.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, we talked about what Bill wanted in a quarterback, and we were talking about this year who would take. I think what we were sold on Mac Jones being was kind of that guy, the pro-ready guy, the smart guy who's going to get the ball where it needs to be. Even when we saw him early in camp, that kind of looked like what they were getting when it was successful, and Josh was able to engineer with him a really good season. I don't know. I understand in reverse people want to say that Bill didn't really want him and he was forced to take the quarterback. I don't know. To me, in my opinion, it seemed kind of like a Bill pick, and it seemed like a Bill quarterback. Maybe he could have waited later and taken what's his face that the Texans took, Davis Mills. But those were the kind of guys we were talking about. I saw it when he drafted Mac. It obviously didn't work out.
It worked out his rookie year, though, and I think that's what they were going for was the floor. They knew that they brought in a bunch of guys in free agency, a bunch of veterans, big splash signings. If they just had serviceable quarterback play from a rookie, they were going to be a 10-win football team, which is exactly what they were. It was everything after that is where it went awry. It was 2022 and on where it went off the track. So I totally feel like Mac was what Bill wanted. Maybe not the mental makeup. I think we learned that was a little bit off the rails a little bit.
Yep.
But I think in terms of the actual skill.
Yeah.
I also don't think serviceable is good enough in today's NFL.
Is in.
It's just not good enough, especially when you have these defenses that are getting faster and faster. It's just not good enough. You can't beat anybody with serviceable.
No, you got to make plays.
Yeah.
You got to make plays. Sometimes you have to be the guy that helps your team win the game.
Exactly.
Well, you talk about that. Guy sitting right over there, Ramondre Stevenson. Over the last couple of years, he was one of the only guys that actually made plays, that made something out of nothing. Broken tackles, big runs. That was a huge loss last year. And look, I'm not going to overstate, how good or bad the Patriots were last year. They were pretty bad. But between Stevenson, Judon, and Gonzalez, you definitely already have three good players coming back that I think can make a significant impact.
Evan, I can't remember if I asked you this on air or off air, but I asked you, where would Mac coming out of Alabama stand with these guys, the 6 guys that we're currently looking at in this class?
I would put him right after Penix. I think he's QB6. in this group. I mean, I have Penix over JJ, but I'm biased. I don't like JJ. But
What?
I would say that
When did that happen?
I'd have him ahead of Bo Nix. I think that his film was better than Bo Nix. Is more aggressive down the field. Even though he had so did Bo Nix. I mean, Bo Nix throwing to Troy Franklin. He's throwing to NFL guys. So I'd put him at QB5 and they're 6 in this draft as well. I'd put him right sandwiched in between that tier. JJ, Penix, maybe a little bit ahead of him. Bo Nix maybe in the same tier but below him.
Christian in Colorado says, question, could you see us trading up tonight to get back in the first round? And so who? My choice would be Xavier Worthy if he's not gone. Or maybe you trade for that pick for Higgins.
Yeah.
Are we tipping picks or are we doing
the pick is in.
The pick is in. It is Williams.
Yeah, it's Caleb.
What?
Yeah.
Well, there it is.
They did it.
And there it is.
They really did it.
Just so you know, I am 1 for 1.
1 for 1.
We're all 1 for 1. Everybody, pat yourselves on the back.
I wonder if he's going to cry, Paul.
Here comes Roger Goodell.
Are they going to boo every time he comes up?
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Him to USC, immediately won a Heisman Trophy this past year. Wasn't the way he wanted it to go in terms of wins and losses and things of the.
All right, so Caleb Williams off the board.
We're already in the hole, Fred. This is going so fast. I'm used to having some warm-up time. Like, we're up next. Like, I mean, my gosh, it's finally here.
This is the Commanders control the Patriots' fate in this draft. Whichever quarterback they take now,
this is it.
the
So,
Patriots get the other one. So.
I have a question. How much would you put into your pick what he thinks about you and how his visit went? Like, would you just not care and be like, oh, he'll get over it? We're picking him anyway?
Well, I mean, Deebo Samuel didn't get here because he took pictures after he came to visit. Remember that?
Yeah, people
But did
definitely
someone
think
not
that.
like the?
No,
did I miss
but, so
something?
I'm saying, like,
Jaden
Jaden
James.
didn't enjoy his visit to the Commanders.
Yeah.
And,
Oh,
there
I
was a
thought
lot
he
of things.
said that wasn't true.
Oh, I don't know.
After
Was he lying?
He's putting the toothpaste back in the tube. a little
Yeah.
bit.
So I'm like,
No,
how
that
much?
wouldn't
Well, he
affect
never
me at
really
all.
said it was his agent,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah, there was the whole Topgolf thing, right?
Well,
Yes.
I would just say I think that whole thing was stupid, like what they did.
Yeah.
So I mean, to bring all those guys in at once, like they're getting cute,
Yeah, I mean,
trying to like,
Adam
oh, let's see
Peters
how they
even
all.
said they had plenty of time one-on-one. It's just, we brought him in, we did some things together, but then they had plenty of one-on-one
Yeah.
time. So
Do you ever think we'll get to a place where a guy can dictate where he's going to go? Like, kind of just
yeah.
like what happened,
It's
what was it,
happened.
Manning?
Manning, John Elway.
Yeah. Do you think that'll ever happen again?
Yeah,
I think it's getting closer to that.
I think it will.
Yeah.
It might happen again, but if Caleb didn't do it, he had the most leverage out of anybody
But
that's ever
maybe
going to have.
maybe he had no problem with Chicago.
Maybe he didn't.
Right.
That's fair.
Maybe if it was like Carolina, they hadn't made that trade. Maybe
Yeah.
it might have been different.
Totally fair point.
Yeah.
But he had the most leverage that you're ever going to get. He's
Well,
the
let's
number
say
one guy
if-
by everybody.
If New York or LA had the number one pick or were close and needed a quarterback, maybe he'd be like, I want to go to the Rams or I want to go to, the Giants.
I mean,
Goodell wasn't hugging tonight because of
No?
back surgery.
Oh, really?
Oh, somebody was gonna like grab him and give him the old
He hugged.
1-2.
God.
Liar.
All right.
Liar.
But I would just say that little thing by Washington, though, I know
Yeah.
that they have new ownership, they got new management, new coach, and all that again. But just that kind of move to me, it just kind of signals like, what are we doing still?
Yeah.
You're just trying to get
I
complicated.
didn't get
with
it, but is it that big a deal?
No,
really?
but I just think
like,
it's
I thought
another
it was
thing of
kind of
like,
odd.
Yeah.
So it came out after the fact, too. Is this yesterday or today?
Oh, he's crying, Paul. He
J.J.
did cry.
McCarthy said that the owner, Josh Harris, was only in town for a certain amount of time. And so they had to do it all
Oh,
together.
no, I know, and that to me is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't
I had heard
disagree.
that.
I got a thing.
But
I can't be here.
I don't
It's
disagree.
very important to me, but-
I had heard the same thing. That's why they did them all together, and I think that's silly to accommodate who's doing what.
Right.
There's been a lot of static around here because supposedly the Kraft family is getting too much involved in football. They're rearranging the whole way that they have their 30 visits
Right.
because that's the only time the owner can meet with them.
Right. And there's like all
That's
kinds
a
of
little silly.
They're playing like psychological
We're
games.
at
There's only
3.
4 chairs available.
Now, if Adam Peters like sort of thought about this as some kind of new wave psychological thing that he wants to see how he interacts with other alphas, you know, and there was some kind of psychological.
Who's the most alpha-iest?
That I could say, okay, maybe I think that's odd, but I understand there's a reason behind it. If the reason behind it was solely, like Evan's saying, with Josh Harris was only available to meet at that time, so they wanted to do them all at once.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a great way to do it.
Well, what else is a ring and you put him in there? And there's weapons.
5 men enter, 1 man. Right.
Can the Bears go back on their pick now? I can't have a guy who's crying and being being excited that he got taken with the first overall pick.
For what it's worth, the Commanders have 3 minutes to go on the clock here, and they have not made a pick yet.
Yeah, that's typical.
Well,
they got 5 envelopes and they're like, which one? Which one?
For what it's worth. Looks like they're calling somebody right now.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And they're, it doesn't look like they're on a
3
trade
minutes.
call.
Kind of a small for first-year coach and GM. That's a small
All right,
draft.
who's going to have the biggest draft room?
Oh, that'll be the Cowboys.
Dallas
and
Cowboys every
as
year.
always, I'm very excited for like the 13-year-old boy in the suit. I love that. Every year I look out for that.
So you think the Cowboys are going to have the biggest room?
And you know,
Always.
probably, and no matter who they pick, they got their guy.
We got our guy. That's the kid, the 15 in the suit.
Did we get our guy? We got our guy.
Great.
This
I'm gonna own this team someday.
This feels like the most stressful 3 minutes
I'm
ever.
going to own him someday.
So the pick is in, and we know who the pick is. Again, am I telling you?
Just say it.
No.
Just Jaden Daniels.
There we go.
Okay, so
Day,
the
Evan.
the stress is
right.
over.
I'm happy for you, bro.
Oh,
It's not
boy.
over yet.
I'm
Paul.
happy for
All right,
you.
here we
I'm
go.
stressed.
J.J. McCarthy.
All right.
I'm stressed.
You're stressed.
I'm stressed.
Why?
I'm not looking at any of our
I don't know.
internal communications because I don't want to know this yet.
I do want to know.
I want to
that will
find out
bring
with
down my
everybody.
stress.
I don't want to be the the person who's like, oh, guys.
I know that it's not a big deal, but I do wish there was a way that we could all find out at the same time.
Yeah, I know. That's
You
what I
know?
kind of want to.
Yeah.
That's what I'm kind of.
That's why I asked if you wanted me to tip it or
No,
not.
just don't tip the
because-
Patriots.
No, I mean,
fans. Don't even
it's
tell
out
them.
there.
No, like if
It's
it's out
silly not-
if it's out there on Twitter.
Yeah,
I
no,
get what
I'm not
saying.
I'm not tipping it myself.
no,
just
I
for the
know,
record.
but it's silly not
We
to
do
say it.
sometimes find out the Patriots pick before it's gone Twitter, and we will not tip that.
But
Yeah.
you know, a lot of people, relate the draft to Christmas. Oh, you get your. What if, like at Christmas, you got your present, and then somebody in the back of the room goes,
Right.
it's so and so before you get to open it.
Right. It's a Millennium Falcon, Mike. I'm like, why not? Come
Right.
on.
Taking all the fun out of the surprise.
No, I
Really
know.
not the same thing.
It is the same thing.
No, it isn't.
You want to get it all at the same time. That's why I want to have I want to have my reaction when they actually announce it. It's, if you see it on your phone and then, plus maybe we clip it because we'll all lose our minds. But man, it's crazy. We're already on the clock and it's.
I feel
it's go
nauseous.
time.
You feel nauseous.
Brad in the Eastern Shore.
My nauseousness just went away.
Uh,
I'm so excited.
Brad
But
has
we're
a-
not tipping picks.
We're not.
Brad has a scouting
Wow.
breakdown of the outfits. Fred and Tamara are going clubbing. Evan is headed to a multi-time zone business conference.
There we go. I like.
Deuce with the white T-shirt is headed to the 1950s malt shop. And Paul, thank goodness Paul is committed to one thing, not giving a crap about his outfit. He's just going to bed.
He told me before that he wasn't going to give a crap about his outfit when I said I was going to dress a little bit nicer. So he's
I wear a
right
quarter
on
zip
brand.
every day.
Right on brand.
The Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels,
Okay,
quarterback, LSU.
and there it is.
Patriots
It's
are up.
official. It's official. Patriots are on the clock.
And now we all sweat it out.
It's
You
gotta
think
be
anyone's
May.
giving one last shot at?
Yes.
You think so?
I think the New York Giants and the Minnesota Vikings are going to make one last run at it. I do. The Giants
But-
have a lot of ties to Drake May. Eli Manning is pretty close with him. Eli Manning vouched for Daniel Jones, and they made the pick no-brainer for them. I just think that they have that connection still with Drake May as well. I think the Giants would love it. Brian Dable's got to see some Josh Allen and Drake May as well, and think that he can develop them the same exact way. So yeah, I think the Giants are probably trying to make one last run.
I think they have invested so much money in Daniel Jones, honestly, that they need to give that another shot with hopefully some good weapons. I feel like his wide receiver room really wasn't that much better than the Patriots, to be honest. So I'd be looking for them to pick a wide receiver with their pick
So
at 6.
26 seconds ago, Adam Schefter, one source said there is zero chance.
There
The
you go.
Patriots trade the number 3 overall pick. They will stick and take their quarterback of the future.
Right, J.J. McCarthy.
That's
Perfect.
a throwaway tweet.
Evan,
You know?
I got a real question for you though. Like
Yes.
Jaden Daniels to Washington, what do you think of that pick? And just
Not a
how does he
throwaway
fit
tweet.
into that team? You know, how do you see him going there?
Yeah, I love it. And the main reason why I wasn't big on Jaden for the Patriots was because of the coaching staff that they've put together. It's a very old school scheme, West Coast, bootlegs, run play action, and it just didn't seem to really fit. You're not going to put Jaden Daniels under center. It just didn't really seem to fit. And I think Cliff Kingsbury is going to know exactly how to use him, and it seems to fit a lot more. So I understand totally why Washington went this direction because of scheme fit. And I think that when you get to this point, both guys are probably graded out pretty similarly, so that can tip the scales of which one do we stylistically like
Absolutely
a little bit better.
agree. Yeah.
And I think for the Patriots, it's been Drake May, which is why I've been all over Drake May. And for the Commanders, it's been Daniels, and that's how it's going to go.
I just want to know one thing. Who's going to be the better NFL quarterback?
Yeah. That's the
That's
question.
all. Isn't that all that matters?
Yeah.
Well, Fred,
Yeah.
Obviously,
whichever
but-
young man develops the best in an NFL
Whichever
system.
ends
But-
up here will be the better one.
But there's just so much that goes into it. It's like, ownership, coaches, scouting, like everything that goes into it.
I know.
It's like a player can come out so talented, and then his organization can.
Yeah.
I think Josh Allen deserves a lot of credit for the way he developed in
Yeah.
Buffalo. I give Brian Dable a lot of that credit
Yep.
for helping him
Yep.
and guiding him.
Yep.
But I think it's on Allen to sort of
Yeah.
understand I can't just freelance all the time. I have to do some things more conventionally, and
I
it
have
will
to
be
work
up
on
to
my accuracy.
Yeah.
It will be up to
Yeah.
Drake May
So-
to fix his footwork and become more consistent with the short
Yeah.
throws and make the layups.
Yeah.
So it's like Bryce Young, for
So
example.
the Patriots pick is in, and
Don't tell
we
us.
know who it is if we want to share it.
It's Drake May.
Yeah.
The Patriots are taking Drake May at
Yeah.
3 overall.
So the Drake May era.
we did it.
We did it.
In
Don't tell
Foxborough
anybody.
begins.
Nobody in here
So-
knows. Is it on Twitter already?
It's everywhere.
It's
Yeah.
everywhere. Like I said at the top of the show, April showers bring May flowers.
I don't see it on
I'm so
Twitter
excited
anywhere,
about this.
actually. But
It's on.
Well,
It's everywhere.
Evan has the sharp groups that.
Hey, Jeff Howe just tweeted it out. Aaron Wilson, all the guys on the pick line are tweeting it out now. I just think the biggest thing with Drake May, it was the perfect combination of upside talent scheme fit from the jump. That he fit the type of offense they want to run with Alex Van Pelt to a T. And it just made the most sense when you watch him on film. Yeah, he's got some footwork things, he's got some mechanical things to work out, but this is an exciting pick for the Patriots. And you have a quarterback that you're going to go into
Kendrick
every
Bourne
single
looks excited
Sunday.
right now. Kendrick Bourne looks like he's jacked up. So
Every
we're going to get to
single
watch some of the
Sunday.
Patriots see it live.
You know that your talent-wise, your quarterback's going to be up to snuff with the quarterback on the other side. We'll see if the other stuff works itself out or not, but pure talent, there's no question that you're going to have a guy that can go up against the best.
Well, this will be cool, Fred. We're going to hear the reaction here when the pick
We've
goes
already
up on
heard
the
some of the
TV.
cheers.
Well, I think that was for pick is in. So I think
okay.
people saw pick is in up on the TV. So here it comes. But I did see somebody showing their
oh
phone.
wow, we have a cast of thousands too now. We're the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Holy
Look at that.
smokes.
Look at Bradley's mic. Somewhere Bradley's going, God, this is heavy. Get out of there,
Boom.
David.
So
Silverman's got to stop lifting. It's getting too big.
we're seeing the Patriots draft room right now.
Kendrick
and,
Bourne is videotaping
they're passing the phone
the
around.
reaction
so they're,
for the
they're,
Kendrick
phone.
Bourne, it's probably live on his YouTube, TikTok,
Yeah.
all the
Right.
things.
they're calling Drake May
Right.
and welcoming him to the team. What are the odds? Give me an odds.
Uh-huh.
Over/under for games. 4. Drake May's the starter this year.
6.
Over. I'm going to say over.
Over.
Yeah.
Really?
What was
say
the
over.
number? What was
Four.
what was the
Fourth
four?
game.
I would say over, but I think 8 weeks. I mean, I think that's the ceiling for me.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
I think he's got to
percentage
play
of
this year.
placeholder.
I think he's got to play this year. You know,
I was going to say 6 games.
2 months. You
What
know,
if the Patriots are 5-1?
everything. I mean, then all bets are off.
Yeah, then
but
all
I'm not
bets are off.
If Drake May is like really developing and they're 5-1, I would make the move
Still would do it.
whenever he's ready.
No matter what.
Exactly like Miami did with Tua.
I'm not convinced that Drake May is not starting early.
They're booing
I'm
Roger
not
Goodell,
either.
not the pick,
You
folks,
hear-
not the pick.
So are they going to boo every single time he goes on the stage to announce a pick?
Yes.
that's Patriot fans tomorrow.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
Woo! I got that one on the phone. That was a
Cheer here.
roar.
All right. That is a first. I've been to how many draft parties, Paul? Have you ever heard a roar like that?
I
after
have
the
never.
First pick?
No.
I've heard boos, not that.
Now,
or like nothing.
Well,
Yeah.
in fairness, when we picked, 6th, and that I don't think we had these kinds of draft parties.
Yeah.
But that's the most overwhelmingly positive response to a pick that I can remember.
Yeah.
And it's well deserved. I mean, I know I've been
Did he
hyping
just
the
zip
guy,
up?
but it's very well deserved. I was down at his pro day. The types of throws that this guy can make is different. It's different. You're all gonna love it. I promise. You're gonna have a really big time playmaker, huge arm, mobility, all of it. He's been the guy since January. All this smoke, I think, was just that. And everybody was just trying to drum up conversation and content, and it's been Drake May since day one.
Yeah.
So there was something that I heard yesterday that really bothered me, and I talked to Fred about this a little bit. Listening to Merrill Hodge, and we know that he's been very much anti-Drake May, and that's not my problem. Like, I think people can evaluate different players and have different opinions. That's not my issue. My issue was he really got upset with the interviewers. It was with Gresh and Christian Fourier on WEEI here locally, talking about Drake May in regards to Josh Allen. And he was offended. He said there's nothing even close to being similar about these two. So I decided to go back and look at Dane Brugler's draft profile of Josh Allen and how it compared to what he's saying about Drake May. And I'm just going to read, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to read a couple of things.
Go for it.
Real quick. Okay, I'm just going to read strengths for different guys. Elite physical characteristics, tall athletic frame, loose arm to deliver crisp throws with unforced velocity, drives the ball with extra juice when needed to thread the needle, fluid athlete for his size with the functional movements to extend plays with his legs. That's one player. Here's another player, strengths. Built well with prototypical size and room to continue filling out, has a fluid, explosive release with above average velocity to drive the ball and make every throw on the field, smartly alters ball speeds and delivers with loft and touch when needed, quick feet when reacting to pocket pressure, agile mover to evade rushes, one of the better third down scramblers in recent years. Does that sound very similar?
Yeah.
Those two guys?
Yep.
The first one was Allen, the second one was May.
Yeah.
Here are the weaknesses for both. First one, plays with reckless tendencies and still learning the throws he shouldn't make. Generally accurate, but arm gets juiced up and he'll miss some easy ones. Needs to reel back some bad habits in pocket like bouncing around and falling away from throws. Needs to take better care of the ball. Tends to make panic decisions when getting sacked. Now here's the other guy's weaknesses. Inconsistent timing and efficiency from snap to delivery, sloppy mechanics, especially his lower half, leading to accuracy problems, doesn't anticipate windows and holds the ball too long, gives defenders too much of a heads up at times that the throw is coming, he forces some bad balls, throws too many passes to the other team.
Wow.
The first one this time was May, the second one was Allen.
Right.
That's crazy.
I'm sorry, but there's a very similar skill set that he's describing. Identical.
Right?
Those were very, very similar.
Have we gotten to the bottom of Merrill Hodge's angst?
Oh, and
I
my
think it's- I
angst
think
isn't
it's
with
his
that he
tie
doesn't think he's
size.
good. That's not my angst.
No,
My
but-
angst is that he doesn't understand why Evan can look at a film and say, he's got a lot of Josh Allen in him. He doesn't see that. He doesn't understand it.
The biggest-
I don't know how you cannot see the similarity.
Yeah, the biggest thing with Josh Allen and Drake May is that their footwork is tied to their accuracy. Drake May right now, his footwork, especially later on in the down when he's progressing past his first read, is sloppy. And he doesn't always have his feet follow his eyes when he throws the football. So he loses control of the ball as a result. If you can fix that, then you have so many throws on tape with Drake May. There's no quarterback in college football over the last 2 years with more big-time throws than the Patriots' new quarterback. So you take those highlight throws, and now you get him to hit the layups a little bit more consistently, and that's how you get the Josh Allen.
Much rather go that way than he can hit the layups, but he's not going to hit anybody downfield.
Right.
And that's like the thing with Mac for what he was, and you said, Evan, he had a high floor. I'm fine with floors. I want a ceiling guy, and that's what Drake May is. He's a ceiling guy. if it all goes right with him, he's got all the skills in the book that he needs. And I mean, I think right now Patriots fans can look at this kid and say, look, he's 21 years old. The Patriots can have him for the next 5 years, but he has a chance to give this team a chance to go compete against Josh Allen, against Tua, and against whoever's going to replace Aaron Rodgers down the road.
All right.
So, and I didn't read, like I told you, I didn't read the entirety. Those beast profiles are really long, but there was one other thing that really stuck out to me. Josh Allen played at Wyoming, and he had a handful of opportunities to play against high-level teams.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr.
Now the fun
wide
begins.
receiver, Ohio State.
We're on a roll.
4 for 4.
Now,
I think the world is 4 for 4.
now,
That's all right.
now the fun begins.
Ben Volin's not.
What did Trolin Volan have?
He had a trade with Minnesota for the Patriots.
Yeah.
So one of the things at Wyoming, he didn't have a ton of opportunities against, Power 5 teams. And when he did, he played awful. 3 touchdowns, 10 picks in games against like Nebraska, like the few times that he had a chance to. So what is one of the things that you've heard all the North Carolina people, who my guess we will not hear from much next week.
No, Eldred will call him.
Because now he's a Patriot, so we'll all pretend that everybody was on board. But one of the things that they said was he couldn't beat Clemson, he couldn't beat Florida State. Same as Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Same as Josh Allen. And again, it's going to be up to Drake May to say, I have a problem with my footwork. I have a problem with my accuracy. I need to make better decisions when I'm under pressure. He's going to need to fix those things. Those things are real. And if he doesn't fix them, he'll be a bust.
Yeah.
But I think the skill set that he has, if he is able to fix these things, is enormous. And I think he can be a real impact guy. And Evan made what I think is a really underrated part of this, the ability to have the size and strength to play in New England.
Yeah.
Is not something I take lightly.
Yeah.
Brady had it, Bledsoe had it, you need it.
Yeah.
You need a big frame, strong arm to throw the ball in the weather that you're going to get in November, in December, here in January, hopefully.
I'm just excited to see that out on the practice field. I want to see that on.
So coming up, we're going to have Gerard Mayo and Elliot Wolf coming to the media workroom and to meet the media. When they do that, we will throw it to them, so we'll hear them live. And then when they're done, Elliot Wolf will be on the show one-on-one. So that's coming up. But while we're waiting, just want to remind people that if you want to see Toyota's best offers, including those not seen on TV, go to buyatoyota.com. It's Toyota's official website for deals from the official vehicle of the New England Patriots. Toyota, let's go get a quarterback.
All right, we got one.
All right.
We got our guy. We literally got our guy. We literally got our guy.
We got our guy. Are we taking a break or anything?
No, we're not taking a
break.
So this illustrates just how miserable New England can be. Okay. Okay, so the pick is officially Drake May, and the most common comparisons are Herbert or a poor man's Josh Allen. Why should we be excited about a copy of two guys who can't get it done, even with far more to work with than May will have?
Oh, that's silly. Because those guys might get it done at some point, and every year those guys have a chance to get it done.
So in other words, you're telling me if he turns out to be Herbert or Allen, you're still going to be pissed.
Right.
Yeah, it's just nonsense.
No.
In other words, the only person you'd be happy with is Mahomes.
Yeah.
Right?
The only person you're happy with is the guy who won the title.
Right.
Everybody else sucks.
Right.
It's like Felger and Maz came
I
out
feel
of
like
nowhere.
the Bills have a fighting chance to be in it every single year.
Right. Because of Josh Allen.
Exactly. Like
Joe, the Bengals have a chance to be in it as long as Joe Burrow is healthy.
Yes.
And there's another part of this too. Like if you want to eventually rebuild this and get to the point where you're a player come January, you have to be prepared to have a guy who can go toe-to-toe with Mahomes,
100%. Yep.
Allen, Burrow, and have to beat those three guys. Some combination of those three guys. And that's not even counting Stroud, Herbert, Tua, who you can't beat either.
Yeah.
Right.
And some of those people you have to beat twice.
Right.
Might be Rodgers this year.
But in the playoffs, you're going to have to find a way to win 3 games against those 3 guys. Because they're not going anywhere.
Yeah. That was the biggest thing for me, too, is I was just sick and tired of going into these games knowing that you are at such a talent gap at the quarterback position. And we talked about it earlier. You go up to Buffalo, inclement weather. You go to the Meadowlands later on in the season, it's going to be inclement weather. go to Kansas City in a playoff game. Let's getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. But still, these are all situations where you're going to have to play outdoors in winter, and Drake May's ability to drive the ball through those conditions is, Paul's right, it's not something that we should overlook. It's an important thing.
Christian in North Carolina writes in, still don't like the pick. Wish we would have traded and filled more holes. I hope this coaching staff can develop this kid and prove me wrong. Don't say you won't hear from us from North Carolina if he doesn't.
So I just want to push back a little bit.
You know what I mean about that, not hearing from him. Not everybody.
I just want to push back a little bit on the development piece of it. I think patience is important, but I think it's mostly important because of what's around him right now. They still got a lot of ways to go before they have the receivers, the tackles, other pieces around him to go. I think the most overblown thing about this whole draft process, and I wrote this before they drafted him, all right? So this isn't just because he's wearing a Patriots hat now. This notion that he is so raw and so far away is a draft industrial complex narrative. You watch him on tape, and he is making NFL throw after NFL throw after NFL throw. And yeah, sure, is he going to airmail one over the receiver's head every once in a while?
I saw Brady do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is his feet going to get messed up a little bit every once in a while? Absolutely. But this notion that this guy is broken mechanically is wild to me, and it was wild to me before they drafted him.
Yeah, he's got footwork issues that we can all see, and evidently even Bill Belichick talked about it with McAfee, I saw earlier. But I agree with Evan's premise 1,000%. These guys, there's a reason why when every once in a while a guy will come into the league and they'll say, this is a generational player. When Peyton Manning came into the league, this guy's a little different.
Yeah.
Or Andrew Luck came into the league, this guy's a little different. It doesn't happen a lot that guys come in and they don't really have any real noticeable flaws. These guys all have flaws. And even Caleb Williams, who I love, is 6'1" and loose with the ball.
Yeah. Right?
I think Caleb Williams is going to be a star.
And he cried.
But he's small and he fumbles.
Yeah.
You look at the other thing, too, with Drake May. You talk about flaws and all this kind of stuff. I just think there's flaws that are correctable and there's flaws that aren't. And I think what we saw with Mac Jones is that you have to have a baseline of physical talent. No matter how smart you are, no matter how quick you are through the reads, no matter how accurate you are on throws, if you don't have a baseline of athleticism and arm talent, that still needs to exist. And I feel like a lot of times you hear that Brady was just all between the ears, and it was all about between the ears and behind the scenes with Tom Brady, and discounting the fact that he was in Miami and off his back foot he threw one 60 yards to Troy Brown to win a game in overtime. Or discounting the fact that he drove the ball through all those snowstorms up here, and no one talked about that kind of stuff because it was all work ethic and it was all this and that.
Fred won't remember this because
I don't remember what I had for lunch.
No, but because I'm psychotic when it comes to these little things.
Yeah.
Brian Morey and I were out at rookie minicamp when Brady was a rookie, and I think the three of us were standing there, and I immediately said, his skills were drastically undersold to us. This is before he even made the team. Yeah. I said, he has a much better arm than anybody in those draft profiles said. You could see it. You could see him throw the ball, and it was just like everybody else. Now, I'm not telling you he had Elway's arm or even Drew's arm at the time by comparison, but he could throw the ball.
We really started to feel comfortable with Drake.
Matt Morrell's trying to tell me something.
The game film was really good, but we started to feel comfortable with him as we spent more time with him and visited with him at North Carolina.
One thing you learned different about Drake's life from the pro day and combine,
really just getting a chance to know him, see what he's about, see what his family's about, and getting him on the board and seeing his high football intellect.
What if any sort of trade offers?
We had some conversations with other teams, but ultimately we felt like Drake was the player that we wanted, and we had the opportunity to get him.
When did those trade offers kind of stop?
A really long time ago. It's two separate. The trade offers, I don't want to say they were constant, but there were different points throughout the process where there were trades. But all along, we knew we were in a unique opportunity here to get a quarterback that we liked, and we were obviously able to do that.
Gerard, did you say that you had to be convinced not to take Drake? I mean, I think you guys still had time on the clock. You didn't let it go all the way down when you made the pick, right?
I mean, look, we had time to think through the process. We went through various scenarios with the coaches and scouts, even going back to the collaborative approach that we did this time. And I would say the organization was happy with Drake at 3. So.
Gerard, Elliot mentioned the trip to North Carolina for his pro day. You guys sent a big staff out there. What did you learn from him, or what were your takeaways from that trip?
Yeah, first and foremost, I would say, just getting a chance to spend time with Mac Brown and asking him questions about Drake really helped me get the full picture. Look, this guy is very competitive. He would literally, miss one question and he'll be on himself about it. But we like that competitive nature, that striving for perfection, and he showed us that.
Gerard and/or Elliot, is Drake May a quarterback you feel can start right away, or someone that you think needs some time to develop?
I think, to go back to Bill, I don't think many rookies are ready to just jump in and play. And look, at the end of the day, our philosophy is the best players will play. And, coming in as a rookie, hopefully he's a sponge. There are a lot of good players in that locker room. And look, Jacoby, he understands. Like, he's a mentor. He's very smart, has great leadership skills, and hopefully Drake can learn something from him as well. But I would say, we're going to compete all spring. We're going to compete during training camp, and the best player will start. Darker blue will look better for sure. The light blue only on Jordans, but.
You said that he elevates his teammates. How did that stand out to you, particularly in times of adversity?
Yeah, not to take anything away from anyone else in the program, but the game was on his shoulders for them. I mean, they have some talented players, talented running backs and receivers, but he really was able to elevate them and make them into what they could be.
Elliot, how did you work through some of the bad tape this year? Obviously, his freshman year, redshirt freshman year was outstanding. He lost a lot of people. He was talking about his footwork. How did you sort of work through that? And was he part of you working through or talking to him and sort of getting his feel for what happened?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, meeting with Coach Van Pelt, Coach McAdoo, Coach McCartney, and just kind of talking through some of the things that, some of the development he needed, some of the things that they thought they could tighten up or fix in some cases. And at the end of the day, we felt comfortable with those things and really betting on the talent and the kid. Like, Drake's a relentless worker from all the indications that we have, and he's going to be able to overcome some of the things in the areas that he needs to improve.
Elliot and Gerard, now that you have the young quarterback on the roster, what do you guys think you need to do to support him and make it what's best for him? How do you develop?
Yeah, I think I'll take that one.
Yeah, right. That's why I look at you like this.
Yeah. I just think we need to support him any way we can, on the field, off the field. We need to add some weapons to the offense. We need to shore up the offensive line. We have good players already at those positions, but really just increasing the depth and the competition. Like Gerard mentioned, that competition is going to be at every position.
Elliot, how would you characterize the Craftsman guys throughout this process?
They've been very supportive throughout, and it helps that Gerard and I have been on the same page for almost everything so far, which I know won't continue, but hopefully it continues, until we have some adversity here and then through that. But they've been very supportive.
I won that fight.
Oh yeah.
Elliot, when did you guys know Drake was your guy outside of a trade? Like, in what part of the process did that?
I don't know if there was one moment. Do you have a?
No, honestly, the more exposures we had with Drake, the more comfortable we felt, and honestly, not to talk about other players, but those top 3 guys, we were comfortable with all 3 of those guys, and it just happened to be Drake, and he's definitely he has a lot of potential, and we have a lot of coaches, and we have to develop him.
Either or, both. This is a tough market. People have been accustomed to a high caliber of football for a long time. If there is a period of development, what gave you the sense that he's ready to handle all the scrutiny that comes with the position, playing in New England, your sense about his wherewithal and service?
Yeah, he was one of the only quarterbacks in this draft that went up there after every loss and handled the media. Not that the Chapel Hill media is as tough as you guys are, but he handled it with grace, with class. Watching those press conferences, there were a lot of times where the reporters were trying to get him to throw somebody under the bus, and he wouldn't do it. he's a 21-year-old kid, but he's very mature and understands what it means to be a leader.
What was the biggest surprise? Say that again. What was the biggest surprise for both of you guys maybe over the last couple of weeks leading up to tonight?
Really just all the scrutiny. I think with so many quarterbacks being so high in the draft that there was a lot of, for lack of a better word, BS out there about this guy or that guy, and a lot of rumors and innuendos and things that just didn't end up being true. But we stayed the course. We were on the same page, and it was really a really good process for us.
Gerard, you talked to Drake having an extremely high ceiling. To you, if he hits that ceiling, what does it mean for the future of the franchise?
It means a lot, But look, let me go back a couple of questions ago. We're not sitting here saying that Drake is our starting quarterback. I think he understands that. He understands the things that he has to get better at. And, with coaching and, once again, the hard work and the coaches that we have, the support system from ownership, I think he has a chance to go out there and really play at a high level. You can talk about potential all you want to. Until you reach it, it really doesn't matter. But we do know the man. We know the man is a hard worker, and he's going to do everything he can to be successful.
Yeah, you said last month that Drake really impressed you during the combine meeting. What was it that really impressed you about him at that time?
Just his composure, and I would also say, a lot of teams, they put up all the good plays of players. Elliot and his group, they put a tape together that had a lot of bad plays, and honestly, he took a lot of that blame on himself, even when sometimes it wasn't his fault. But a very accountable man, and can't wait to get to work with him.
Did you guys have any hesitancies in selecting him?
No.
About his floor at the league meetings, how much did his floor scare you?
I wouldn't say it scared us. Everyone was focusing on the ceiling, and obviously Drake has a high ceiling. But the floor is like, if everything goes wrong, which we don't anticipate to happen, what does that look like? We were very comfortable as we continue to go through the process. We watched years of this guy playing football, and we feel good about the pick.
Elliot, if we don't earlier comments, draft 2, does it sound like had Washington taken Drake at number 2, you would have been comfortable taking Jay Daniels with even the third pick?
That wasn't really something that kind of came up. We knew a long time ago that Washington was going with Daniels, so we were able to, make our pick, and we're really happy about that.
How long ago?
Weeks.
Elliot, can you talk about, if you guys don't trade up and we don't see you again tonight, we don't talk, can you talk about just having one piece now out of this draft? Because obviously you talked about weaponizing the offense. You guys know you need a lot, right?
Yeah, we have 7 more picks, and we'll probably move around a little bit. Hopefully, acquire some more picks. But we feel strongly about the board, and we'll kind of see how it goes here. There's a lot of other players a lot of good players that are going to come off the board before our next one. So we'll just kind of see how it goes here.
You keep looking at the TV here. You go get
Yeah, trying to see who's going where.
I just
Ideally,
wanted to.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, obviously, with your experience in previous organizations and taking time developing the quarterback, I know this question was asked earlier, but is there, not so much a timetable, but when do you think you guys, and maybe this is more geared towards you, Gerard, when do you have a sense you guys will have a better idea of when he might be ready to play? I mean, people try to put timetables on that, but obviously you guys know what's up.
Yeah, I think you just answered the question. They try to put timetables on it, but you just never know when that time's going to be. And, if you look over the history of the league, sometimes guys, they can go in there and start game 1 and have a Pro Bowl season. Then other guys, they sit for 2 or 3 years and they have a great season or a great career, but it can also go the other way, right? You sit for 2 years and have a terrible career. I think it's hard to really put a timeline on when he will be ready. And once again, look, I don't want you guys to forget about the quarterbacks that we have on our roster, and it's about competing, and it's about going out there every day striving to get better.
For Elliot and Gerard, this is a different feel, obviously, to the draft room this year, so to be able to make the call and make the pick and turn it in, what was the feeling like when you were able to do that?
Yeah, just for me, it was a lot of excitement. Been waiting a long time for the moment to, be able to sit here with someone like Gerard and just kind of collaborate and try to do what's right for the organization. But there's a lot of excitement in the draft room from the scouts and the coaches and just kind of, the new direction that we're taking the team.
Gerard, there are a lot of fans upstairs that you addressed a little bit earlier. Now that you've made this pick, what's your message to Patriots Nation right now?
Look, we still have holes that we need to fill. We still have a lot of draft capital. What I will say is, like, the most important thing is the guys coming out here working each and every day. So I know a lot of people are writing us off, but we'll see when it comes to the fall.
Elliot, before you made that pick, I'm curious, your father, any word of advice, or was there any moment you shared with him?
Not before the pick. I mean, I talked to him a couple times today, and it was really just trust your instinct and try to do what's right for the Patriots.
You said you knew a couple weeks ago that Washington was going to take Jake. So have you guys known for a couple weeks that Drake was your guy?
Yeah. It was pretty obvious at that point, yeah.
What was Josh's reaction? Like, when was he kind of let in on all the, knowing that Drake was going to come in, and kind of what was his reaction to the pick?
I would say this morning. You know, we've talked a bunch of times about the different different things that could happen, and this morning, and you know, he's excited. He got the opportunity to talk to Drake on the phone when we picked him, and they had a nice conversation, and yeah, I think he's excited as well.
What areas of Drake's game do you want to see him attack early? I understand there's a lot of kind of Drake down the list.
You know, a guy like Drake, look, he has all the natural ability that you want. He can make all the throws. Really, it's about getting to the playbook, right? It's going to be a different scheme. One thing about our playbook offensively, like we're going to be a game plan offense, and we're going to tailor our offensive game plan to whoever the quarterback is. And we'll see how that pans out, but excited to get him out there with the guys and the coaches.
Bro, is there one thing on tape that wowed you about Drake?
One thing about Drake, and we kind of talked about it this past year, you know, they also had some holes on offense. And the thing that most impressed me about him, he would get smacked and just get right back up, right? And that's the same trait. You know, you had a guy like Tom Brady, not saying that he's Tom, but just that mentality. Same thing with Joe Burrow. Like, those guys just keep getting back up and continue to play at a high level. And that was like the aha moment for me.
Are you preparing the defense to, like, absolutely chirp at him, though, all of, like, training camp and all that?
We chirp all the time. We chirp all the time. But, you know, it does get competitive. And right now we have the spring to, you know, kind of get some things done. We'll have a couple extra weeks with the rookies. We'll see how the rest of the draft class plays out. But this is a big one for us. And, you know, I'm very happy. I'm very excited to be in this position.
Elliot, you talked a little bit about the new regime for you guys. Have you guys discussed or still in
As far as yeah, I mean, we're all working together. It's not just you know, Gerard and I, obviously Matt Groh, Alonzo Highsmith in my department, and a bunch of other people that are working their tails off. Richard Miller, Brian Smith, Steve Cargile. So yeah, we're all working together, and we're all excited about, you know, the opportunity that's been presented to us.
Final question. 2 weeks is a big sleeping time?
Absolutely.
Did you sleep last night?
Yes. Pretty well, actually.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back. That was Elliot Wolf and Gerard Mayo at the draft party, addressing the crowd. So, you know, guys.
That was a press conference.
Yeah, that was a press conference with the media. Yeah, with the media.
Didn't you just say at the draft party?
Did I say draft party? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
with the media.
That was different press briefing.
Yeah. So that was with the media, and you know, Wolf and Gerard were open to saying he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
You know, he's not our starter today.
Yeah.
He's going to have to earn that by showing that, you know, he can work on the things, his deficiencies, and you know, they were completely open about that.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. It seemed like they had kind of locked in on him earlier today. So everybody seemed to know that this was what the pick was going to be.
Wolf said 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
When they realized that Daniels was going to Washington, you know, this was the obvious pick.
Yeah.
And the thing I think that has Evan and I'm going to speak for Evan here for a second, the most excited is he didn't rule out the possibility of him starting right away.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're going to get to work at camp and let the best player emerge.
You want to be patient with him.
So right now we've got Elliot Wolf. Okay. Elliot, can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, Elliot. I know your night is far from over, but congratulations on the pick, first off.
Thank you. Yeah, we're excited to get to work with Drake.
So just a personal question. You've been through a lot of first rounds before, but Was this one for you personally just a little bit different in the capacity that you were here with the Patriots?
Yeah, definitely. Really getting to work together with these guys and ultimately arrive at picking Drake May, who we feel like is one of the best players in the draft. It's almost surreal.
So I have another question, and I'm here with Evan Lazar, Mike Dussault, Paul Perillo, and Tamara Brown. But I have another question. What did Ben McAdoo think? Because some of the opinions he's had of quarterbacks in the past have been really accurate. So what was Ben's appraisal of Drake May going into this process?
Yeah, Ben really likes him. He thinks he's really talented, made of the right stuff, intelligent, tough. Maybe some footwork things to clean up here that they felt like they could work with, but he's excited as well.
That's great. Anyone else have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question, Elliot. How you doing? And congratulations on the pick. But I just wanted to ask you, as we move forward here, how much does Drake's playing style factor into how you attack wide receiver, offensive tackle, and the types of players you look to put around him in terms of their individual skill sets as well?
Yeah, I'm not sure it affects it too much. Obviously, Drake's a really good downfield thrower, so we'd like to add speed, but that would probably be true of any quarterback that we would have taken. Offensive tackle, it doesn't affect it too much because I think you need to be able to pass protect no matter who the quarterback is.
Hey, Elliot, real quick, it sounds like you guys have kind of known Drake was going to be the pick for a while now. Does it feel to you like the draft is actually starting now? This is when the uncertainty starts to hit and the moves start to really be made?
For scouts, the draft starts on Saturday. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round, college free agency. Yeah, that's where you can really make your money. No, but yeah, there wasn't a lot of intrigue this year at the top of the draft. The league's probably not excited about that, but everybody kind of knew who 1 and 2 were. We were the most intrigued, and I thought we actually did a pretty good job of keeping it under wraps because we've known for a while.
Yep. So I want to let you get back to work, but before we let you go, any calls of interest about our pick at 34?
Not yet, but if I can get back into the draft room, then maybe those calls will start to come. And certainly, tomorrow all day when people are just sitting around waiting for the draft to start, we expect to get some calls.
All right, I'm going to let you get back to work. We appreciate you taking the moment to talk to us on Patriots Unfiltered. Congratulations again, and we'll see you later.
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
All right. Elliot Wolf here on Patriots Unfiltered, so that was pretty cool having him here.
That was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Mayo's now on stage as well up here, speaking with John Rook, talking to the crowd here. So, yeah, the reaction was just amazing. I think that's what's sticking with me right now, was just the crowd. I mean, the way that it kind of happened, we saw it on social media. The crowd didn't really seem aware of it. Then you saw the pick was in. You got a little murmur. You saw Kendrick Bourne seeing it on his phone, getting excited. And then, like you said, Fred, that roar just went up. I mean, you could feel it kind of ring around the whole stadium because they're going all the way to the club over there. So, like I said at the top of the show, I think this is just a jolt of excitement, a jolt of identity to this Patriots team that they didn't really have. And, for better or worse, it's Drake May, and we get to, watch him and see how he develops.
Wow. I want to talk about something that Fred brought up at the beginning of the show, and that is leadership. I liked when he brought up when they looked at Drake May and everything he did at UNC. After those big losses, he was addressing media after every single one. And that was one of the big things that they took away from that was like, oh, this guy's a great leader. Like, he's going to show up for the team whether they win or lose.
Yep.
That's not the case for all the guys in college football. I saw a lot of the times, especially with Caleb Williams, they canceled media for him after losses.
Yeah.
They did not want him talking to media after losses. So seeing that Drake May was able to do that is huge. Obviously, like you mentioned, like UNC's media is not New England's media, but it's still a big first step before getting into the league.
I don't want to get into, what the Bears are going to need to do with Williams, but they are going to need to address that. They are going to need to figure out a way to take the pressure off of him.
The Falcons just took Michael Penix.
Oh.
Wow.
Whoa.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Well,
so he went before JJ.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
crazy.
I'm sure most people have been keeping up. Let's do a quick rundown of what's happened since the Patriots picked their guy.
Yeah, just really quickly as I pull it up with Penix, what I find so fascinating about that is Penix is already 24 years old. So how long are you going to wait for Kirk Cousins to retire or move on or whatever?
Right. He's going to be 27
He's going to be 30 before he even starts a game for them.
Hey, but that's a great mentor for Michael Penix to be behind and not have to play right away.
Yeah, so we have Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Cardinals, Joe Alt to the Los Angeles Chargers, Malik Neighbors to the Giants, J.C. Latham to the Tennessee Titans, and now Michael Penix Jr. to Atlanta, from Washington to Atlanta, and now the Bears are back on the clock.
So Latham's your guy. You liked him.
Yeah, look, Latham is extremely strong. You watch his tape even against Michigan, and you can just see how he latches onto guys and throws them out of gaps, turns guys out. You have a lot of real raw power and ability there. There are some concerns maybe a little bit about pass protection, but if you want to be a downhill run team, you just want to run at people, he was by far the best run blocker in the draft.
So I wasn't really listening, but J.J. McCarthy's still out there.
J.J. McCarthy is still out there.
Michael Penix went before J.J. McCarthy. So what does
Just
that
for the
say about
record,
all this buzz?
honestly,
just for the record, that's how this guy had it.
Yeah.
It's how a lot of guys had it.
Yeah.
I mean,
And this is what
I think you have to
for.
take risks. Like Michael Penix's arm is outstanding, probably the best arm in this draft. And obviously, right now he's hurt, but he's been hurt multiple times, 4 season-ending injuries. But I think the reward is worth the risk.
Well,
the reward is worth the risk.
On our early shows, and this is even before the season started, but when we started talking about the draft, we were talking about the top 3, but 4 was probably Michael Penix.
Yeah.
And we weren't talking about J.J. McCarthy until maybe second round.
I'm happy that the league saw it the same way. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back or Alex on the back, but the bottom line is you can't watch the film of these two guys and think J.J. McCarthy's the better quarterback. You just can't. And the league clearly felt the same way.
I agree with that Penix, I liked Penix better than McCarthy. I don't think this is a very good pick for Atlanta.
I agree with that.
I think 8 is way too high, and I just don't, for all the reasons, like, you need him to play right away. If you're a team that's drafting Michael Penix, you want to get him out there. He's 24.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Couldn't agree more.
You want to get him to play. He's going to sit behind Cousins. That makes no sense at all.
And now Minnesota, it's fallen for Minnesota. They have got 2 picks now. I mean, there was talk about them having to trade up to get J.J. McCarthy. Now they're going to get to probably keep both of those picks.
Well, okay, so yes, he's 24, but how old was Jordan Love when he came into the league?
Younger.
20?
Was he that
20,
young?
I mean, 22.
Okay.
I mean,
So
22.
I guess 4 years makes a difference.
I don't know if he was 12, but like,
he did sit for a while.
He did.
He sat for 2 years, but the point is, you want a guy that's been in college for 6 years to play pretty quickly. Like, maybe not week 1, but you don't want to waste a whole year or two with him. Like,
that's Daniels too.
So
and I also think Atlanta, when you make a move to sign, this is like the Jets. You make a move to sign Kirk Cousins and you pay that kind of money, you're kind of all in. Don't you need, like, I don't know, Roma Junze?
Or someone on defense. I just look
Mitchell, at somebody.
So the question
maybe you put
is,
a corner on the other side of A.J. Terrell. And
is there an injury out in Kirk Cousins' contract because he's coming off the Achilles? And you do wonder if maybe they're a little bit concerned. Will he be ready right away? Is he going to get back to the same form he was before the Achilles injury? Especially to have an Achilles injury that late in your career. It's not like Kirk Cousins is a young guy that he's going to bounce back necessarily. So maybe that's what they're thinking, that they're not 100% on Kirk Cousins in his health moving forward. So Penix gives them some insurance. But I couldn't agree with Paul more. You're in all-in mode in Atlanta.
Yeah.
You would think.
And just like, this doesn't matter, but like we lean on the beast a lot. Dane had him his 52nd rated player. Like, that's a big gap of analysis to take a guy when you have a starting quarterback that you just gave $100 million to, and you take a guy that's that widely thought of.
Yeah. This definitely is a sneaky situation because I was expecting him to go to the Raiders. I'm like, the Raiders seem like, okay, like not too high, not too low, and they actually need a quarterback, whereas the Falcons don't need one at all.
Somebody should have called
That's
Arthur
weird.
Blank and talked him out of it.
It is kind of weird.
It's weird. I would love to know their thought process behind it.
Yeah.
Like, are they in the, we might not be in the top 10 again, so like let's just do it and we'll have it in our back pocket, or what?
I mean, is Cousins open? Could they be trading Cousins?
No.
Just like that?
I just like below torching like whatever many million they just gave.
So the Bears took Roma.
I don't know how it's structured, but maybe there's not a lot of dead money.
They had to have given him a bonus though, of some sort.
Did anyone have this in their mock draft at all?
Yeah.
Penix to Atlanta? No. I
thought Penix was Atlanta was a team that needed a quarterback of the future, but you can't take that at 8
Yeah.
or not with at 8, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, they
You can't
were
take
they
that
were
at
a
8.
team that, a Bo Nix team, maybe a Spencer Rattler team. Yeah, Rome Odunze to the Bears. The Vikings are now on the clock. The Vikings and the Jets flipped picks for whatever reason.
What?
Maybe the Jets had a trade call for J.J. McCarthy, and the Vikings
Yeah,
put in an
that's gotta be
offer
what
to
it
make
is.
sure they didn't get leapfrog for McCarthy. So I would think that McCarthy is going to go here right now to Minnesota.
So what you're saying, and I think, is someone would have called the Jets looking to get up, and the Jets said, hey, Minnesota,
Yes.
this is what I'm offering.
Right.
You want it?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So Bears, good night for Bears fans, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
The Bears went chalk.
Yeah,
Not,
it's
not
like
to
what we
use that
talked
again.
about with the
And their,
Patriots.
and their defense came on in the second half
Yeah.
of last year, too. So
Yeah, but everybody had Caleb and Rome Odunze to the Bears at 1 and 9. So the only question was were they going to trade out of 9 and try to accumulate some more picks? They didn't, so they hang on here to Rome Odunze and get him a number 1 wide
I
receiver.
will say they didn't do all this for Justin Fields, getting him this arsenal of weapons around him.
Well, did they have a second first-round pick? Or?
No, but I'm
No.
saying like now this guy has everything.
They did trade for DJ Moore last year. They drafted Cole Kmet as a tight end. And I
He
like
got some later.
And I like Justin Fields,
Yeah.
but he had some weapons. He didn't do much with them.
So guys, we have got to go shoot a quick video, so I'm going to let the wonderful Alex step in, if that's all right with everybody, while we step away for a
I'm
moment.
pretty down on that. Although, how's the hair going? Did you have a good hair day?
She's having a great
The
hair
hair
day.
game is solid because Tamara's bringing it, so you need to match.
Alex is bringing it.
Matt, might be a good time
For a
to
break?
take a break, but before we do, just want to tell you that whether you're in the game or betting on the game, you'll need a game plan. DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the New England Patriots, provides you with everything you need to build your personal betting game plan so you can get in on all the action while practicing safe bets. Visit DraftKings.com/responsible-gaming to learn more about all the safe betting tools DraftKings has to offer. Hope is here, 800-327-5050 or gamblinghelplinema.org. Must be 21 plus. Play it smart from the start. GameSenseMA.com. Physically present in Massachusetts. See DraftKings.com/responsible-gaming for details and state-specific responsible gambling resource. We'll be right back after this.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever.
Cisco blocks cyber attacks for customers around the world, including the entire Fortune 100 and the NFL. Because when the game is on the line, and it's always on the line, the NFL relies on Cisco.
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
Patriots Unfiltered.
When someone accidentally threw away the school play costumes,
oh no,
replacements were shipped with FedEx. And with picture proof of delivery, everyone could focus on the perfect opening night. FedEx, where now meets next. For residential delivery only.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
When someone accidentally threw away the school play costumes,
oh no,
replacements were shipped with FedEx. And with picture proof of delivery, everyone could focus on the perfect opening night. FedEx, where now meets next. For residential delivery only.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the New England Patriots and this draft party. So, Paul, you had something that you wanted to talk about on your computer, or no? Okay.
No, I just I'm really just sort of resetting. I'm excited that we have a quarterback that I think has a high skill set. He brings a lot of skill to the table, and coming off of Brady, where you get spoiled for 20 years, it's nice not to have to try. There's a long way to go.
Yep.
There's a lot of development that needs to be done. We got to wait for him to be ready. You got to have some patience, but it's not going to be because he's not good enough.
Yeah.
He's not talented enough. He has the talent. Now we have to make sure that he fulfills that talent.
And you did it earlier, but the biggest critic of Drake May has been Merrill Hodge, and you read Josh Allen's write-up coming out of college,
right? And
it's eerily similar to Drake May. Now, is Drake May going to be as good as Josh Allen? We can only hope.
But I can probably guarantee that he won't be.
But here's the thing: when we drafted Mac Jones, supposedly we drafted a guy who was the most pro-ready, but he had that low ceiling. High floor, but not a big ceiling. Hopefully, we've drafted a guy that, as Elliot and Gerard said earlier, has a lot of things to work on, but they all believe he's got a very, very high ceiling. And when's the last time we drafted a guy like that around these parts?
And that's the thing, and that was my point that I was getting at, is like, if it works, you're not going to have to worry about, Patrick Mahomes is just that much better than our guy, and we couldn't condone. Joe Burrow just that much better than our guy, and we just lost because that guy was better.
Yeah.
If it works and this regime is able to put pieces around him, and Alex Van Pelt and Ben McAdoo and T.C. McCartney and these guys can help develop Drake May, you're not going to have to worry about not having enough talent at the quarterback position if it works.
Yep.
It won't be because he's not good enough. It will be because he didn't develop.
Yep. So very exciting. Let's see. What do we got going on with the rest of the league? We saw Roma Duze go. But, the big surprise so far in the first round is Michael Penix going to the Falcons, who just signed Kirk Cousins. So that is...
Yeah, I'm really still kind of taken aback by that.
Yeah. Again, we'd love to know what they were thinking. Minnesota's on the clock, and that is a team that is really looking for a quarterback. We didn't know that the Falcons were, but the Vikings have made no bones about the fact that they are looking for a quarterback. So are we guessing J.J. McCarthy here, or, for the Vikings?
For the Vikings, yeah, I would think that J.J. McCarthy is in play, absolutely. And I'm having some connection issues right now. So
you are? Okay. Well,
I am not privy to the tipped pick.
I'm used to doing the show by myself.
No, you don't have to do it by yourself.
Okay.
I thought you had the information.
No, I don't have. Well, I'm not on the Twitter.
Right. So Minnesota's on the clock still, according.
Yeah.
The pick is in. Looks like he's making the announcement.
Yeah. So Goodell is he's got some kids with him.
This is the time where Andy Hart usually makes an inappropriate comment.
I was just going to say, you read my mind. So if the Vikings are looking for a quarterback and they don't take J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, I think it'll be McCarthy. Most of the guys are saying, it's McCarthy.
But people were also talking about Bo Nix,
Yeah, be really outside of the box. Evidently, they sent 4th and 5th rounders to the Jets and got a 6th back to move up the spot to get McCarthy. So, Kevin O'Connell, I think, is a guy that works. I think he's pretty quarterback friendly.
Yep. So that is the pick.
Has that reputation anyway.
Yep.
Now we'll see who the rival Jets get.
Yeah.
I think that's an important pick, for New England. I think they can go with a lineman. I think they could go up front and try to, do something to protect Aaron Rodgers. Or, the defense is pretty solid, so I'm not sure you need.
So what's the status with Justin Jefferson? Is he disgruntled? Is he a happy camper?
No, he's entering the last year of his deal.
Right.
So they're going to have to figure out. I don't think he's asked for a trade.
Okay.
Or anything like that. But see, this is my problem right there. Like, they put the 3 traits up for J.J. McCarthy. What's the first one? Winner. I don't think anybody would argue, Fred, that Michigan was better than North Carolina last year.
Right.
Or USC.
Right.
Or Washington.
Right.
I mean, they waxed Washington in the national championship game.
You know who
so
else
he's a
was
winner.
a winner?
He was a winner.
Tim Tebow was a winner.
Yeah, that's my point. Like, the quarterback of the team that wins the game isn't necessarily the pick.
Right.
Like, he's the quarterback of the better team.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I feel about it. If he works out, I think we'll all be excited. I think Minnesota, I should say we all. Minnesota will be excited. That's a really good spot for him. That's not a bad team. That's a playoff team 2 years ago, and a team that probably would have made the playoffs this year had Kirk Cousins not ruptured his Achilles about halfway through. They were pretty close to the playoffs as it was.
Yeah.
So that's a team that's, you look at their skill. They signed Aaron Jones from Green Bay for the backfield. You got Jefferson and Jordan Addison, T.J. Hawkinson, and as I said, a pretty quarterback-friendly coach in Kevin O'Connell.
And we talked a little bit earlier about over-under for Drake May to start a game here in New England, and I had it at 4, and I think you and Evan both said it'll be over, that he'll sit a bit longer.
I'm not like betting a mortgage payment on it or anything.
But I'm thinking J.J. McCarthy starts right away.
I think he'll start more than 4 games, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I don't know about right away. I don't know if he's ready. Like, I've been making this argument. I don't know that he's any more pro-ready than anybody else. They have nobody else, though. I mean,
right.
Did they sign Darnold?
They
signed a veteran.
They might have. It might have been Darnold. Yeah.
They signed a veteran who is like Brissett. He's a placeholder.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see. But I don't think he's any more pro-ready than anybody else.
Yep. The Jets pick is in, so we'll see what they're up to.
Yeah, I this is an interesting one to me. I'd be curious to see if they get a weapon for Rodgers or protection for Rodgers. Because there's still, like Brock Bowers is a guy that I think would make some sense for the Jets. And one of the tackles I think would make, Fashanu I think would make some sense. I don't know. I don't see the pick here. I'm sure that it's already on Twitter. I can't find it though.
But the thing about the Jets is they're loaded.
Oh, it is Fashanu. Olu Fashanu.
They took the tackle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I think that's a good pick for them.
Yeah. So he was like the second. Depending on somebody's board, he was the
third,
second or third tackle.
And you see, Brugler had him 12 and Latham 13 on his big board.
Yeah.
They went a couple of picks apart.
So that's a solid pick for the Jets.
It is. And they need, now it looks like they signed Tyron Smith, they signed John Simpson, Joe Tippmann, Elijah Vera Tucker, but he's never healthy. They got Morgan Moses back, and now you have a first-round pick that you can sort of integrate.
Yeah.
It's hard to argue with a team that has the talent they do on defense. You have an aging Aaron Rodgers. Why not try to protect him?
Yeah. They're going to be a tough out, Paul.
Well,
I mean, the AFC East is
the AFC East is solid,
yeah.
And that's another reason why I wouldn't mind just what do you I'm assuming, like you brought up a hypothetical. What if you're 5-1?
Right. Yeah.
What if more realistically you're 1-5?
Oh yeah.
And I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer on draft day.
Yeah.
I can't be any more excited about Drake May than I am.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not feigning excitement. This is the guy I wanted. We'll see how it unfolds, but chances are they're going to have a hard time winning a lot of games.
That's the thing. Patriots won 4 games last year, but remember it was Zach Wilson. It wasn't Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, and they lost the second time even without Aaron Rodgers.
So they're going to be a tough out. AFC East is still going to be a bear for New England. The wins might have to come elsewhere. They pulled off one against the Bills last year. You never know. They could.
So they're going to have to find a way to beat Miami, which they haven't done in a while.
Yep.
Continue to find a way to steal one from the Bills. On paper, the Bills shouldn't be as talented as they were last year, and you beat them once. And then, you see how it goes. And I'm not pulling the Fred Kirsch rooting for injuries, but injuries will happen.
Sure.
They will happen, and that will, last year it happened to Cincinnati.
Yep.
Joe Burrow gets hurt, they're not a playoff team anymore.
That's right. Yep. So the Broncos pick is in. The Raiders are on the clock.
So now the Broncos are probably the most disappointed, right? Because they were hoping a quarterback fell to them. Brock Bowers could make some sense to them too. I wonder if Sean Payton wants to go with old pal Jarrett Stidham.
I don't know about that.
Well, but I mean, compared to the options we're talking about.
Yeah.
They just traded for Zach Wilson.
Yep. Yeah.
You don't have a great option. And,
No,
you're going to take Bo Nix at 12?
Yeah.
It seems high. I mean, Atlanta just took Michael Penix at 8, so
Yep. No,
I don't rule it out.
I think that would be a reach if they took Bo Nix. But, there's some good talent left on the board. You mentioned Bowers, the top tight end, top-rated tight end. And as far as wide receivers, Odunze's gone. Who else?
Odunze
and
Malik Neighbors.
Malik Neighbors
and Harrison. The top 3 that were supposed to be top 10 picks are all gone. You still have guys like Brian Thomas available for wide receivers.
Ladd McConkey's still out there.
Well, Ladd McConkey, I know you keep waiting for me to. Ladd McConkey's a good player.
Oh, I know.
He's not like this little engine that could.
Yeah. No, his production was a little down last year.
He was banged up a little bit.
Yeah, he had some injuries. A.D. Mitchell.
A.D. Mitchell I like. Xavier Worthy I like.
Yep.
There's some options. We'll see which direction they end up going.
Yep. So we're close to midway in the first round. We're on the Broncos are picking 12th. Their pick is in. And then the Raiders are up after that. So.
All right. So I have my connectivity back here, Freddie.
Oh, that's good.
We should be able to get some of these picks a little quicker.
So Tamara's joining us again. In case you're wondering, Mike Dussault and Evan had to go film something for Patriots.com, so they're out there. Alex Francisco is sitting down. Let's get her headphones on. I want to get your
strong hair.
I want to get your opinion on what transpired tonight so far. So what are we doing? You're all mixed up? Just take this one.
So some of the quotes as you trying to get everybody hooked up there, Freddie, from Drake May, who is meeting with the media or has already met with the media. I'm stoked. I'm super pumped. Sounds like Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
One of the best nights of my life. I can't wait to get started and get to work. So certainly the right kind of attitude coming in. He's a guy I think that's going to put in the work, in all seriousness.
Oh, yeah.
I like the way he came across at the Combine. Now, in fairness, I like the way Jaden Daniels came across at the Combine, too. And Caleb Williams, I thought all 3 of those top quarterbacks were impressive in Indy. I thought they were felt very comfortable to me when they spoke.
Poise.
Yeah, Tamara, you were there. You could probably speak more on that than me.
Yeah, I thought they were comfortable, poised. I thought they all handled the media well, especially have a lot of people there who – there's a lot of questionable people there, I would say, at the Combine in terms of who's asking questions. Cutting in and out.
Yeah.
So the Broncos did take Bo Nix.
They did?
Wow. Yeah. Okay, we're surprised.
Wow.
So
wait, can you hear me now?
6 guys in the first 12 picks.
Amazing. There are a lot of interesting people at the Combine asking questions. There were a lot of, specifically one that was asked by Caleb Williams, and they handled it well. Like, no matter what the question was, I thought they went out there and were adults.
Alex.
Hey.
Welcome to the show.
Howdy.
What do you think?
I'm excited. How did you guys react?
Well, you.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're
first.
right.
I'm asking
when
the
you
question.
when you saw it was Drake May.
When I saw it was Drake May, I was near where the players were signing autographs. So I was like, oh, this would be a great video, getting Kendrick Bourne, Pop Douglas, all reacting to the pick. So there I am in place, getting my shot. Kendrick's giving the camera some eyes. So the pick is made. The crowd goes crazy, and a kid in a UNC jersey, Drake May jersey, was so excited, he literally trampled me. So I'm sitting here taking a video of Kendrick, and all of a sudden the camera, you just hear a clap, and it just goes crazy.
You got blindsided.
Yeah, and he was a big boy, too. Like, He was definitely a kid, but he's eating his steak and
You okay?
potatoes.
We got a workman's
Yeah,
comp,
we're good. No
thing
workman's
coming
comp
up? No?
situation,
Okay,
but
all right.
the heels might have been devastating.
But you
if
say,
I was
you say you were
positioned.
excited.
Yeah, I was excited.
Is this the guy that you wanted?
It wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't? Who did you want?
I don't know. I couldn't, honestly, I really couldn't sell myself
on any of them.
the quarterbacks.
Well,
like,
that's good. Thanks. Thanks for trying.
But
I didn't want this guy. Who'd you want? I don't know.
no, I probably wanted like Harrison Jr., honestly.
Makes
but
sense. No, that makes
what
sense.
the heck do
Yeah.
I know?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Just
Not
like
much.
us.
He was
You
just
know?
like us.
At that time, if you're just looking at value, he was probably the best football player on the board after Caleb Williams.
Totally. That's
You know,
how I felt.
Some
but
people might have thought he was even a better football player than Caleb Williams. But he's
you're-
not a quarterback.
It's like Gerard just told the fans they saw Drake May at 3. You got to get Drake May at 3. So if that's how they feel, they're convicted. It seems like from their press conferences that they've been working on scouting this guy for quite a few months, ever since they found out Washington was going to take Daniels. So if they're happy, I'm happy. And he seems like a great kid. He really does. So I'm excited to work with him. He seems like he has a good head on his shoulders, hard worker, seems like a really humble kid too.
Speaking of, he's talking to our fans right now at the party.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he is actually finishing up a WebEx call with the crowd here at the draft party. So he just finished that up.
And whatever he's saying, they're liking it.
Yeah, and I guess he's already talked to our media.
Yep.
So we've recorded that, and at some point we'll let our fans listen to that first press conference he did with the media. So
I hope he's ready to trade in that UNC Tar Heel blue.
Yeah,
for
we're gonna
some
get
navy
rid of
blue.
that.
Oh, you don't like the
It's gotta
Carolina
go.
blue?
It's got to go. It's got to go.
yeah, okay.
It's got to go. There's Evan.
Evan's coming back.
Howdy.
Evan has returned from his hit.
Evan, once you get your microphone on, I have a quick question for you in reaction to what the Broncos did.
Do you know that like another quarterback is gone?
Did Bo Nix go?
Yeah.
12.
To the Broncos.
6 of the first 12 picks quarterbacks.
That's incredible. I mean, look, as much as people wanted to act like it wasn't true or have their own opinion, Elliot Wolf and Gerard Mayo are insistent that there are 6 quarterbacks in this class that were worth first-round picks. And the rest of the league, obviously,
everybody else
agrees.
It's one of those things where I think people will be surprised, and I am surprised.
Yeah.
I'm one of people.
Yes.
But it doesn't really change as much in the league as we think it does. They think, the way Evan just said, 6 quarterbacks, and the proof is in the pudding when they go in the first 12 picks.
Yeah, so just separate from that, I was just walking through the draft party here, and this place is buzzing.
Yeah.
I mean, this place is absolutely buzzing. People are like high-fiving me. They know I'm a Drake May guy. Everybody's excited. He just addressed the folks here. He was on the Jumbotron already. I took a picture of it. You know, he's jacked up. The fans are jacked up. I mean, I've been to a couple of these. I've never seen a crowd this big before and this excited before about a Patriots
I've been
draft
to
pick.
a lot more than a couple of these.
Yeah.
And I've never heard a reaction like we heard
I agree.
tonight.
I will say, one of the things that makes me happy seeing that 6 quarterbacks have gone in the first 12 picks is that there haven't been that run on tackle and wide receiver yet. So if we do want to trade up, a lot of the guys are still there because a lot of people have wasted their pick on a quarterback,
And
like the
when
Falcons.
I was in the other room over in the club, Gerard was addressing the fans. He said, "Hey, everyone, stick around till the end of the round," and gave a little wink. So I don't know if you want to read into that.
I
but
do think that they are very interested in trading up into the bottom of the first round.
Do you think the intrigue is more for that weapon on offense or for that big guy, the house on offense?
Yeah, so let's look at it. Let's go over who's left in terms of wide receivers and tackles.
Malik Neighbors is gone. Adunze is gone.
Yep.
Marvin Harrison's gone.
We just went over the wide receivers. It's
Brian
Thomas, Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell,
Ladd McConkey,
your guy.
Yeah. Roman Wilson.
Yeah, Roman Wilson probably a little bit later.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's still a handful of guys.
And then as far as
that are
tackles
available.
goes,
Keon Coleman, I know Evan and I do not like him as much.
Yeah.
But those are the guys that you're talking about bottom for.
Brian Thomas Jr.
maybe
would
day
be
2.
And in terms of tackles, there's Talisi Fuaga out of Oregon State. There's Mims, the huge guy out of Georgia.
I like Amarius
So
Mims, but
can
I don't
we
know
just
who's
get like a
available.
hand raise for like who's more comfortable with like waiting for like the 5th, 6th best tackle over the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th best wide receiver? Like which one's?
No, that's a good question. So would you rather have the 5th best tackle or the 5th best receiver? Let's start there.
And I would say tackle.
You'd say tackle.
Right, but
More of a sure thing?
But if you're going like 8th, I would say wide receiver.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Well, how far would you say the drop-off is in the top, 3 receivers to that 5th in terms of talent?
That's another good question. But I think there are a handful of tackles that are first-round guys, and Evan knows these guys much better than I do, but the Fatanu,
Tyler Guyton, Fugawa,
these
Mario
guys,
Smith. So
once those guys are gone, I don't think there are guys that can play right away.
So then,
whereas wide receiver, I think there's probably 20 guys.
So then your trade up, Paul, you would want the tackle.
If they traded up, I kind of would want the tackle, because I think they're going to be gone soon. But we'll see. I mean, like you said, there's 2 quarterbacks that got taken that I wasn't expecting. Those took the spots, in my opinion, of 2 offensive skill guys.
So the Raiders took Brock Bowers, so he's now.
Okay. So
let's just say that you have a chance to go from 34 to 32 or 31, okay, and Arnold, the cornerback from Alabama, is still there.
Arnold. Yeah.
Do you go cornerback because of the value?
I think the value in this draft at corner is in the depth, and I would say with both them and edge rusher, like if you really feel like corner's a need, I think in the 3rd or 4th round, because you have Gonzo, so you're not looking for that stud number 1 corner. You're looking for the guy that's going to be the number 2 corner to Gonzo. So I think you have some depth there that you can wait on that. I just look at receiver, especially with Drake May. And we asked Elliot, I asked Elliot about skill set and how that translates and stuff. He mentioned downfield, speed. Get downfield threats so that Drake May can throw the ball down the field. I just look at that. I hear Gerard Mayo talk about Drake May's toughness in the pocket and his ability to stare down pressure, which I think is probably one of his best traits, is just his ability to navigate and manage pressure in the pocket and then handle taking on pressure. I just don't know if they necessarily need to jump at tackle as much as right now. Is Kendrick Bourne your number 1 receiver? And I love Kendrick Bourne for what he is, but he's not a number 1 receiver. He might not even be a number 2 receiver on a good team. So I think when you really start to look at the receiver talent, if a Brian Thomas Jr. falls, if an A.D. Mitchell falls, if Xavier Worthy is there, you talk about speed, go get the fastest guy in the draft, and now you have some speed. Those guys I would put maybe a little bit ahead of some of the tackles that I expect to be there. The last thing I would just say, you took Drake May, who's the ball of clay. With the 2nd pick in the draft, do you take more of a sure thing? Are you a little bit more careful about development and not really? Because if you take a guy, I really like Kingsley Su'Mattia from BYU, but if you take Kingsley Su'Mattia and Drake May, you're boom or bust in this draft. It's either going to be an absolute home run, or 2 years from now everybody's going to be fired.
Okay.
But I feel, and call me a little bit old school here, but I am picturing Sandra Bullock in the beginning of Blindside when she's explaining how important it is, these offensive linemen, that left tackle is for this young quarterback. I think that you have to get a tackle. If you're going to trade up, you got to get the tackle, get the insurance, protect him. He's going to need it. So I'm putting my Sandra Bullock hat
on. The way
on.
we saw things play out with Mac, I mean, whoever you want to blame it on, the fact is that his protection was always sketchy.
I just want to prepare for the shocker.
Oh, God.
Other than wide receiver or tackle, who's a guy who could drop that you would have to take at 30, let's say?
Well, Dallas Turner's still on the board. So one of those edge rushers, Dallas Turner, Leitu Latu, Jared Verse, all those guys I think
would love Latu.
are top 20 talents in this draft. That because of all the quarterbacks and all the offensive talent that's going at the top, if one of these guys continues to fall down the board, you look at Matthew Judon getting a little bit older, Josh Uche only under contract for 1 year. You start to think about edge rusher as a 2025 and beyond type of need. Heck, I love Matthew Judon. If you get one of those guys and it's at the end of the 1st round, do you think about trying to flip Judon tomorrow for a pick?
Yeah.
Something along those lines. So if you get one of these guys that everybody has, Leitu Latu has an injury red flag. So he had a very, very severe injury. That's what's causing him maybe to fall a little bit. But Verse and Dallas Turner are lasting this long because of 6 quarterbacks going in these first 14 picks.
Yep.
Yeah. I will say, despite his injury history, though, listening to him talk specifically at the Combine, you like those guys who have fought through adversity. Like, there was a point where he never thought he was going to be able to play football again, and to fighting back to where he is today, hopefully going in the 1st round, it's like, those guys are going to be great to be out on the field for you, fighting through adversity, like through games when you're down 10, 12 points. Like, you have a guy like that who's been through a lot.
No, it's very exciting time. Just want to remind people that the sun's out and the fun's out. Get ready for warmer weather with the latest in stock and ready to ship outdoor styles from Bob's Discount Furniture. Shop everything from weather-resistant wicker seating and barbecue-ready bar and dining sets to on-trend indoor-outdoor rugs, umbrellas, and decor. Shop in and shop now, or stop in and shop now to embrace springtime at Bob's Discount Furniture, the official furniture store of the New England Patriots. So get ready. Get ready for summer.
I'm excited. I'm ready for summer.
This is, we call the draft like a tentpole event, you know. Next tentpole event coming up, I guess, is mandatory minicamp, right?
Yeah, and Brady Day.
And what day?
Brady Day.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a
outlier.
But those are both at the same time.
Do you count like OTAs as tentpole events?
Well, no, I don't, because
it is now.
They've
got a quarterback. There's no difference between minicamp and
Touche.
OTAs, except for it's mandatory
well,
for
it's
all
3
the
days
players.
in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like,
I mean,
it's the same practice that we're going to watch.
Okay.
But I think they're all important, is what I'm saying.
No, they're all
I think
important.
there's more tentpoles.
But I'm talking about
trying to pump up the coverage.
No, like, to me, like, a tentpole is like our media coverage. Is,
of course, I have to miss one of those.
Yeah. So, yeah. But my point is, it'll be there before you know it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating, those OTAs and mini camps, because as much as we want to be patient with Drake May, I don't want to put any expectations on him. In shorts and a T-shirt, he's going to look awfully good, you know. And he's just throwing out there in mini camp, and there's nobody actually hitting him, and you know he's just out there slinging it. I mean, I was at his pro day, and it was a show. It was an absolute laser show. I mean, you're just watching him throw these off-platform balls, 40, 50 yards in the air to Tez Walker perfectly in stride, and you're like, I mean, what more could you want? And you see, Gerard Mayo, Elliot Wolf, the Commanders brass, all standing right behind him, watching him throw, and all of their jaws are on the floor. Like, everybody's jaw was on the floor. And you started to think about, all right, well, we talk about this all the time, Paul. You don't want to overhype shorts and a T-shirt, right? You don't want to get into, but I'm telling you that people are going to see him throw live for the first time in the media, and all the reports out of training camp and mini camp and all that are going to be like, this guy can sling it. And at what point does that pressure start to ramp up to get him out there?
Yeah, I mean, the media is very quick to make judgments. Like KJ Osborne is already making, a big impact on the team.
Significant contributions. I agree with Ev on this, and I think it's easy to sit back today on April 25th or whatever it is and say, Drake May is not going to play this year. He's not going to play as a rookie. And then, as Fred sort of threw out some different hypotheticals, well, what if you're 2-7 and your offense is still, as Fred likes to say, very easy to defend, and your quarterback, you're hearing behind the scenes, is making incredible progress in practice? It's going to be hard to not get him out there and sort of feed into that hype.
Absolutely, and I think that's where Gerard Mayo and Elliot Wolf, they need to stick to their guns on this. If the plan is to sit him for a certain period of time, then you can't let the pressure from the outside, because they're not winning right off the bat next season, get to you and make a brash decision to put him out there. If you really feel like he needs to sit behind Jacoby Brissett, even if it's for the full season, if that's what you think is what's best for Drake May for the next 10 years, it's not about 2024, it's about him for the next 10 years. And if you think that the best path is Patrick Mahomes' path or Jordan Love's path, and that's what you got to do. You got to stick to it.
So Evan, the Oregon State, is it
Talise Fugawa?
Talise, okay, Fuaga.
He went to the Saints?
He goes to the Saints. So that's another tackle. The tackles are going to start coming.
Is that the second one?
The tackles and wide receivers are going to come.
That's the fourth tackle already. Yeah. You start to talk about Mims now. Tyler Guyton, obviously, as well, from Oklahoma. Those are the two next guys on the board. Whether or not you think Troy Fontenot is a tackle is a debatable thing that people have. He's a little bit undersized to play tackle. So he's another one from Washington that I view as a tackle. Some people view him as a guard. And then you start to get into the next wave, the Jordan Morgans and the Kingsley Suamatias, Roger Rosengarten, Blake Fisher. Those guys are all people that people expect to go tomorrow night, not tonight. So you're starting to run out a little bit here.
So that's why I'm starting to think that if we're trading up, it's probably going to be a tackle, because they're flying off the board.
But the receivers aren't. So
That's true.
If you Brian Thomas Jr. to me, I said something about this the other day. If you could pair a receiver in this draft, take out the top 3 because you weren't getting any of those guys.
Yeah.
Out of all the next guys, if you could prepare one receiver in this draft with Drake May, it's Brian Thomas Jr. because he's got 4.3 speed, but he's also 6'3", so he's got the length that if the ball isn't perfectly placed, that he's got that catch radius to go outside his frame, and he's got a very good body control to go up and get passes that are maybe high pointed, low to high to the side, whatever. If the ball placement isn't perfect, then Brian Thomas has the accuracy erasing catch radius to pair with him and the 4.3 speed. So you talk about speed, vertical ability, all of those things. Brian Thomas Jr. checks all of those boxes.
So you think you get more value picking Brian Thomas Jr. and then potentially getting the, 10th best tackle later on in the draft. You have time to develop him because you're comfortable with your current offensive line.
Yeah, I think you're a little comfortable with it, and I also just think that Drake May is one of those guys that doesn't necessarily need the protection to be perfect.
Yeah.
I think he's mobile enough to get outside the pocket. I think he's got enough arm talent to throw it off platform if he has to. So I'm not looking at it and saying we need to build a brick wall in front of this guy or else he's going to fail, like I would maybe with a Jaden Daniels or a Michael Penix. This is a different kind of cat. This guy can move around.
So how many wide receivers do you have, with solid first-round grades?
So I have Brian Thomas Jr. and A.D. Mitchell in the next tier. And then I have a tier below that, which I call, potential to be wide receiver ones in the league, but have major red flags that might deter them from that.
Okay, so if you get beyond Mitchell, are you now saying not worth trading up into the first round to get?
Yeah, I would say so. The only guy that, Xavier Legette, if Carolina truly is going to take him at 33, and there's no other way, the only way that you can get Xavier Legette and you really feel convicted about it is to jump Carolina, then maybe I could be talked into that. But I look at the next wave of receivers after that as guys that are probably more in that high-end wide receiver 2 category, like a Devontae Smith type, who's really good player.
So you could sit and wait till 34, most likely.
Right. Yeah,
and then the tackles, I think it's, we're looking at Mims?
Yeah, Mims and
maybe Guyton?
Yeah.
So there's chances are those targets aren't going to be available where you realistically can trade up.
Yeah.
Because you're only dealing with the 34th pick.
Right.
So how much do you want to give up in the future to go from 34 to how high?
So, the trade package that has been done before is 34, the Patriots' 4th round pick, and the extra pick they got for Mac Jones would be enough to get into the mid-20s, 25, 26, 27, which is where you jump Buffalo, you jump Kansas City, and these wide receiver needy teams to maybe jump on the last wave of true first-round talents at that position.
Yep.
But then you start talking about Keon Coleman, Xavier Legette, Troy Franklin, Ladd McConkey. Those guys, to me, are all guys that are probably at their best if they're the second guy. Not the first
see, and
guy.
that's the thing that's kind of, I think, interesting because Buffalo and Kansas City both absolutely need wide receivers. But they can take a guy that you have in your other tier.
Yeah.
Because of Mahomes and Allen.
Right.
They'll
elevate
them. They don't need to trade above somebody because the one guy they like is A.D. Mitchell or Xavier Legette.
Right. They go and get Xavier Worthy in Kansas City, and he's Tyreek Hill 2.0 right there. They'll be able to find ways to get him off the line of scrimmage and get him open with Andy Reid. You look at the guys, Elliot Wolf said last week to us, do we have the guy on the backside of the offense that can beat single coverage consistently, that 3-by-1 receiver? And the answer he said point blank is no. So you start talking about ex-receivers, you start talking about guys that can play on the outside, guys that can beat press coverage, and it's really A.D. Mitchell, it's Brian Thomas Jr., and then the rest of these guys are not going to be that. They're going to be more finesse speed receivers, which I particularly, I like those types of guys too. But if you're really looking for that big body explosive outside receiver, you're starting to run out a little bit in this tier. Guys that would make sense at 34.
So you're saying it's going to be a receiver, or it should be a receiver if we trade up.
I just think personally that if you're going to draft a quarterback like Drake May, and then not pair him with a young receiver that they can develop together and blossom together, hopefully, then I think you're doing him a disservice. And it's going to be tough.
The pick is in for the Colts at 15. I just don't think that there's going to be that ex-receiver that Evan's talking about available low enough in the first round for the Patriots to be able to go get. I think they're going to be gone.
I think that too, and that's why one of the guys I liked is not really he's not an outside guy per se. He has enough height, is Troy Franklin from Oregon, because I think he's a different kind of, like, Evan will call you'll call him a Z receiver, I assume. I don't like to use the letters.
Yeah,
I like to let you do that.
He's definitely a Z to me.
He's
but
like a Brandon Cooks, though. Like, he can go vertical, and I like that. I like a big play, a Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
Like not like a shifty between the numbers slot, which, as you know, I am tired of.
Yeah, so I compared Troy Franklin to Jerry Jeudy. I see a lot of similarities with them because their weaknesses are hands and play strength. He doesn't have, he's ball tracking and his ability to catch the ball over his shoulder needs some work, and he's 175 pounds. So a lot of people look at Troy Franklin as Tyquan Thornton 2.0 because he's rail thin and he's tall. He's 6'2", 175. It's a very similar build to Tyquan Thornton.
Colts took the first defensive player.
Who? Dallas Turner. Latu. So I'm surprised that Dallas Turner is not the first defensive player off the board. I thought he really would be. But Latu, the explosiveness in the bend, it's really his ability to bend the corner that's extremely impressive. And he had a great week in Mobile at the Senior Bowl as well.
Okay. What about my guy, Johnny Wilson? 6'6"?
Talk about third or fourth round.
Yeah.
Definitely someone that's got the size to play on the outside, I'll tell you that.
So, can I just ask you one thing? And this is not a criticism because you've done the research. As I pointed out on Tuesday, I have not.
Yeah.
Why are you so enamored with a big guy who can't run?
Oh, he can run.
Well, he's like 4'6".
Yeah. You come into the league at that?
He can run.
You're going to end up being a tight end in a year.
It's long
He's
strides.
a Twinkie away from a tight end.
Long
a Twinkie away from a tight end.
Johnny Wilson
that
can run.
Quote.
Johnny Wilson's problem is he can't catch. So that's his issue.
Well, that doesn't help.
Then it sounds like he's a basketball player.
It's the
most. What are we doing?
It's the most bizarre film I've watched this entire draft process, where you have this 6'6", 230-pound receiver that you think is going to win all these contested catches, and he can't catch.
No,
it's bizarre.
Yeah, in all honesty, I wouldn't take him higher than the 5th round, but or even 6th.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's totally different.
He's going to go higher than that, I think.
Well, I'm all for like a guy with a bunch of traits that hasn't put it together,
right? And
you take a day 3 flyer on him. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. We'll catch up with what else is going on and see if the Patriots move back into the first round.
By the time this Patriots fan is finished drinking his Pepsi,
where you get your pick of our
you'll be
best
15
deals.
seconds
like
closer
my plan,
to game
where
time.
you can pick the perks you want
Patriots
and save on every one.
Better
For limited
Pepsi.
time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you
Without
can get
good
my plan
blocking,
for
your
our
team's
best
not
price
going
ever.
anywhere.
Get
Cisco
exactly
blocks
what you
cyber
want in your
attacks
phone
for
plan
customers
and only pay
around
for
the
what
world,
you need.
including the
Bring your
entire
phones
Fortune
to your
100
Verizon
and the
store
NFL.
today and get
Because
my
when the
plan.
game is on the
Deals won't
line,
last.
and it's always on
It's
the
your
line,
Verizon.
the NFL relies on Cisco.
When someone accidentally threw away the school play costumes,
Oh no.
replacements were shipped with FedEx. And with picture proof of delivery, everyone could focus on the perfect opening night. FedEx, where now meets next. For residential delivery only.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
When someone accidentally threw away the school play costumes,
Oh no.
replacements were shipped with FedEx. And with picture proof of delivery, everyone could focus on the perfect opening night. FedEx, where now meets next. For residential delivery only.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
When someone accidentally threw away the school play costumes,
Oh no.
replacements were shipped with FedEx. And with picture proof of delivery, everyone could focus on the perfect opening night. FedEx, where now meets next. For residential delivery only.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
When someone accidentally threw away the school play costumes,
Oh no.
replacements were shipped with FedEx. And with picture proof of delivery, everyone could focus on the perfect opening night. FedEx, where now meets next. For residential delivery only.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
All right, we're back here with the special Patriots Unfiltered live show from the Patriots Draft Party, which is sponsored by Bud Light. And this show, by the way, is presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com. So thank you, Toyota. Mike Dussault has joined us back doing whatever the hell you were doing. I don't know.
Videos, you know.
Videos.
Letting the girls get the time.
TikToks.
I will say, though, Fred, you mentioned it seemed the roar was great when the selection was made. I mean, this is my fifth draft party, actually fourth, because we didn't do an actual draft party in 2020, but the crowd is crazy over there. I mean, you got it's. I mean, this is as packed as I've seen it. Probably, of course, third overall pick. You knew there was going to be some early action, but people are hanging out playing ping pong and hanging around waiting to see if the team might trade back up and see if they can put another player here on the board. But no, just great energy out there. It seems like fans are pretty happy.
No, it was. I mean, that was nothing short of a roar.
I taped it. I know. I got a good video of it, and you can tell. I mean, it just went up. At first I was like, are they the TV? Are they pumping in the TV as well?
Right.
Like it
We're
sounded
like
that.
pumping in noise.
Right. Right.
So when I was walking back to the table, I saw a Michigan J.J. McCarthy jersey with a Champions hat on, and poor guy looked depressed. He's
got to get to Minnesota.
That his guy didn't get picked. He was just sitting there like so upset that the Patriots didn't take J.J. McCarthy.
Well, in the admin level, we have a little bit of a Michigan, contingency that we're really pushing for J.J. McCarthy. When Gerard first got hired, one of the first things he did as head coach is he met with the staff of the administration level, and they all showed up and they got to ask questions, and they started asking J.J. McCarthy questions, and they kind of shut that down. So they must be, disappointed. But I think we got the best quarterback available.
I mean, I was just going to say, Fred, I mean, the Bo Nix thing, Penix going earlier. I mean, everybody thought, Bo Nix, maybe he'll sneak into the first round. But it just shows that these teams are willing to take the chance because that's how valuable the quarterback position is. And, I can't imagine the Patriots trading down and the talk would be at the moment that, they're going to, get Penix or Bo Nix. No, those guys are going quick. No. It just shows the value of the quarterback position. The Patriots were lucky to be in position of one of those guys, the top three.
And, despite all the rumors, I don't think there was ever a doubt on the part of the football staff that Drake May was going to be their guy.
Yeah, Elliot Wolf mentioned in his press conference with the media that it was weird to read all of these rumors and all of these suggestions of these other quarterbacks that they were into when they've known for weeks that Washington was going to take Jaden Daniels, the Patriots were going to take Drake May.
I mean, he even said to us that he goes, we actually thought we did a pretty good job of keeping it under wraps because we've known, that he's been the guy for weeks. Yeah. So I think that's part of it. And I would also give them credit. We don't know how it's going to unfold, right? But they knew that if they traded down, addressing quarterback wasn't going to happen.
Yep.
6 guys went in the first 12 picks.
Right.
So if they wanted a quarterback, they knew they better take one at 3, because if we trade down, we're probably not going to get a guy, let alone the guy we want.
Yeah, the drop-off is pretty significant with the questions, with Penix and Nix. I mean, Nix is just that's a crazy one to me. I mean, obviously you respect Sean Payton and everything that he did with, Drew Brees in New Orleans, but, it shows they knew they had to take that guy then, because after that, now we're getting into Spencer Rattler territory pretty
already,
quick.
Yeah.
I
mean, at his absolute ceiling, I could see how Sean Payton could see a little bit of Drew Brees and Bo Nix. Just accurate, going to make the right decisions, throw on time, really, really good in the short game. I could see it, but the 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks to me as well speaks to next year's quarterback class.
Yeah.
And we've talked a lot about it, and everybody always says, oh, wait a second, someone will come out of nowhere and it won't matter. I think the league is telling you that next year's quarterback class stinks.
It might be the Kenny Pickett year.
Yeah,
right.
And we're going to get into a situation where if Bo Nix was in the 2025 quarterback class, he might have been the best quarterback available, but it just happens to be in this quarterback class, he's the 6th best quarterback available. So I think for the Patriots' thought process, that had to have played a role as well, that if we just punt on quarterback and we just try to load up the roster this year, there's nobody waiting for us in 2025 that's going to be on Drake May's level.
Yeah, because, even this, going into 2023, Caleb Williams was already established, Heisman Trophy winner.
Yep.
Drake May had a better year 2022 than he did 2020. So he at the end of 2020, he was already a high prospect.
Yep.
Now, Jaden Daniels kind of came out of nowhere. He didn't have the production until 2023. But, the point is they had 2 guys at least that coming into 2023 where you knew were going to go pretty high.
Yeah.
That's not the case yet for 2024.
No.
But now somebody will emerge. Somebody on one of the bigger teams.
Daniels next year.
Yeah, somebody will have a big season on one of the better teams, and his stock will rise. But right now, I don't know who that is.
No, but whoever can do it. If you're one of those quarterbacks that you're going into your senior, your junior year, and you feel like you're poised for a big year. It's there for the taking. You look at what Bo Nix did. Teams are going to be desperate for quarterbacks next year that really need them. So, a guy could earn himself a lot of money. You got to imagine there's a top 10 pick just waiting to happen if a guy can have a great year.
But you also look at it and how many of those guys are actually going to break out like Jaden Daniels did? If you're lucky, you get one. Yeah. Which means if you don't have the first overall pick in the draft, you're not getting them.
Yeah.
Right? So, the quarterback, if he emerges and he ends up having a year like Jaden Daniels has, he's going to be the number 1 pick in the draft next year.
Byron Murphy, the second, taken by Seattle with the 16th pick.
He's a nightmare. He's one of those.
Interior pass rusher in that similar undersized, like Aaron Donald type of mold.
He's an interior pass rusher.
Yes.
Right?
First step explosiveness. Ed Oliver is a great comp because you don't want to comp anybody to Aaron Donald. Like Aaron Donald's maybe one of the best DTs of all time. So Ed Oliver is very in the similar mold, but a little bit lesser of a player. So I like that comp.
But this guy's built like a brick house.
Yeah. But him and Sweat. Sweat, is a monster next to him. But it's a good pick for Seattle. You go back to some of the fronts that they had with Michael Bennett. That's kind of the mold a little bit. He's been a little bit more on the edge, but. Yeah, good pick. I'm still just kind of blown away. You spend so much time talking about this stuff, and then Penix and Nix both go within whatever it is, the top 12 picks. It's just as much as everybody are experts, like nobody are experts too.
Yeah. So the Vikings are back on the clock. They traded up from 23 to 17. So the Vikings are back on the clock now, with the Jaguars trading back.
Okay. We'll see what the Vikings end up doing.
Yeah. So the Vikings. There's a lot of defensive guys now.
Yeah, you got to think it's a defensive play. They have receivers, they have tackles.
Yeah.
You have a quarterback now, obviously, with J.J. McCarthy. So you have to think that
Dallas Turner
they're
maybe
going to go defense.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, and I'm talking down to our control room now, if you can hear me. Let me know or tell Matt Morrell if we're ready to hear the interview
with Drake May
in the media. But, whenever you guys have that queued up downstairs, let Matt Morrell know, and we'll let our fans, our listeners hear that.
That'd be great. I'd like to hear it too. We were running around while he did it.
I heard a couple of things that he was saying to the draft party here, and he's pumped. Let's go, baby. Right out of the gate.
He's got that youthful energy.
He's
about
got a
him.
ton of energy. I remember at the combine, he jumped up onto the podium, like just both feet off the ground, leaped up onto the podium and, put his hands down on the top of the podium and was like, "What's up, everybody?" And he was like ready to go.
Yep. So I'm assuming that first thing tomorrow morning, Drake May will be on a plane headed for Foxborough.
He's due his jersey presentation here on the field is at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh, we already got it scheduled.
So we'll have all of that on Patriots.com tomorrow. And as I say that, the Vikings have made their pick.
Dallas Turner.
There you go.
Another defensive guy. So we've got 3 defensive guys in a row. Little defense run going on here.
And so they just lost Danielle Hunter, right? So so they're kind of filling in, but yeah, I like what Chicago's done, in the NFC North, and certainly Green Bay has got a lot of young talent with Jordan Love, but you got to feel like Chicago now is ready to probably push them, and it's kind of like what you had in the AFC East where you had some young quarterbacks, and you're starting to see these new young teams, and especially that's the NFC version of it, but see who can emerge. And Odunze and Williams, you got to be thrilled if you're a Bears fan, see those two guys get to play together. Like Evan said, we'd love to draft them together. They both have 5th-year options.
Yeah.
5 years, lock them in.
Options,
that's the Bears. So it's been a while for them.
Even J.J. McCarthy, I said it all along. I know I killed J.J. McCarthy throughout this process for the Patriots because I just didn't see the upside of the 3rd overall pick with him. But I said all along that Minnesota was a perfect fit for him because all he's going to have to do is distribute the ball to those receivers. And he's going to be able to manage the game, and he's going to be able to do what he did at Michigan. It's not going to all be on his shoulders. That was my biggest concern with him, was that if all of it was on his shoulders to make stuff happen out of nothing, was he going to have that ability and that physical talent? I didn't think he did in Minnesota. I expect him to have a really similar season to Mac Jones in 2021, and the Vikings could be a playoff team next year because he's just good enough to get them there.
Because the Vikings are already a playoff team. Like they went to the playoffs 2 years ago, and we were talking when you guys went down, Freddie and I, like they have all the weapons. They were probably going to be a playoff team if Cousins didn't get hurt. They were only a game or so out.
And even with them out, they were a tough out last year.
Yeah, they were in it till the end.
Yeah.
Playing with Josh Dobbs throwing the ball all over the place, and then Nick Mullins coming in, throwing for 400 yards. I think it's a quarterback-friendly system.
Absolutely.
with
and
Addison.
Kevin O'Connell's great, great coach for him. Yeah.
With Addison and Jefferson and Hawkinson, they signed Aaron Jones. That's probably a pretty good place for a guy. So I guess I say this with knowing what's going to happen come like the middle of October. Yeah, he might have some success before your guy even plays.
100%.
Right.
Doesn't mean he was the better pick.
Yeah. Who do you think of those 6 though, given where they've all landed, week 1 starters of that group?
Out of the 6,
Caleb
Williams.
Jaden Daniels will start. Jaden Daniels is 23 years old.
I think Daniels will start too.
6-year college quarterback.
And I think J.J. McCarthy has a chance too.
Yeah, I agree. Paul, you just nailed it because I know this is going to come back to bite us in October and November when Drake May is still sitting behind Jacoby Brissett and J.J. McCarthy's quarterbacking the Vikings to the playoffs. But we knew that
Who's the guy? The Vikings signed a placeholder like Brissett. Was it Sam Darnold?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not convinced that J.J. McCarthy starts week 1. But I do think that if he does, and if he plays, he's set up for success quickly, like Mac Jones. And everybody did the same thing to Mac Jones. He was better than Trevor Lawrence. Remember when someone laughed at Fred? When Fred insisted, no, I wouldn't change a thing. I'd still want Trevor Lawrence. And you got laughed at.
Right. Oh, how could you?
One of the rare times I had a rally to your defense.
I feel like that's it's kind of a decent comparison to how this could go.
Yeah. But let's be fair about it. Of the first-round picks who sat in our recent memory, didn't most of them have a really good quarterback in front of them?
You're talking about like sitting for the whole year?
Yeah.
Since 2008, there's only been 2.
Okay.
Love and Alex Smith.
That sat.
That sat.
Right.
For the whole year, there's 3 altogether because I kind of count Mahomes. He only played the last game.
That's true. Yep.
But yes,
but
Mahomes sat behind Alex Smith
ahead of him.
and Love sat behind Aaron Rodgers.
Right, and they were playoff teams.
Right.
How many first-round pick quarterbacks sit?
None. Those are the only ones that sat.
Right. So
everybody else plays.
Are we going to be an outlier? Do we have?
If he doesn't play at all, you will be an outlier.
Do we have Do we have the sand to be an outlier?
That's the thing.
Stones.
It's really could be the right thing to do for Drake May. in the long run, which in the end is the right thing to do for the Patriots. But
it's hard, though.
It's hard because they don't have Alex Smith.
Right. They don't have, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Or
it's gonna be hard. But I think that could definitely be an outlier in that circumstance, and maybe Jacoby Brissett does play a little bit better than we're expecting, and he is a serviceable. They're not going to go on a run with Jacoby Brissett, but maybe he does put out a more representable product than we think, and they stick with him. We have to think in the big picture of what's best for Drake May's development.
Yeah.
And if throwing him out there to the Wolves isn't what's best for him, then we shouldn't be doing it.
That's probably going to be one of the biggest tests of Jerod Mayo's young career especially if things don't go great with Jacoby Brissett early on, because we know what it's like being in those scrums, those media sessions. I mean, everybody is going to be asking, when is it time for Drake? So that's going to be pulling at Mayo for sure, especially if things don't go great.
Yeah. What would be an indication for you that even if the Patriots' record isn't good, that, okay, it's safe to put him in?
I think if the offense just looks stagnant and there's nothing really going on and you don't really have anything to lose anymore, if it's just there's nothing here, it kind of looks like it did last year, where you got to the point with even Mac where you're just like, just put Zappy in there. It can't be any worse.
Yeah, but I'm thinking more along the lines of, again, when it's safe, you don't want to feed him to the Wolves. So let's say you're 1-5. To me, if Brissett isn't getting killed in terms of the pass rush, but like you said, the offense isn't stagnant, I find maybe okay. But if he's running for his life every game, I'm not putting Drake May into that situation until I know that my line can protect him.
I feel like I'd have to see it. I mean, we had a good conversation. I felt like, just about the philosophy of breaking quarterbacks, and I skew towards it should be hard to break a quarterback. I mean, you're going to break quarterbacks that probably aren't, ever going to actually reach an elite level. But I definitely respect the point. If the pass protection is suspect, if they don't have a left tackle who's able to protect the edge because they're basically playing right tackles or guards at their tackle positions, that in that case you don't want to get the kid killed and hurt and then you lose the whole year. But I think we'll all be, especially fans, champing at the bit to get the kid in there. I mean, that's what we're going to want to see. I mean, no disrespect to Jacoby Brissett, and it'd be fun to watch him keep the team competitive, but we're going to want to get out there and see Drake May throwing some bombs, and let's see him uncork some things.
In a way, doesn't it almost work if the offense is actually better than we expect in a lot of ways? Like if the protection is better, or if they draft one of these receivers and he's a stud, and all of a sudden it's a little bit easier for the quarterback, and you look at it and you say, well, Jacoby Brissett is getting us to this level, but we know that Drake May, or we hope Drake May is going to get us to that level. I think that's what happened in Miami with Tua. He sat behind Ryan Fitzpatrick for the first 5 or 6 games, and they were competitive with Ryan Fitzpatrick, but they knew that Tua was going to be better.
I think they had a winning record at the time they made the switch.
Right, so I almost think if the supporting cast and the foundation is actually looking pretty solid, and they feel behind the scenes that he's ready mentally to start, then I almost think if he's going to be thrown to the Wolves and Jacoby Brissett's out there getting killed and they're 1-5, just let Jacoby Brissett take it.
Right.
Sorry.
That's a great point, Evan. I really like it because it almost takes that pressure off of Mayo because, oh my gosh, the team's doing pretty good, but it does take some, Fred Sand to say, hey, we're doing pretty good, and it'd be nice to finish with, whatever it might be in that range, 7-8 wins. Maybe we put Drake May in a little early, and that holds us to 5 wins or 6 wins. But in the long run, the experience that he's going to get, and he's not going to get killed. He's got enough around him that he should be able to have a baseline of performance. So I like that. I mean, I think that would make it easy. But I think no matter what, this is going to be a hard thing for Jerod to manage. And that's what happens when you're the head coach.
Jill in New Hampshire writes in on web radio at Patriots.com. Can you compare how you're feeling right now compared to when Mac was drafted? There was a lot of hype around that too, but how does this feel different to you?
Yeah, I'm
in a whole different stratosphere.
Yeah, Paul's definitely different.
Well, I mean, that's documented.
I mean, there's a lot of overlap for me because I just think generally you want to give people the benefit of the doubt. I would just say the difference for me is that I'm intrigued by the ceiling. I'm intrigued by the athletic talent that this kid has. And with Mac, it was like, I'm excited that we have a quarterback, and I liked him coming out. And as I said earlier in the show, I saw how he would fit what Belichick was looking for. But this is a whole different level for me because of just the talent. I mean, just to get out there and watch this kid athletically perform, that's what's exciting to me. So, look, I can't be a fraud. I was excited about Mac, but I think, any player, even Cole Strange, I try to give a little bit of a benefit of the doubt at this point, because, look, a lot of these guys are going to bust. I guarantee you a handful of the guys that have already been picked here tonight are going to be bust, are not going to be NFL players, as amazingly talented as they all seem.
Probably 4 of them are going to be quarterbacks.
Right. So, that's just how it goes.
Yeah, now Marius Mims went to the Bengals here, so that means that Tyler Guyton's really the last first-round tackle that I have on my board at this point, and then you start to get into the guys that I expected to go tomorrow night. So some of these guys that you expected to go tomorrow night are going to go now at the end of the first round because of just that's the board. That's the way it's falling. A guy like Patrick Paul had some buzz as a late first-round pick because of the traits, the length, just the hulking size that he has. Maybe he is someone that ends up going to like Kansas City, something like that. They love their big tackles in Kansas City as well, Orlando Brown type. So maybe that ends up happening. But yeah, Deuce, I agree with you 100% with Mac. I think with Mac, we knew that, all right, we should have a baseline level of quarterback play if everything's around him and everything's going well, like he showed his rookie season. But there wasn't the upside excitement there. And even if it's not great in terms of wins or losses right out of the gate, Drake May's going to have some highlights that we weren't going to have with Mac Jones.
Yeah, I think my exact words back at that time was, I'm very pleased that Mac Jones is our quarterback.
There you go. That's it, right?
You know what?
Yeah.
I vaguely remember you saying that.
I really
That's
remember.
The perfect amount of
that was
just yes. That is
he was perfectly
nice.
adequate in his adequacy, as I said at the time.
And it's also the position. I mean, the quarterback is kind of the identity of the team, and so the Patriots in 2021 they badly needed that identity, and here we are again, just a few years later. They badly need that identity. But one thing I wanted to say though is, I know Bill mentioned cornerback as a need for the Patriots. I mean, that's kind of a position right now that's getting pushed down to that 34th pick. And not that I would, necessarily advocate for it. I mean, I was kind of being tongue-in-cheek when I was talking about Cooper DeJean, but I don't know. I mean, positions outside the box that they might consider outside a tackle or receiver. I still think receiver should be on the definitely in the mix.
At this point, I think if you're trading up, it's for a receiver, not a tackle.
For sure.
Unless you really like Guyton, but Guyton's going to go quickly, I would think, in the next couple picks because Mims just went and he's the last one.
It's the run,
and I would expect the run to end there. But yeah, cornerback. Quinyon Mitchell's is. And Terrion Arnold, both those guys, but I look at Quinyon Mitchell as a smaller school version of Christian Gonzalez. He's got a lot of the same traits, length, speed, size, all those types of things. Man coverage ability was great at the Senior Bowl. So he played at Toledo, but then he was great at the Senior Bowl.
The only one who watched him was Barth because he's the only one that takes in the Wednesday night Mac shoot.
Yeah, so
what else does he have to do?
The whole concern with him was level of competition, obviously, at Toledo. But then you see him at the Senior Bowl against NFL receivers, Ladd McConkey, Roman Wilson, Ricky Pearsall, all those guys that were down there, and he was maybe the best player in the practice.
I think I saw a little clip with Louis Riddick talking him up a little bit. He's a former defensive back, guy who's been in personnel. I respect his sort of evaluations a little bit more than most because he actually did it.
Yeah,
that's why I like Daniel Jeremiah.
Sure,
because he was actually in the business and knows what it, sort of
business,
how much goes into it.
Yeah, there are some corner needy teams coming up though, and one of them is on the clock right now.
The Rams,
the
Miami
Eagles,
too.
And there's a lot of
the
corners
Eagles as well
on the board now of high value.
Well, those two that Evan just mentioned, a lot of people thought they would make some sense for Seattle.
Yeah, Terrion Arnold's a really good player too. He's more versatile, I would say, than Quinyon Mitchell. Quinyon Mitchell's your prototypical outside boundary corner. Whereas Terrion Arnold can play maybe in the slot a little bit. He can travel with guys inside and outside. He's got some of that, more versatility type to him. And a lot of people like Kool-Aid too, the other Alabama corner.
I mean, listen, for me it's tempting to even though we have Gonzalez to just, fortify cornerback and just be this team that can match up with anybody.
Yeah.
But we still have to focus on offense.
Yeah.
You have to focus on offense. As much as that cornerback who might be sitting there at 34 is a higher value than maybe a wide receiver. We have to address offense.
Yeah, one of my favorite picks just went, and it's Jared Verse from Florida State just because of his story, like coming from Albany and being that good coming up from that level. I used to tell Andy all the time, the CAA is the SEC of the FCS. You know.
What about the Patriot League? Come on.
So this is the Rams' first round pick since
And you make
Jared
fun
Goff.
of Barth?
Jared Goff was what, 2016, I want to say? So
first round pick since Jared Goff.
Yeah.
That's 2016.
Yeah, and Jared Verse, power rusher, straight through people to the quarterback. And he's relentless. Great hands, great play strength. He's one of those guys that he's got that one trick, and it's darn good. You know, I think he's got to add some old tools into the toolbox, but if you want a power edge that is going to go through the pocket, that's Jared Verse.
Just to be clear, Fred.
Yeah.
I didn't know about Jared Verse until he became a Florida State Seminole.
Okay.
You weren't tracking
I wasn't
him from
well versed on his
nice.
Albany Great
Nice.
Dane days.
Well
Barth
versed.
was.
Well done.
Yeah, he had to make it to the ACC, right?
Well versed. I didn't even do that one on purpose.
Oh.
Well, yeah, with Aaron Donald obviously retiring, it's
Yeah.
you know, they need some pass rush. They're going to need somebody who can get after the quarterback.
Yep. So the Steelers are on the clock at number 20.
They're going to take that center, Graham Barton. Everybody has him pegged for Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
yeah?
so him and Jackson Powers Johnson.
I read it somewhere today.
Him and Jackson Powers Johnson from Oregon are two extremely good center prospects. And there's a couple more after that, but
you can't miss on centers in the first round. You know,
it's a deep position this
Both
year.
of those
Don't
guys
joke
were in the top
around.
25 for Brugler, though, so you got to be pretty good as a center to be that highly ranked.
It's a deep position. You know, you have Graham Barton. I mentioned Jackson Powers Johnson, Zach Frazier from West Virginia, also Tanner Bortonelli from Wisconsin, just your classic Wisconsin interior offensive lineman.
He's on my back of the envelope.
Yeah, like these.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of really people like the Georgia center too, Cedric. A lot of really good
The
centers.
entertainer, Cedric.
Exactly. Cedric Van Pran-Granger.
So the Rams are doing it up in Hermosa as they are wont to do. Looks like a party. That place is like a holdover for college kids that like never wanted to leave.
That house, the stories from that house are apparently of legend.
Oh yeah,
of what goes on in that house during the draft weekend with the Rams brass up there.
Well, I can just imagine based on what Les Snead and Sean McVay looked like after the year after they won the Super Bowl when they were laughing about the
Jordan Rodriguez has been planted
checks
in there
room
before.
Cole Strange pick.
Right.
Yeah, Jordan Rodriguez has been planted from the Athletic. She's done stories where they've let her actually sit, in the draft room and sit in the house and things like that. And off the record is much better than on the record when it comes to that. I'll tell you that.
Okay. Steelers are on the clock. Matt, can we check to see if the Drake May, it's not ready? Like, it's still in the oven or
processing?
Yeah. It's in process.
Video,
Okay.
They got to develop it and print it.
Yeah.
It's like the old magazine days.
Can I tell you, this is my most enjoyable draft show on the first round.
Now, why
we've
is
ever
that,
done.
Paul?
I just feel so relaxed that we picked at 3.
Yeah.
Everybody's happy. We don't. I mean, I guess there's still a chance they could trade up, but like, there's no like. What are they gonna do? Hurry up and wait.
Part of the fun is the harumphing.
Yeah.
No, I know, but I kind of
only
like
kidding.
this. I kind of like this better.
Yeah. I think tomorrow, assuming they don't trade back up, will be kind of similar. Get
By
right
the end
into
of the
it.
week, I'll have 100 things about Drake May that have me worried to death. You know me. I always find a concern.
Right.
Right now, I have no concerns.
I love where Paul's like, it's my curse. It's my curse.
I know you were being tongue-in-cheek earlier about the people, but don't call me being a Drake May fan now. I remember. I had the receipts.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying everybody will do that, but
No.
I had it. Unfortunately, I lost my paper. You guys always make fun of me because I write everything down. I lost it. I had a spreadsheet going. I had everybody that called in and told me how bad he was, and I wanted to hear these guys calling in a month from now and telling me how excited they are about him because I know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
couldn't agree more.
We had quite a few North Carolina listeners who were.
Yeah, Eldred will still hate him.
Well, somebody actually said we should do a wellness check on Eldred.
Eldred will still hate him. Eldred's very consistent. He's not one of these guys that I'm sort of talking about. He has his thoughts. Todd in North Carolina, I don't think liked him either, right?
Yeah.
I think he'll stick with that.
Well, I mean, Eldred will be close to Penix, though, at least down in the south there. So maybe he can.
This is perfect for him. because his guy went as high as he was on him. This
Yeah.
is a good day for Eldred in that regard.
Who was his guy?
Penix.
Oh, that's right, Michael
I have
Penix.
to give him his flowers. This is the best day for Alex Barth. Alex Barth nailed Michael Penix.
Oh, yeah?
Nailed it.
What did
nailed
he-
it. Nailed it ahead of J.J. McCarthy. Nailed it that he was going to go in the top 10. He told me 2 weeks ago.
I got to be honest with you. It doesn't make any sense.
He told me 2 weeks ago on Catch 22 that if the Patriots were going to trade from 3 to 6, they would have to take Penix at 6 because he wouldn't make it past 6. And I got to give him his flowers.
gotta feel
I
for
told
the
him
league.
he was wrong.
You have to give
But he
him-
didn't
you
have
have
him
to.
going to the Falcons.
He did not have. I don't think he had him go to the Falcons.
Who was 7? Tennessee? Wasn't Tennessee 7?
He told me that
there's no way he was going there.
I told him that it would be crazy to take Michael Penix that early because of the injury history. I think he's extremely talented. I just think it's a huge risk. But I guess the Falcons, they feel like, well, we already have Kirk Cousins. You know, if it doesn't work out injury-wise, it doesn't work out. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't rationalize.
Somebody
that
should
pick.
look on, the Twitter or whatever and see what some of the Falcons react.
Well, yeah. I mean, Kirk Cousins' reaction didn't seem great. It seemed
Well,
like
I
he
don't care
was-
about him,
yeah.
but like, what is the brass saying about the reasoning?
I don't know. It's hard because I'm so skewed by Patriots fans, and Patriots fans are Boston fans, and by nature, they come at it intense and often negative. But I don't really know what Falcon fans are like. All I know them as being beaten down by the 28-2.
Again, I don't care about the fans. What did the Atlanta brass say in terms of the reasoning for taking Penix when you have Cousins that you just spent the boatload on?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything besides that they called Kirk Cousins while they were on the clock, apparently, and told him that they were going to take Penix. I haven't seen them if they've done press conferences with their media yet. Or
I would
anything
assume
like
they
that.
have, but All right, I just curious. Just curious.
We'll do a check for you.
Yep.
Jeez, did you guys see the haul though? The Vikings trade. I mean, it's just 167, 188. They're 2025 second, third, and fourth round picks to move from 42 to 17. Just, I mean, 5 picks. It's crazy.
They're all in. They're all in.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, they're close. We talked about it before. Even last year, without a quarterback, they were a tough out.
So, Fred, $90 million cap hit, dead cap hit if they got rid of Kirk Cousins.
Yeah. I don't
12.5 they gave him in a signing bonus. So that just gets blowtorch. That's actual money.
Yeah.
You gave him $12.5 million to sign according to Spotrac.
Yeah.
So that's just money that you lit on fire.
I don't know if this is what you were asking, Fred, and tell me if it was. But I mean, did they realize that they were going to target a quarterback this high when they went and extended themselves to get Kirk Cousins? Because it was exactly what I didn't want the Patriots to do. We all said, the best thing for the Patriots to do is get Jacoby Brissett. It's the perfect kind of middle of the road, stopgap kind of a guy. I don't want to go out and pay Baker Mayfield and then draft Drake May, and then you've got 2 guys, and that's exactly what Atlanta did. They went out, they signed a quarterback to big money, and then they used this first round pick
if
on
they
it.
use that pick next year, I could understand it. But
they haven't even seen Cousins play.
Before you even do it, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Unless their scouts love Penix so much that, and he's available, they just had to take him.
No, but that's great, but it still doesn't make sense to me.
I know. Money-wise,
unless, and you said you saw something with Cousins? He's pissed?
Yeah, there's a report out there that they called Cousins when Cousins was when they were on the clock and explained to Cousins, we're taking Penix, this is why. And I guess the reaction, obviously, from Cousins' camp wasn't very positive.
So the only thing I could say as a caveat would be that they have serious concerns that Cousins is actually going to be able to play, which could trigger some kind of out in the contract, and
some kind of void.
he's not going to play.
Right.
Assuming he plays, I don't think there's anything about this that I like.
So
for Atlanta,
there's nothing yet from their brass with the press or anything like that I've seen, but there is a video of their war room, and it's Terry Fontenot and Arthur Blank, and Arthur Blank looks pissed. Arthur Blank does not look happy, and Fontenot is clearly trying to explain to him, this is why we're doing this.
Bill Belichick, crazy like a fox, not getting that job.
Well, no, but that makes sense because what's on Arthur Blank's mind?
The money.
The money.
Right. I
the
just
money.
paid this guy how much, and now this
we
kid's
need
coming
Seth
in?
Wickersham to do a story on them. A follow-up story.
Oh, no, he only does hit pieces on the page.
So he's like, So Arthur Blank, so you're telling me that we lost out on Bill Belichick, and now you're blowtorching $90 million?
Right. So he had a good scathing piece on someone else last year. I forget who now.
So
Was it Chicago?
Troy
no,
Fontenot
Dallas.
to Washington.
It was Dallas,
from
right?
Pittsburgh to Pittsburgh. Troy Fontenot, who I think is a tackle, going to the Steelers.
Yep. Miami Dolphins on
So I'm
the
still
clock.
kind of intrigued by Brian Thomas.
Yeah.
And if he gets 4 or 5 more picks here without coming off the board,
the Wolf better be on the phone.
I'd think about it. I think he's the one guy that I think would be worth giving up a pick to move up and get.
Not Ladd McConkey?
I couldn't agree more.
Sorry, Fred.
He is the one thing about Brian Thomas Jr. He's a little bit of a one-hit wonder. He had one really good year of production at LSU where he was playing off of Malik Neighbors with Jaden Daniels as his quarterback. But he led the FBS last year with 17 touchdowns. So the guy finds the end zone. He's a big play machine, 4.3 speed at like 215 pounds, can really run vertical routes from both outside and the slot. He makes a lot of sense for that. Who's the 3-by-1 guy that can beat man coverage on the backside? He definitely can do those things. But I wonder if maybe, the things that I just mentioned, the 1 year of production really was the only season that he was a big-time producer. Everybody thinks Malik Neighbors is this stud that was really the number one guy that was drawing all the coverage. Maybe that's why Brian Thomas Jr. is falling here, because I think we're almost in fall territory at this point for Brian Thomas Jr. I thought he was going to be gone in the top 20.
Yeah, and there are still some teams, one of them is on the clock. Miami to me is always a threat to take a skill guy. Because I think the way that McDaniel likes to do it, he wants to have options.
I feel like corner,
They've been rumored to really
I would go defense.
They've been rumored to really like Xavier Worthy for obvious reasons. And
there's too much speed. No one can play that. That's too much.
Yeah,
you want to get fast, draft fast players.
That's the rumor, is that, McDaniel in particular is like, imagine if I have 3 Ferraris out there at once and what I can do
it's better
with
than
this.
2?
Yeah.
3.
Yeah. I mean, he's a carbon copy of those other guys. I mean, he's not quite Tyreek Hill, obviously, but I think he's in the same category as Waddle. Like, I don't think that's a terrible comparison.
Yeah.
All right, the pick is in for Miami. What are we hearing on the Twitter sphere?
It's the scuttlebutt here.
Anything?
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't really been trying. I've been trying to just let it come.
The Dolphins took Chop Robinson, edge rusher from Penn State, who he'll give Drake May some problems. He is an absolute screamer off the edge. There's clips of him rushing the passer where the tackle isn't even out of his stance yet, and Chop Robinson's already by him. He's got elite first step explosiveness off the edge.
And it's another example of how McDaniel wants to sort of structure his team. He's just wants to be faster than you at every spot that he can. I thought that before they got hurt, Chubb and Phillips, I thought played pretty well. I thought Chubb had a nice bounce back year last year, because I kind of thought
they both had injury issues.
I thought he was kind of overrated when he left Denver, and I didn't really think he had much of an impact. I do think he had an impact last year, and I thought Phillips was really good.
Yeah. Do we care what C.J. Stroud says about Drake May?
Sure.
He says Drake May is the most NFL-ready quarterback from this year's draft.
I think he's probably right. Thanks, CJ.
Okay.
I'm very curious by that.
Who asked him? Why?
Who asked him, and why did he answer?
I think he's on a panel tonight.
Okay.
He's on some TV show.
Yeah.
See, if I didn't ask, I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
And I would kind of think that C.J. Stroud was overstepping his bounds, but now I don't.
Yeah, you mentioned Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips, much different type of player. Chop Robinson, like those guys are long, heavy-handed, that are trying to push the pocket, whereas Chop Robinson's trying to just run the corner around your tackle. So he's a really, really fun player to watch, but he's not very well-rounded right now. He's going to be a third-down pass rusher early on in his career if he can round out his game to play the run a little bit more effectively. And Bill would hate him.
Wasn't he kind of disappointing at Penn State?
A little bit production-wise. And a lot of people like the guy on the other side, too. Idris Isaac a lot as a D2 guy. But Chop Robinson is not a Patriot edge setter. He's not a guy that's going to hold his gap and not get past the quarterback, and in the run game he's going to press blocks and all. This is a guy that's going to want to scream off the edge.
Mike Lombardi has chimed in on the Falcons pick.
Oh yeah, I bet he.
What did he say?
He says, I can see why Belichick wasn't in the Falcons' top 3 of head coaching candidates. They are on a different.
That's a good line.
They are on a different level than anyone. 169 to in 170 since 2003.
Oh, geez.
So just below 500.
He's going back 20 years to drag him over the coals?
Yeah.
Come on, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Who had a better record the last 5 years, out of curiosity? Because I bet you it's about the same.
Well, they did beat Atlanta without half their team.
Oh, I remember that Thursday night one.
A couple years ago.
Without half Atlanta's team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Kyle Van Noy had like the. Remember that? They scored like 3 touchdowns in the last like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
like,
Mac really excelled that night. Yeah.
Made some good throws. Also had a terrible pick that
he did have a good touchdown, though. I think Aguilar streaking across the field. If memory serves.
He also threw one right to AJ Terrell.
Well, these things happen.
Well, he's good. AJ Terrell's really good.
Sorry.
This isn't
the like
it's a Jacksonville problem now.
Hi, Tamara.
This is what happens when you pick third.
What you been up to?
Shooting a stand-up.
Shooting a stand-up.
What's going on back there? Is there still are people sticking around to see if the Patriots? I feel like if they trade back in, it's starting to clear out.
Some fans are.
Yeah.
Also, I ran across a lot of people with Mac Jones jerseys that have tape over it. It says May. So they've already made custom-made May jerseys.
Oh, trade-ins.
So
we got to do some trade-ins.
One of those ones that only Deuce cares about. What number do we think May will be?
10.
That's what I was. He has to wear that?
It's available.
That's what he wore in college.
I think there's some question whether or not.
Want to get the juju off that?
Yeah.
One could be available.
Why?
I don't know
His
for
juju
sure
is
if Rager's switched to one.
Mac Jones?
No, Mac.
I feel like
May's juju is
one
10.
needs to
I
be
know,
retired.
but 10, last person to wear 10 here.
Yeah.
You know.
I think it's right now based on what's available. 1, 6, 10, 13.
Not 13.
I don't really love any of those.
No, I like 10. 10's fine.
Do we have a 17?
That's Bryce Behringer now.
Okay.
I
asked.
How dare you?
I asked.
How dare you? He's our
I would just
punter,
like
Paul.
to say that if we drafted JJ, there was no way he was getting 9.
Oh, no.
Not a chance.
No.
Who's 9?
Judon.
Oh, that's right.
Not
Matt
a chance.
Judon. Yeah.
Not a chance.
Well, if Judon's on the team.
Yeah, that's true.
Evan and Mike, I don't know. Did you? Was it just Evan?
Yeah,
Evan, I think Evan traded him.
He could be
I traded him
tomorrow.
Day 2
Evan
fodder.
traded him tomorrow.
I love Matthew Judon, and if they feel like his personality and his swagger and his leadership are important enough for them to hang on to him, then great. He wants to get paid again. He's 33 years old. I'm not really seeing is Matthew Judon on the next great Patriots team?
I say yes.
It's fair.
No chance. On the next great Patriots team? There might not be a guy on the Patriots.
Sorry, he's
that's on the
31.
next
I said
Patriots
33.
team.
Yeah. But, like, if you can trade him tomorrow and add another day 2 pick as a rebuilding team, like how do you not think about that?
Right.
And I love Judon, but it's just the time frame is not adding up. Like his window here has passed. He can go help a contender right now and be a Pro Bowl level player for somebody that's going to be in the hunt next year. It's not going to be here.
So I'm looking at Patriots social right now. And in Detroit, Kofi Kingston, if you're into WWE, he's with our social team. And they had him with Drake May. And he gave Drake May a championship belt. And I think Drake May was, like, floored. Like, I think, like, he was, like,
yeah,
that was, like, the best thing he probably got tonight.
I was, well, other than getting picked by the Patriots first.
Yeah, no, I mean, like he was, like, really wowed by this.
I was kind of surprised that, like, I don't know what my concept of how big Kofi Kingston actually was, but like seeing him stand next to Drake May, and Drake May kind of towers over him.
Well,
like I was
Kofi Kingston's only 6 feet.
Yeah, okay.
But he's solid.
Oh yeah.
So Drake May towers over him.
Yeah, Drake May is almost 6'5". He's 6'4.5".
Yeah, but that was pretty cool. So you can check that on a Patriots social. Kofi Kingston's with our team up in Detroit all night, and they'll be doing stuff with him.
It is super surreal, though, the last couple of years. And tomorrow, watching these guys on TV and seeing, when we saw Gonzalez, when we saw Mac a couple of years ago, and it's like, oh, they're drafted, they're on the big stage, they come walking out, they're in their suit, and then it's like you snap your fingers to tomorrow, and then all of a sudden you're going to be like standing there like talking to him down there on that field. He's going to be coming into the studio. It's always one of the cool parts of this job, getting to like right out of the gate, get right up close with these guys.
Absolutely.
What's your first question for Drake May tomorrow, Tamara? Have you thought about it?
I have a few that I'm toying back and forth with. I feel like I hate not hate because you have to ask it, but like everyone's already asked him, what was it like when you heard your name? Like, I just don't want to go with that. He's already been asked that.
Right.
You know?
I'd like to know what his history with the Northeast, Boston. Has he been here? Like, what's his experience with?
I didn't hear his answer, so we can.
No, he did get
and it was only internal.
He's definitely had to play
party.
BC, so he's definitely been up here.
Yeah.
He had to play BC, but I don't know if it was here.
Yeah. Well,
you always have to
2
play.
years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah, you have to go.
I
back
actually
and
remember
forth
the game
every
because he was on everybody's radar.
Yeah.
Even then, this is the 22 season, I think.
Yeah. The games that put him on my radar were watching Josh Downs 2 years ago and just remembering, late in the season games, like they were in the ACC championship game. They lost to Clemson, I think, but they were in the ACC championship game in 22. Drake May was ACC Player of the Year in 2022, and a lot of people at that time were not saying he was better than Caleb, but were this is a top quarterback prospect, and he had a little bit of a down year last year, and that was where some of the doubts came in.
I like that he comes from an athletic family. I definitely wanted to ask him about that, and just with his brother winning a baseball natty, one brother winning a basketball natty, obviously his dad being great, so I'm just like, it's just nice growing up.
I don't know if
in
this
a
is true.
family
Maybe
like
we
that.
can joke with him about this, but I think he's actually the smallest out of all of them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've heard things like he's the runt of the family, so to
Oh,
speak.
wow.
And so, like, that's a really athletic family. Like, that's
Yeah.
bloodlines
That he's had to really scrap to keep
My
up
God.
with.
Yeah.
100%. You
I love
imagine
that.
the backyard
Oh,
game.
can you imagine the mom having to buy food for the kids?
It's like
and,
that Gronkowski.
Fred, I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's a big part of Gronk's success.
Yeah.
I do. Every day was competition.
every
Oh,
day.
yeah.
Whatever it was,
Right.
getting
Even
the
to get
last
food,
baked
right.
potato to
Yeah.
How do you
pick up
think I became a
basketball.
Hall of Famer?
You. I know.
If I
you were
wanted to
rich.
if I wanted to play with my brother and his friends, I had to keep up.
That's
Yeah.
right.
They were all 4 years older than me.
Yeah, and I
And
think
that's how I
another
landed in the
thing,
Hall of Fame.
just-
That's right.
Just thinking
Baseball Hall
about
of
his age,
Of a
Drake May's
defunct-
only
of a
only
defunct
21 years
program.
old.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna let these two guys
Yeah.
just go off about whatever they're talking about. Drake May's only 21 years old. Like you'll, I've gotten to talk to him a few times already, but he's still a kid.
Yeah.
Oh, he looks like it. He looks lit up right now. Like his
looks
face,
like
he's
a
like,
kid.
I can't
Like, he has
believe
no facial hair.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah.
He's still a kid,
None.
and I
Peach
say
fuzz.
that as a good thing. He's got a lot of room to still grow and develop over the next couple years, and I think that's something that was different about him than a Penix or Jaden Daniels or Bo Nix. Was like those guys have been in college football forever.
Yeah.
And Drake May has only been in college football for the standard amount of time that you're supposed to be in college football, and came out as a true junior, as an underclassman. And that's usually, those guys are the ones that usually are the most talented.
So I heard Albert Breer make a point today about sort of those ages, and I thought it was interesting. There's such a difference between, McCarthy and May in terms of their age, and Penix and Nix. And he made the point, and I don't think he's wrong. If Penix, was done with Indiana before he went to Washington, he probably would have gone undrafted.
Yeah.
And if Nix had, for whatever reason, gone into the draft after he left Auburn 3 years ago, he probably would have gone undrafted.
For sure.
So there's a big difference in those, 21 to 24 is a big difference.
Yeah. It's a
And
good
I'll take
point.
the 21-year-old guy and sort of grow with him, let him learn on these steps on the way.
Yeah, rare good point from Albert. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding.
Quinyon Mitchell.
That makes so much
I love
sense.
him.
So much sense for Philadelphia. They
Yeah,
are
they-
starving
He's such a
for
good pick.
corners.
Yeah, they were decimated last year.
He's a good pick. I feel like he was just really fun to watch at the Senior Bowl,
He
honestly.
was. I thought he was maybe the best player
Yeah.
in Mobile.
So we're going to find
Yeah.
out that Brian Thomas has a torn ACL that no one knows about?
Yeah, right.
I haven't read anything about any injury red flags with him, so no, I don't know. But there's some things on his film, like he's kind of a one-trick pony. I mentioned he's only got one season of real production at LSU. I guess maybe those are some of the things that are pushing him down a little bit. It'd be interesting to see who is the next receiver, though, because Xavier Worthy's still out there, too. And most of the time when you run 4.21, you don't last very long in the NFL draft. It just doesn't happen.
Well, Al Davis isn't in the league anymore. So
But even Taekwon,
But Mike McDaniel is.
Taekwon goes 50th. Taekwon was like a day 3 pick for most people until he ran a 4.28. Then all of a sudden he comes here at 50th overall. So that always bumps everything
But
up.
weren't there, I forgot who it was specifically that didn't do well in the 40, but he did so much better in the gauntlet? Like, There's so
that
many
was Keon Coleman.
Yes, that's who it was.
Yeah, so Keon Coleman ran a 4.61, which is brutal. But then in the gauntlet, and then you look at his in-game speed with all the analytics and stuff like that we have. He's a football player. He's not a track star. He runs well with the ball in his hands. But I still think when you watch him run routes, he's a little bit heavy-footed and clunky. But with the football in his hands, he's definitely explosive. But before he gets the ball, I think you see that 4.61 a little bit.
Okay. All right. Where's Matt? Matt, can we take a break? Oh, we can take a break. Okay, we can take a break. We're going to take a break.
All right.
But when we come back, we'll catch you up on what's going on. And, again, maybe tease the Patriots moving back up. But to me, it's looking unlikely.
Yeah.
But we'll see. All right. We'll be right back after this.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want?
By the time this Patriots fan is finished drinking his Pepsi, you'll be 15 seconds closer to game time. Patriots watching. Better with Pepsi.
Without good blocking, your team's not going anywhere. Cisco blocks cyber attacks for customers around the world, including the entire Fortune 100 and the NFL. Because when the game is on the line, and it's always on the line, the NFL relies on Cisco.
Accidentally threw away the school play costumes.
Oh no.
Replacements were shipped with FedEx, and with picture proof of delivery, everyone could focus on the perfect opening night. FedEx, where now meets next, for residential delivery only.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
When someone accidentally threw away the school play costumes,
oh no.
Replacements were shipped with FedEx, and with picture proof of delivery, everyone could focus on the perfect opening night. FedEx, where now meets next, for residential delivery only.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
When someone accidentally threw away the school play costumes,
oh no.
Replacements were shipped with FedEx, and with picture proof of delivery, everyone could focus on the perfect opening night. FedEx, where now meets next, for residential delivery only.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
When someone accidentally threw away the school play costumes,
oh no.
Replacements were shipped with FedEx, and with picture proof of delivery, everyone could focus on the perfect opening night. FedEx, where now meets next, for residential delivery only.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
When someone accidentally threw away the school play costumes,
oh no.
Replacements were shipped with FedEx, and with picture proof of delivery, everyone could focus on the perfect opening night. FedEx, where now meets next, for residential delivery only.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
When someone accidentally threw away the school play costumes,
Oh no.
replacements were shipped with FedEx. And with picture proof of delivery, everyone could focus on the perfect opening night. FedEx, where now meets next. For residential delivery only.
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
All right, back here on the Patriots Unfiltered Draft Show, live from the draft party here at Gillette Stadium. Right now, let's go to the initial press conference for Drake May in the New England media.
Drake, what is your reaction?
I'm stoked. I'm super pumped. Can't wait to get up to New England. I'm looking so so forward to it, and just an awesome moment to get here with my family and friends. One of the best nights of my life, and can't wait to get up there and get started and get to work.
Drake, the Patriots' Elliot Wolf said he's known for a couple weeks now that they were going to take you at 3. When did you know that the Patriots were going to take you, or was this a surprise?
Yeah, when I heard that phone ring right beside me, I had the ring down phone, the old school phone right beside me at the draft. Once that rang, it was just it rang real early, right at 10 minutes. Right when the clock was Patriots on the clock, I heard it started ringing, and it was just kind of one of the moments I'll remember forever and I'll cherish. I think my mom grabbed that phone and took it with her, so we'll remember that forever.
Did she let you have any words with the conversation, or was she the one who picked up the phone?
Yeah, exactly. No, I thought she was. No, she let me, pick it up, and it was a little tough to hear, but no, it was great. You could hear him pretty clear.
Drake, who is with you in Detroit?
Yeah, I got my 3 older brothers. 3 of my best friends. They, even my oldest brother Luke. He plays basketball overseas in Japan. He flew back, yesterday and made it in for the trip. My 2 parents, a longtime girlfriend, and 10 of my friends and family, came up and just as a surprise, yesterday. So awesome night. Can't wait. I know they're excited. We got a whole bunch of Patriots fans now, so I'm excited to see that.
Drake, what stood out to you about the Patriots in the pre-draft process?
Yeah, I think, went up there on the 30 visit, just not only the history on the wall, but, kind of just the motto there, work ethic, grind it out. The Patriots has been a dynasty and, one of the best areas, best sports towns. I think it's the best, in the country. I'm so looking forward to getting up there, getting to see Gillette Stadium, and just looking forward to that. I think that's kind of what Coach Mayo preached. He's such a player's coach. I can see how all the guys, can attract to him, and I look forward to playing for him and meeting everybody else.
Did you have any conversations with players that are currently on the Patriots, and have you heard from them yet tonight?
Yeah, I have. I got to know actually Jacoby Brissett over the summer. Connor McDermott. I got to meet him at the Super Bowl. And then I've who else on the Patriots? Gonzo a little bit. The DB. And other than that, I'm just excited to meet everybody else. And can't wait to get in that locker room. I remember walking through it, and they got a basketball hoop in there in the locker room that I was shooting at. That's what I remember. So can't wait to get up there and meet the rest of the guys, and just kind of get going.
You mentioned Jacoby Brissett. What's your feelings about getting to be in a quarterback room with him?
Yeah, awesome. He's been so many different places, so many different offenses. I think he's been in this offense before with Coach Van Pelt. Just looking forward to getting to learn from him. I know he's an old guy, old vet, so I know he's looking forward, and he can still play. So I'm looking forward to help contribute in any way, and I just looking forward to getting to see him. And I know he's the man.
Drake, you mentioned you got to know Jacoby last summer. Where did you guys meet?
Yeah, I've met him through Sam Howell, back when he was with the Commanders. So I had to meet them through, mutual friends. They're great buddies, and Sam speaks so highly of him. And so I got to meet Jacoby, and looking forward to being in the same room again.
You mentioned Alex Van Pelt. You mentioned Alex Van Pelt too before. Did you get to meet him when you were up here? And what do you know about the offense, and what are you looking forward to running his system? Yeah, I got me coach, and maybe met first time at the formal interview at the combine. He was asking some questions, and then went up there for 30 visit and went through some of the film, outside zone scheme, and they like to throw it around. He was showing some clips and play action stuff with Rodgers back in the day in Green Bay. So I'm looking forward to being in that offense. I know they had a lot of success in the past, and just look forward to kind of finding my way to best contribute to the Pats Nation.
Drake, there's a lot of NFL analysts who would say that the Patriots situation for rookie quarterback if it's not the worst, is one of the worst? How do you feel about the situation that you're going into here?
I think they're wrong. I think they had that defense last year. Had a lot of teams at low points, and looking forward to helping anyway in the offensively, and just looking forward to being there with Coach Mayo in his first year. Congrats to him, and I think anybody who's saying that, I think hopefully we'll find out this season. Just gonna work hard with the guys, and hope prove them wrong.
We're going to pause for just a second and take a couple questions off here. We'll come back to the room. We'll go with Ian Steele. How do we activate?
Thanks, Stacey. Drake, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on?
First of all, congratulations. Welcome to New England in a couple hours. When people think of the New England Patriots and they think of quarterback, they think of Tom Brady. What do you think of Tom Brady and following in his footsteps now?
Yeah, Tom Brady's the GOAT. It's easy to say that. He's the best that ever played this game. I'm not going to be Tom Brady. So I'm just going to try to be Drake May. And from there, I'm just trying to learn from him, hopefully get to know him a little bit. And other than that, just try to, soak it up and be a sponge and try to learn all I can from him. And he's the man in that town. So
next, we'll go with Doug Kyde.
Drake, welcome to New England. Congrats on getting picked 3rd overall. I just wanted to know a little bit more about what the Patriots first brought up in your combine interview with them when you were going over, in those 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think the first thing, just get to know me, was the first thing. Asked me some background questions, some family questions. Was the first time I talked to him was at the combine because I didn't do anything Senior Bowl stuff or any of that. So we were just kind of some background questions about my family, about my past 2 years, and they put me up on the board a little bit and watched some tape, some good plays I remember, and some of them were bad. So just kind of want to know my thought process and just being honest up there. And I remember drawing up a play. I think they put it against cover 2. I drew up a play. So.
Drake, when we were just meeting with Gerard and Elliot, Gerard said that, you wanted to make it clear that you're not coming in as the starter and that you knew that. What was that conversation like, and what's your understanding on that?
Yeah, they asked me, Coach. They asked me, in front of, just me in front of a bunch of coaches, and just, I think my first thing is help any way I can contribute. I'm prepared and be ready to be the starter. But at the same time, I think that as a young guy coming in there, it's not given to you. You got to earn it. The NFL is someplace you got to work your butt off, and my job is to go in there and earn the guys' respect. Help whoever is a starter. If I'm not, be the best player they can and help this team win.
Next question, Taylor Kyles.
Greg, first of all, congratulations. Welcome to New England. Watching your film, man, one of the things that stood out was your ability to attack the entire field, inside and outside. So I'm curious, say it's 4th and 7 with the game on the line, whether it's a concept or a route, what would you say is your bread and butter play that you feel really comfortable with? Yeah, no doubt. I think throwing up something across the middle. I think, I got to see it well. I'm big 6'5" dude back there where it's a seam shot, big dig, in the corner routes, corner post, anything across the middle of the field. I feel like, I'm can make a throw, make all the throws, and I'm excited to, if it's not there, I can go make a play for myself. So I think that's the most looking forward to it, and helping kind of expand that game into the NFL. Appreciate it. Congratulations again.
Appreciate it.
Tyler Bronski.
Drake, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I got you, Tyler. What's up?
Awesome, man. Congrats. Welcome to New England. I'm curious if you're the type of guy that feeds off outside noise, or you're the type that stays in his lane. It doesn't really motivate you. What's your mindset when it comes to that?
Yeah, I think control what I can control. That's the biggest thing. All the outside noise is, part of the media trying to make headlines. And the biggest thing for me is to worry about my play on the field, and worry about my how I am as a teammate in the locker room and a man in the community. So that's what I'm worried about. All the outside noise, I think, comes with, my play on the field, and that's what I can control.
I'll take a couple final questions from inside the room. Karen Gregan.
Hey, Drake. Elliot Wolf said he appreciated and liked that you had an ability to elevate the players around you. How do you feel you're able to do that?
No doubt. I think that's, a huge part of being a quarterback. You're the, face of the team. They look to you, and my responsibility is, to get the guys, get to know them personally. I think that's the biggest thing. Genuine relationships. That's kind of what I feed off of. Get to know the guys truly, because you may not be able to handle, the different guys the same way. One guy you may be able to get on them a little bit, yell at them, or be a little harder on them. Like some, back in North Carolina, some of the receivers, I could do that. And some of the offensive linemen, I was more kind of gentle and friendly and just picking them up. So get to know the guys personally. I think that's the biggest thing. And just be one of the guys. I think coming in there as a, top 3 pick rookie. I think you kind of just stay humble and don't let that worry about my play on the field and then winning games. And that's not what I'm playing the game for. I talk about I love football. I love winning, and I think the biggest thing is I hate losing. Hate losing anything I do. It don't matter what it is.
John?
Thanks, Drake.
Drake, what can Patriot fans expect from you when you get here? Obviously, full of charisma. You're excited about this opportunity, but what can Patriot fans expect when you get here?
Yeah, a competitor and a winner. I think that's the main 2 things that come to mind. It don't matter if I'm racing you out the door or on the football field competing. I think I'm competing to win, and that's what Patriots Nation is about. That's what they know how to do, and I'm ready to come in and do that.
Alex Barth?
Drake, obviously just like a long few months here with the pre-draft process. I know you still have a lot of work ahead of you as you get to New England, but how does it feel just to have this portion of this offseason behind you now?
Yeah, it's awesome actually. I think it's a long process. Straight from the season into working out for the combine, then pro day, then these visits. So it was an awesome experience though. A lot of learning, a lot of get to know about the NFL, get to know about the league, and get to meet a lot of different people, a lot of awesome coaches and awesome players. But I'm excited to get to rookie minicamp, get to know the fellow Patriots, and just ready to get to Foxborough.
Take a final question.
Drake, you mentioned combine interviews in this process. What did you learn during the course of the interviews that you need to address before you take the field as a Patriot? Things that you have gained from that process that you'll now try to invest in improving yourself.
No doubt. I think the biggest thing I learned is just be myself. Don't change for the NFL. Don't change for anybody that's hating or downplaying me. Just be myself. Be who I am. I'm not gonna change. You're getting Drake May. That's who I am. You are gonna see it day in, day out. I may have not as much energy as I may sitting in one of those interview rooms as now, but one of the best days of my life. Can't thank Pats Nation enough, and the front office coach for trusting me, and I promise I won't regret it, and looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Drake. You've got quite a few other interviews to do tonight, so we're going to let you go. Thank you very much.
All right, we're back here. That's Drake May, his first official press conference with the New England media. I like what he said about what's important to him. Player on the field, teammate in the locker room, man in the community. Yep.
I
mean, either he's authentic or he's very well coached, but I love that answer. Yeah.
No, he did a good job. These are, I'm sure his head is spinning right now, and yeah, it's, kind of cool. I thought his family all coming out, his brother coming from Japan and stuff. You love to hear he comes from a close family like that, and, certainly they're going to be supportive of him and his career as he embarks with New England.
Yeah. I do have to get my pet peeve out of the way.
Go ahead. Oh.
This goes back to COVID,
Yep.
when we started doing these video conferences.
Let it fly,
If
Fred.
you're in a regular press conference, every person doesn't need to say, hi, how you doing, welcome. First person can say it, and that's it. They speak for everybody else. But people get on these video conferences, and they feel like they're the only person talking to the guy. It just bothers me.
Well, welcome to New England. It's such a pet. Now that I can't unhear it, and I'm waiting for it every time somebody gets on the thing, and it's like, welcome to New England.
So now I can't say that in my interview tomorrow.
Don't welcome him to New England.
Check.
He's already been welcomed. He's
check.
welcome.
Yeah.
Check.
We're moving on.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to be welcome. He's like,
Yeah, it started with COVID with these video conferences, and it just got out of hand. It really got out of hand.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Do you feel like some people think it's rude if you just get right to the question?
I think they forget that, yes, you're on a video conference and you're sitting, in your mother's basement, but you're still on a press conference with a whole bunch of other people, okay? So don't waste anyone's time with all the pleasantries.
Okay, well, just to play devil's advocate a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I am one of the people that are frequent these video calls.
And in your mother's basement?
In my, not anymore. When I started, yes.
His girlfriend's basement.
But I will
I
say,
can't.
fiance, please, let's
Fiance.
get it Well, I will say that video conference was the greatest thing that ever happened. Some of these press conferences, especially during the season, we really don't need to be here for.
That's not my problem.
I'm just
not
telling
with
you.
the video press conferences.
They're a savior.
It's
They
with
really
the
are.
fact that, when you're in a regular live press conference, you don't have all that. Hi, how you doing? Thanks for doing this. But you get on the video press conference, and they have this urge to do that.
It's
before
another
they
thing
ask
I
their
blame on
question.
COVID.
Yeah.
Because it did. It started with all the Zoom calls and COVID, and everybody, It was odd. Everybody was sort of getting adjusted. And when we first did, it was like, hey, thanks for taking the time for doing this. Great.
Right.
But to Fred's point, you would never do that in a press conference. We didn't go into Elliot
That's
Wolf
true.
last week and say, every single guy, thanks for doing this.
Yeah.
So why do you do it on Zoom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
So
or
any-
WebEx.
For me, it's
whatever
just
we're doing.
specific. Because I'm
Right.
specific to
Sponsor
welcome to
WebEx.
New England.
Correct.
Welcome to New England. But what if you were like, congratulations on becoming a Patriot? Like it's still,
Yeah.
but the welcome to New England gets me. That's the one.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway.
he's also not even in New England.
He's not even in New England.
Right.
Come on, people.
I will say I like his.
Be better.
I will say I like his attitude in regards to the question of, are you okay with the fact that you're not going to come in and be the starter? And
Yeah.
he's aware and understands he has a lot of work to do. Nothing in the NFL is earned what he said, and he knows he has to come in and work his butt off.
Yeah, and I that was a good one. And I also like his answer to Greg Bedard's question, which was a good question. You're going into a team that a lot of people
Yeah.
say is probably the worst situation. And he's like, no, I don't agree with that. They had a great defense last year, held a lot of teams to a lot. He had done his research,
Yeah.
on the Patriots.
Yeah.
Now, of course, he probably, just like we did, had a good idea he was coming here.
Yeah.
So,
but
smart of him to do that.
I agree with you. It shows
Yeah.
you that he took some time to say,
Yeah.
well, how did this? I know they went 4-13. How did it
Yeah.
unfold?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. They lost 10-7, 6-0.
6-0.
Right.
Yeah.
You know.
Right, so-
I think
Right.
it did show that he
Yeah.
did some research on it.
Yeah,
And
so-
he didn't have a great defense at North Carolina.
No.
And Elliot Wolf talked about it, that out of all these quarterbacks, his situation was probably the worst in terms of supporting talent
Yeah.
around him in college, which I think that's football adversity.
If they had a good offense, they wouldn't be drafting him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
You know?
It's much different than when you look at Mac Jones and who he was throwing to. Those guys are all elite wide receivers in the NFL right now. And the same thing with what's his face? When you're looking at Jaden Daniels, he had Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. And then the same thing with Michael Penix throwing to Rome Odunze. It's like they all had elite wide receivers who've all been off the board right now. So he didn't have any of that.
Yeah,
Like, Tez Walker, has he even been drafted yet?
No, Tez Walker will be drafted tomorrow or early on day 3.
Yeah.
They do have a lot of talent that's younger. Their tight end is going to be an early round pick next year. They're going to have a receiver that's going to be a day 2 pick next year. So they have some talent in the pipeline at North Carolina, but they don't have Malik Neighbors
Yes.
and Brian Thomas
Yeah.
Jr.
Yeah.
Or Rome Odunze.
So I think good first press conference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good
he passed
energy.
the first test.
He did.
Right?
As you would expect. If
But
he didn't,
tomorrow,
Jesus.
he's got you. So
He's got me.
that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. While we were listening to Drake May, Brian Thomas Jr. went to the Jaguars.
Womp womp.
Terrian Arnold, the cornerback from Alabama, highly rated, went to the
Look
Lions.
at them. Oh
Yeah.
my
They're
God.
going crazy. I mean, Detroit, man, they got some juice now. It's kind of cool to see. I mean, I like when the league kind of evolves and teams that
Yeah.
have been maybe basement dwellers. I mean, they just, 2 huge extensions, which it's just, this is how it's supposed to be done. And I mean, we kind of, let's be honest, we all, kind of made fun of Dan Campbell when he got there and his
Yep.
press conference and all that. And even with the Jared Goff trade, it felt like, oh my God, they're just going to get a retread. But, they've really done a great job there. And, I think it's good for the league what's going on in Detroit and, how aggressive they're being.
They're easy to root for.
Yeah.
They're easy to root for. Like you said, Dan Campbell came in and that first press conference, people were like, uh-oh.
Right.
You
I
know?
think this is going to go bad, but
Yeah.
hey, the guys want to play for him, and look, let's call it what it is, though. They've done a good job drafting. They've gotten some good players. I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell. I mean, these are guys that they selected that they are now going to retain, and that's the model. And if the Patriots are able to develop Christian Gonzalez and retain him, if they're able to develop Drake May and retain him, that's how it's done. And I mean, I think that they're just a good
Yeah.
example.
They are. I think we can't
Barmore.
we can't undersell guys wanting to play for a coach, because you obviously saw what happened with the Raiders. You saw what happened with Philly. Like, how do you start off on such a big run like that
Yeah.
and fall off at the end of the season? Wanting to play for your coach is huge. Having the players is awesome, but wanting to play for your coach is big. You can't lose the locker room.
The Patriots last year, I'm not convinced they wanted to play for their coach anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
I thought the effort was gone. I don't know if you remember, that was one of my weekly rants. But they're playing hard. Are they really? It doesn't look it. I don't think. I think you guys make a good point.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
sure
think
they
that's
were
the
all
hope,
in.
too. With Gerard Mayo, we're in a positive mode right now because they took my guy. So I'll continue to send them.
Let the love continue.
You're going to give them their flowers.
Yeah, I'm going to continue with the bouquets over here. But Dan Campbell, D'Amico Ryans, these former players that are turned head coaches that get it, that know how to motivate guys, that understand, have been in those shoes before. That right now, that's the it thing.
Even
That's
Kevin
the,
O'Connell.
Jordan
Kevin
Morgan
O'Connell.
to the Packers.
That's the hot thing to do right now is to get somebody, Antonio Pierce with the Raiders. Like that's what everybody's doing. And the Patriots are hoping that Gerard Mayo is cut from the same cloth as Dan Campbell, as D'Amico, as all those guys. D'Amico Ryans is the one guy you always hear because they both played linebacker, they're both defensive guys, and it lines up the best. But in general, all those guys have succeeded.
Yeah, because I like the Ryans comp because of the obvious success. Like Antonio Pierce beat the Giants when Daniel Jones tore his ACL or whatever happened at the end of the season, and then they went in the tank just like everybody else. They beat a couple of really bad teams and then struggled. I had a good talk with Brian Hoyer about that whole thing. He was like, we beat the Giants and everybody's smoking cigars in the locker room after the game, and I'm looking around like, did we just win the AFC Championship game or something? And he goes, 3 weeks later, we were right back where we were and with no hope.
Yeah.
So, that whole thing can go both ways. Obviously, with Ryans, it really went in a positive way. It took them for a whole season into the playoffs. They won a game. This is a big season now because a lot of times those teams that aren't expected to do anything and they have success, sometimes they take a step back. Can they build on that success and get better? On paper, they've made some good moves. Houston.
Yeah.
So
And I
think
the good messages being sent. Retaining your guys, paying those guys. Especially St. Brown's really emerged as a leader for them, and showing this is look, this guy's going to be here for a while. Listen to him. These are how we want things done. So, yeah, I hope that the Patriots are able to in these next 2 days get a couple more of these guys. A couple more that generate a little excitement. And all right, we're starting to build something a little bit here. A long way to go, of course, but I think we all just feel a positive boost right now. Of all right, we got a kid. He seems excited.
Now you can't wait to get out there.
I know.
So can we do a update on what wide receivers are left?
Yeah. So
what did we
Brian
miss
Thomas
in the last
Jr.
11 minutes?
is the last one to go. So you're looking now at A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, Xavier Legette, Ladd
Those are three good ones to trade up for. How many more picks are left?
Well, the pick is in for the Buccaneers at 26.
Okay, so what?
So the problem is that
6
you're
more?
going to have Buffalo at 28.
Yeah.
San Fran if they're looking to move Ayuk at 31, and then Kansas City is definitely a wide receiver team at 32. The best receiver on the board to me is A.D. Mitchell, and I don't think it's necessarily all that close. But I have Xavier Legette and Xavier Worthy and Ladd McConkey in that next wave.
I do love Xavier Legette, though.
Arizona's on the clock. They could take a wide receiver.
They just picked one.
Yeah, they
got Marvin Harrison.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying.
I mean, they could get greedy,
Yeah,
for
I'm
sure.
not saying they wouldn't double up, but they did.
They
take
could get
Harrison.
greedy.
They took Harrison. Yeah.
Who did Tampa? Did Tampa take Barton?
The pick's in. I don't know who they took though.
They haven't taken.
That's not online yet, but Jordan Morgan went. So, tackles. I mean, Tyler Guyton's still out there, but the tackles, like you kind of thought, are getting thin here at the end of the first round, and you're quickly gunning into the territory of, developmental guys that are going to need some time.
Yeah, interesting with Jordan Morgan. Always interesting to look at Green Bay and what they're doing.
Love it.
So I would have to think that Jordan Morgan was on the Patriots board at 34 if Elliot Wolf's friends in Green Bay just took him at 25. Zone blocking offensive tackle, I think you can leave him outside if you are a zone scheme like that. LaFleur, Shanahan, what they think they're going to run here. So my guess is that Jordan Morgan was probably on their radar at 34 because Gutekunst just took him.
Graham Barton is to the Bucks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Center. Ryan, what's
Jansen
his name? Jansen retired. Yeah.
A couple years ago now, right? That was last year.
I think that's 18 offensive players. I haven't counted them in a little bit, but I think they're close to that record of offensive players in the first round.
Do you know what that record is?
19.
19.
Yeah, and I'm sure it will be broken because, you look at Buffalo, you look at the Niners and Kansas City. I would expect all three of those teams to be offensive-minded with their picks. Buffalo, I think you worry a little bit about which receiver they're about to take.
No, I know.
I mean, obviously they trade Diggs, so it's, you're filling that hole, but...
Question, do you think they'd be in the market to take Brandon Ayuk versus getting some rookie wide receiver?
It's a Buffalo move. lately
Right.
to make that trade.
That's the Diggs trade.
But as Fred can also attest to, Buffalo might be cash poor at the moment.
Well,
they
they're
don't
on
have
the
a
hook for like $600 million.
They don't have a whole
I think
lot
they
of
are
money.
cash poor, and I also think that listen, we're beyond it now. But a lot of the reports said that they wanted San Francisco, that being a mid first round pick, and they're at the end now. But doesn't mean they wouldn't trade them for Kansas City.
Yeah.
Someone like that.
Okay, so we're waiting to hear what the Bucks did.
I like to go to my draft guru, Ev.
Yes, sir.
If we're at 34,
I appreciate that, by the way.
No, I mean part of it is tongue in cheek, but part of it is serious.
No,
too.
I'm gonna take it as a compliment.
If it's 34 tomorrow,
yeah,
and let's just say that everybody that's available now is available. We know that that's not going to be the case.
Right.
Is it A.D. Mitchell for you, or is it a tackle?
It's definitely A.D. Mitchell for me. I could be talked into Tyler Guyton
Guyton.
as well. I think the one thing with Tyler Guyton that I would love to get Scar's opinion on, he's really tall, and he's a former basketball player, and he's got a little bit of that Nate Solder issue where like he's almost too tall.
Yep.
And the biggest thing that I see with him concern-wise is he doesn't have great lower body flexibility or bend to really get down in his stance, which was always Nate Solder's problem. He's just playing up top too tall. And that's the one thing that I would say in terms of knocks on Guyton, but he's chiseled. He's got the body type for it. He did play on the right side at Oklahoma, but he took some pass sets on the left side at the Senior Bowl, and I think he could make the switch if they absolutely wanted him to play left. I don't think it would be a major concern, but he's definitely in a different category as the other tackles available as well. So if you could said to me that you think the drop-off is bigger at tackle right now than it is at receiver, then I could be talked into that for sure.
I'm old enough to remember the day where if you got to the 27th pick of the first round and a running back hadn't been taken, it would have been like the end of the world.
Man,
we could be waiting.
Now
for
we're
a
not
while.
even surprised, right?
Right.
That you
that's
might wait till the
happened
third
like
round.
5 of the last 8 years or something
Yeah.
like that. Where there'd been no.
It's the forgotten
I
position.
feel like
we could be waited for a
was
while.
the last highly coveted running back.
Well, it was the Giants.
Saquon.
Last
year was Bijan
Bijan Robinson
I forgot about him.
and Jameer Gibbs went 12.
And Jameer Gibbs. They had
Yeah.
2 in the top 15.
This is as much as running backs are going out of style. This is just a bad running back here. It's not so much to do. If Bijan Robinson's available, then Bijan Robinson was the 7th overall pick or 8th overall pick last year. So it's not about there's no value in it. This year the running backs really start with Jonathan Brooks, who's coming off a torn ACL. Trey Benson from Florida State, who's one of your back of the envelope guys. Fred, Blake Corum from Michigan. Those guys I think will probably go tomorrow at the end of the day.
Graham Barton went to the Buccaneers.
Yes. And we are at 18. I just counted them all up. So the next offensive player picked will match. It's happened 3 other times. I think the most recent was in 2009. But that's a lot of offensive players in a first round.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was asking the question, could we go all 8 selections with offensive players?
For the Patriots?
Yes.
Wow.
I would be very surprised if
I
that
would
were to
too.
happen. But who knows?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Belichick right now with McAfee.
Oh. Hey, was this footage from the Sharon JV lacrosse game today? Oh, no.
Oh, evidently, got the update from the Fenwick loss. Very chippy.
Oh, yeah?
AC taking a lot of liberties. They're getting a lot of the have fun in the playoff talk.
Oh.
Which is always classy when your AD was one of the spearhead guys to get your team punished.
Oh, no.
Arlington Catholic's AD. We owe them a 50-point beating in football. I look forward to that night.
Yeah, get TJ in the weight room for that one.
Darius
don't have to tell him
Robinson,
twice.
defensive end out of Missouri,
Yeah.
goes to the Cardinals.
There you go,
Oh,
Fred. Go.
Yeah.
So this
I
is
liked him.
this one to me is so simple for Patriots fans. Keon White 2.0.
Yeah.
He's Keon White to a T. Measures the same, plays the same, kind of a tweener.
Yeah.
Heavy-handed though, good bull rusher, good power. So much. It's literally a spitting image of Keon White. It's pretty
He's
funny.
not as scary as Keon White, though. Let's be honest. Like,
Oh,
he
in terms of
doesn't-
that,
he doesn't
Keon
look
White
like
is very scary.
like Keon White could kill you with a look. And this guy looks actually pretty cool, and like he's got some style. Not to say that Keon White isn't cool, and he definitely has style too.
5 picks to go. 5 picks to go. Let's
Careful,
go.
Zeus. Careful, Zeus.
I know. You just made the list.
Yeah.
Feels like it's like Debo, you know. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, the real Debo, not Debo Samuel.
Yeah, so the Bills are on the clock at 28.
So
Yes.
pick the wide receiver, Ev. Is it A.D. Mitchell?
For the Bills, I think it's A.D. Mitchell. But is Xavier Worthy
Yeah,
a
it's one of those
possibility
two,
for
I
them as
bet.
well?
So I
don't
think
know.
I think one of the big things for that is like just how I know Deuce and I were very high on Khalil Shakir.
Yep.
But as sort of a guy who could play, do they think he's more than that? Or is he strictly a complementary piece and they need a big dog? You know what I mean?
He's a pure slot, and he's good with the ball in his hands in particular.
Yeah.
That's his strength. I think that he is maybe like the Cole Beasley. Remember when they had Cole Beasley a few years ago, and he was really, really good.
So I
for
would
them?
worry about a guy like that without somebody.
Yeah,
to
I think
take some.
I think A.D. Mitchell probably makes
attention.
the most sense because not only do they lose Diggs, but they also lose Gabe Davis.
Yeah.
So they don't really have much size or experience or anything on the outside right now, and they have some guys inside that can.
So
play in the
I
slot.
wonder, and I'd be. I mean, obviously the AFC East we spend more time on. We talked a lot about the Jets when they made their pick, and we talked a little about Miami's speed. With Buffalo, I wonder if they thought about this at all in terms of did they know they were going to do what they did with Diggs? Or was it something they just sort of said, you know what, we have to get rid of him. We can't have this guy around. Clearly they wanted him out. But like
I wanted him
could they have gone to Gabe Davis and said, listen, we're getting rid of Diggs. We're going to keep you.
Yeah.
You're going to be the guy, come back. Or was Davis like,
Thanks,
I'm
no
always
thanks.
going to be this. Now, I'm not a huge Gabe Davis guy because he's so inconsistent.
Yep.
But right now, they don't have any wide receivers. It's Shakir and a couple of tight ends.
Yeah.
So
But the hard part too
I just
is
wonder
like,
if they maybe gave that some pre-thought with Gabe Davis because he didn't break the bank in Jacksonville.
And I think back to how many times Josh Allen is in a pinch, big third down, he would go to Diggs. And you knew it was going to Diggs, and they know it was going to Diggs,
Well,
but he always went to Diggs.
I think that was part of their offensive problem last year.
And so it's like, but, it's like, how do you reset from that? It's like on one hand, you want a guy that can be that consistent, but, to all of our points, when we've talked about, once you get down into this lower first round, these aren't the slam dunk receivers. All these guys have some, limits to their games, whether they can't play outside or whatever it is. But it's hard to say Buffalo's just going to take either one of those guys. As much as I like both of them, to think that either one of them is going to come in and be highly productive.
The Chiefs just traded up.
Oh, that's got
I
Xavier
was just
Worthy
gonna
written
say
all
it.
over
Yep,
it to me.
Absolutely.
They showed Darius Robinson highlights, and 3 of his tackles would have been horse collars in the NFL. I'm not kidding.
Right.
I'm not kidding.
I wasn't a huge fan of his, to be honest. Like, I wasn't a huge fan of Keon White's either. I just think those guys, they win with so much with play strength and power. Then they get to the NFL, and they're not playing against 19-year-olds anymore. They're playing against grown men. It's like if you want to ragdoll grown men, you're going to have otherworldly strength, not just like normal strength. And like Tyree Wilson with the Raiders last year, kind of being a bust right now. We're not a very good pick for them in the top 10. Same type of guy. You watch him at Texas Tech, and he can just toss people to the side and throw guys off of him. You can't do that to an NFL offensive lineman. Like, you just can't.
Yeah.
I will say too, Keon White, I was a little surprised at how nimble he is. Like he's more nimble than I kind of thought he would be. There's one tackle, I think it might have been Miami.
There you
perhaps.
go. You nailed it.
Is it?
Yep.
Worthy?
Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, that's
To the Chiefs?
That's a
Yeah.
no-brainer.
Okay. Chiefs pick is in. Xavier Worthy.
Great.
The Cowboys are
So
on the
the
clock.
Bills got a 3 and a 7 and gave up a 4th and a 7 to slide down a few spots.
Okay.
That's a good move for the Chiefs. I mean, look, that's what they need. I mean, it's just going to be a question of consistency. I mean,
So do you think that they thought the Cowboys were going to take him?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, I would say like Buffalo's like, we want Mitchell, and they're like, we're going to come up and get Worthy.
I think the most surprising aspect is Buffalo didn't want him.
Right.
Or
That's why I said like maybe Buffalo was like, we don't really want Worthy, we want Mitchell maybe. I mean, we'll see how it plays out, but that's just That's a no-brainer pick for the Chiefs. They got some speed. I mean, Rashee Rice questions if he's going to be available.
So the Cowboys are on the clock.
Interesting.
They'll get their guy at 29.
Also, with all the people that they need to pay, I'm surprised they didn't try to trade CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, he's gonna get.
Oh, he's gonna get paid.
Yeah.
They're gonna pay him and,
Oh, yeah.
and Dak, or get
Oh,
rid
I don't
of
know
Dak.
about Dak.
Not Dak. Keep CeeDee Lamb.
I don't know about Dak either, but the Cowboys don't let guys like CeeDee Lamb walk. Like they remind me of the Yankees, where like, those guys were never gonna leave
Aaron
the
Judge.
Yankees. Yeah, like Aaron Judge is gonna be a Yankee for 30 years. Like he's not going anywhere.
See, now they did pay Dak, and now that contract is sort of coming to the end, and he hasn't really, he hasn't been able to get them over the top. So I wouldn't be surprised if, they maybe tried to move on.
I wonder how. I know this is crazy to think about Arch Manning already, but I can't help but think about Jerry Jones looking like 3 years from now and being, I kind of want Arch Manning as my quarterback, and like, is Dak going to be gone by then? I think there's a pretty good bet that he will be.
Yeah. It just got quiet.
Yeah, they cut super
quiet.
Yeah,
you don't have to leave, but you can't. There's still 4 picks left. But I think all these are pretty interesting, though.
We should
Dallas
start
always
to flick the lights a little bit.
Yeah, so it's Dallas, the Ravens, the 49ers, and now the Bills.
Yeah.
Remember, they
at
still
32.
do that in the nightclubs.
They do.
Yeah, they kick you out. So yeah, it's been a while. It's been a minute
since you closed the bar down, Paul. I think
Yes.
it was in Indy, wasn't it? When last time we were there. No, not with me at least.
I was going to say, I'm back at the Embassy Suites by 10.
10 o'clock. That's my limit.
Yeah, Paul,
That's when like Evan and Tamara are
Oh,
going
that's
out.
that's when.
Back in Paul's BU days, he was known as the king of Kenmore Square.
Oh,
now
yeah?
now it's just the Hall of Famer
Yeah.
for a defunct
Baseball.
program. That was the best Freddieism ever.
Now, listen.
Oh, we're having fun here.
I'm not in any Hall of Fame.
I'm
What-
getting a
I
little
shouldn't
punchy. I'm
talk.
not going to lie.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
ready to go home.
I shouldn't talk. Well, just while we're waiting for the Dallas Cowboys to get their guy, tomorrow we'll be back on at noon, right?
No.
No, that's Sunday.
Oh.
That's Saturday.
Oh,
We're going to be on.
I'd be more than happy to skip ahead, though.
We'll be on
You're-
at 6.
You're punchy.
Fred.
I think
7.
6:30.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, I
already
thought it was
thinking we're
se-
on
I
to
thought it was
Saturday.
7.
No, 7.
7.
Right, it starts at 7. We don't have
Yeah.
to do the half-hour preamble
7
tomorrow,
o'clock
right?
tomorrow.
Okay, yeah.
7 o'clock.
What's that?
Yeah, it's
6:30?
But why
Okay.
are we doing it a half hour early? I have things. What are we doing?
Because we have a pick right away.
At 7.
That's fine.
6:30 to 9:30.
It doesn't start till 7.
It starts at 7, right?
And we ain't going to be off at 9:30 either.
Why?
No.
Because it's going to be still going, and you're going to make us do it.
All right.
I know your act.
Yeah. Anyway,
I want to go to TJ's prom.
Well,
The
what,
show's
Matt?
still going.
Catch 22, 2 to 4 tomorrow.
Yeah. So it sounds like Drake May is going to be here at 1. So we might have to
Deuce,
play that
Deuce
by
is
ear,
going to
but-
handle the one because I will be coming in on 2 wheels.
What do you
For
got?
the 6. I want to see TJ before he leaves for the prom.
Oh, all right.
That's cute, Paul.
So we'll
That's
have,
nice. Let
we'll
Paul
have-
go to his son's prom thing.
We'll have Drake May live tomorrow
that a bad thing?
with the
It's not.
the jersey.
No,
holding up
that's
the one
100%.
with
I'm being
the
sincere.
owners, and there'll be a bunch
Fred
of
should make
content.
us start
Do you have a
at
problem
7.
if I see my son before he goes to the prom tomorrow night? I want to see my son before he goes to the prom tomorrow night. So I'm coming in on 2 wheels for the 6:30 start. Exactly.
It's true. We've got a lot of content coming throughout the day tomorrow because Drake May will be here.
Car wash.
Yeah.
Drake May is going
He'll
to
be
get.
going through the car wash.
It's like drinking
tomorrow.
from a fire hose. If you ever heard that one.
And then the show will start at 6:30 or thereabouts.
They got their guy.
Yeah.
Guyton.
Oh, they took
Get it?
Tyler Guyton.
Okay.
Nah.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Buffalo's going to take A.D. Mitchell at 32, and then I'm going to be sad. I know that's what
Well,
this
the
is
two
sick.
players you love on the same team, though, with Josh Allen and.
Yeah, but we have our own Josh Allen now.
So this would be a pick that in the old days would definitely be a guy the Patriots would have taken. Baltimore.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's true anymore.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was Baltimore or Dallas was Tyler
Dallas
Guyton.
took Tyler Guyton.
Guyton.
Yep.
Right.
Which would have been a guy I would have been interested in at 34.
Guyton, yeah.
Me
It's
too.
a Guyton I would have been interested in too.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we get into the range of it was a pipe dream to have some of these guys available at 34. Tyler Guyton was probably on that list. I'm sure A.D. Mitchell's going to go to Buffalo and taunt me for the next 10 years in Orchard
Like
Park.
Stephon
and those
Diggs
on that
taunted
list.
Patriot
Yeah,
fans,
it's
sure.
so those.
If they trade with Baltimore, is that? Well, I just Can we just go home, please?
No, Baltimore's no receiver, right? They're good.
They could use a receiver.
Yeah.
I mean, they have Zay Flowers from last year, obviously, but outside of him, it's Rashad Bateman. I think they like. They signed him to a new contract, I think, but it's not like they're loaded at receiver.
What about a tight end for the Ravens?
Mark Andrews?
No, I know.
Isaiah Likely?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
They're pretty good tight ends.
Well, Andrews, yeah, but like, isn't he getting up there? Missed a lot of games last year.
I don't know. I always seem to.
But he's an all-pro.
Yeah.
He was an all-pro.
I mean, they do have a backup who's pretty good.
All right.
I think this for the
And
Ravens.
And who's the tight end you want to take?
I don't know. There's got to be
like Bowers
somebody
was
good.
the only first-round tight end, right?
Yes, that's correct. Jatavian Sanders is probably the next tight end to come off the board. He'll be probably tomorrow. And then, Ben Sinnott, a lot of people like him. A lot of people like Theo Johnson from Penn State, super athletic. Not a ton of production in college, though. Jared Wiley.
Yeah.
Go Frogs.
Go Frogs.
TCU.
Big boy.
Another one. But those guys are all tomorrow and Saturday. Like, we're not doing tight end until tomorrow.
Okay.
I like Evan. We're not doing tight end.
We're not doing tight
Let's
end.
move on.
Oh, man. They don't even. They got up the pieces of the puzzle on the Chiefs offense. Rasheed Rice, nowhere to be found. So I guess we're anticipating we won't be seeing him.
They put that up, and they
there was
didn't
no
put
Rasheed Rice up there.
That's ridiculous.
I don't know.
I mean, he might get suspended, but he's not like out of the league.
Yeah, right.
Right? Am I underestimating
I
this?
had to look at it twice. I don't
Like
know.
maybe a suspension, misses like I don't know, 4 games, 5 games, whatever. Am I underestimating this?
Rasheed Rice?
Yeah.
No, I think you're probably spot on. 4 games.
Fred?
Contract.
DUI?
Well,
4 games.
No,
Conduct estimate.
technically, he left.
Well, yeah, he left the scene of
I assume that's why he left.
Yeah, but that's right. So they didn't get him for the DUI because he left. I think 2 games. Well, we'll see how the court case comes out.
There's Xavier Worthy running his. They just showed him getting picked too. That's one of the cool things too. I love of the draft is you just see like the family members and the looks on their faces, like just the pride, the tears, the emotions.
That's what I would do if I was ever gifted enough to be one of those guys. I'd want to be around my people.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You see the moms, the sisters.
I mean, they're the ones that put you through it.
Yeah.
Why would you want to be in Detroit with a bunch of people with taking selfies and all that stuff?
Right.
I'm with Paul. Be with the people who got you there. I'd have my college coach at my house. I'd have my college teammates with me. Those are the people that deserve to celebrate with you.
Yeah.
I agree.
And so that's why I think you see only 13 players at this year's draft of Detroit.
I'm with you. Plus, you got to go to Detroit.
Yeah. It's not a bad city.
Nah,
There's some good things going on.
It's in the middle of the country.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
You got cars and stuff. Not a lot of car references here, though, huh? Today, I thought Detroit was the Motor City, and I haven't seen any motors or anything.
Motor City or Motown with the music.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Roger's getting jumpy. He just dropped the pick.
Right.
Just somebody take A.D. Mitchell and break my heart, so I don't have to go through this
Evan,
tomorrow.
you got the quarterback.
Maybe it'll be the Patriots. You never know. There's still 2 teams left.
If they take Drake May and A.D. Mitchell with their first 2 picks, I'm on cloud 9. I'm on cloud 10. that is my dream draft right there.
Baltimore and Buffalo. I don't think they would trade with Buffalo.
But no, maybe San Francisco.
Maybe Baltimore. No, is San Francisco haven't picked yet?
Yeah, they're 31.
Oh, okay. So Baltimore already picked.
No. Cowboys just picked Guyton. Now Baltimore's on the clock.
I skipped one. Yes, I see what you're saying.
There's been some jockeying.
It's late.
It's late.
We're all okay.
At least we don't have a wrap-up press conference like we used to.
I know, right?
You have to wait.
Well, if they do something, you're going to get something.
Can you imagine?
If they make a trade, you're going to get
We're
another
not
press
prepared for
conference,
that.
and that's like another
2
I'm
hours.
sorry for being selfish. I just want to go home.
So Tyler Guyton got picked by the Cowboys, and in his party, he just hugged somebody that had all San Francisco 49ers stuff
Oh, no.
on. Yeah.
Very close.
Yeah.
But what would you rather do, Evan? Have them trade up and take A.D. Mitchell right now, but we got to bang out another couple hours?
No,
here?
take A.D. Mitchell at 34.
I'm on cloud 10 if A.D. Mitchell's their second pick. I don't care
matter
when
what.
it happens.
Yeah.
It can be right now.
Yeah. Oh.
It can be tomorrow.
There's my boy.
Where's the guy? Where's the
There's
guy?
my boy. The
Oh,
lower
yeah, right.
left.
I see him.
No tie this year though for a 14.
It's gonna be my it's gonna be my team someday.
I just don't understand. Like you're picking 29th. Like I like Tyler Guyton, but you didn't just get the next Peyton Manning. Like
it is a show in Dallas. Though.
Unbelievable.
They do it up. Look at that. They just. It's like a draft layer.
Yeah.
Layer.
Yeah. Oh, this is their Super Bowl every year. I mean, they're not going to win anything. So
Tyler Guyton,
Freddie being fresh.
Well,
fresh
listen.
and mean.
Facts are facts. Am I lying? No, I'm not.
No.
Ravens.
Nate Wiggins.
Yeah.
To the Ravens.
Oh, I like Nate Wiggins. Nate Wiggins is a dog. You know, I love corners that are just feisty.
Get that dog in him.
And he's just got that. You can't play that position without it.
That's the
you
Ravens,
You
man.
really can't. And
They
the
got it
Ravens
tight.
continue their streak of just sticking to mock drafts and making everybody happy by taking.
No, that's good value for them.
Yeah. 2 more picks. Well, at least we ended off with Buffalo, where there's some intrigue for us. You know, some impact. The Patriots, a couple guys you got to face.
Wow, can we focus in on that board there?
Whoa, boy, look at that. Somebody screenshot it.
Yeah.
Wow, jeez, they got the whole thing up there. 7 rounds of
The only
guys.
thing about that is literally every name is there. So
Yeah.
you're not going to necessarily learn anything.
So the 49ers are on the clock, and then as of right now, the Bills will close out round 1.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, Fred, because it's like Mitchell and McConkey and then a bunch of defenders. So
Defenders. Defense.
We are, I'm starting to put together best available here, and the one name that would be so Patriot-y if Bill was still here is Cooper DeJean from Iowa, who plays like 17 different positions.
Who also looks like my accountant.
He's a great athlete, though.
No, I know.
He can play corner. He can play safety. He can play on special teams. He's a big-time returner, and he can play on offense. He's basically like if Marcus Jones was an NFL size. It wasn't as small. But Cooper DeJean, he is that chess piece in the secondary, man. Like, you can move him all around the defense. And if Bill's right with his cornerback need for the Patriots.
Eric Weddle?
Yeah, I could see that maybe a little bit.
I'm getting
Not
good with the
bad.
comps.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, Evans is good, Paul.
But here's where I'm going to give Bill Belichick his flowers. I worry that that type of versatility gets lost without a guy like Bill Belichick mixing and matching and scheming and coming up with ways to use that guy against certain teams in certain ways.
Well, it sure does sound like Mayo plans on keeping the game plan aspect of both. I mean, he said the offense tonight, we're going to be a game plan offense. So I don't know how much wiggle room they'll have.
It's one thing to say it, but
let's
face it.
Well,
Bill
you don't have
Belichick,
Bill being able to
that
really
was his superpower.
Spin the needle.
His superpower was coming up with a defense.
Yeah. No, and honestly, you got to throw Steve in there too. You got to throw Steve Belichick, who's called the defense basically for whatever the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, those are both significant losses. I mean, obviously Gerard was intimately involved in kind of both ends of that,
and I'm going to throw Ernie Adams in there too.
Yeah.
I'm sure he contributed to how do we scheme this? How do we draw this up week to week, and put our players in the best position to succeed, and then teach them the game plan so that it's very simple for them to understand. And it comes down to just do your job.
Yeah.
Just do your job. And I think it's very simple to say, but that's where Bill was above the others,
I'd like to really know, from somebody who knows the whole league, how common that is. I remember Dean Pease was here for a while, right? And he's gone on to other stuff, but he's kind of run, not similar, those kind of game plan defenses. Like, he's kind of run his own thing. Like, I don't know. I wonder if that's such a specific thing to Bill that it might be hard to replicate.
Yeah, and so the reason why I bring that up is because, we're talking about a player, that is versatile, but maybe those times are gone. Let's pick the guys that are just good at their position.
Right.
At that one position that they play.
Well, and that's the
know?
thing, Fred. It's like you spend all this time trying to get guys who can play multiple positions, and you don't get guys who can actually just play one position and lock that down. And you're in, when you got a bunch of pieces that don't quite fit perfectly in any one spot. And yeah, we can do a bunch of different stuff, but we don't have like that. It's a question I've always kind of wanted to get into with Mayo, and even just the team building aspect. It's like, oh, we want to morph as a defense. Well, how do you know you at least have the base pieces to play a base defense really well? And, you spend so much time, well, we could do this nickel package, we got this dime package over here. It's like, but do you have just the basic pieces to kind of play a straightforward, base defense? And how do you plan that out when you're looking at, defensive linemen and this guy, well, this guy's more of a penetrator, so he's not, like all that kind of juggling, whereas you kind of appreciate the simplicity of some other defenses where it's just like, no, our front four are going to go get the quarterback.
We're just going to beat
and that's just how it is.
Yeah. So, I just wanted to bring that up. The 49ers on the clock. Bills are up after that.
I know there's a price for everything, but man, if the Patriots could jump Buffalo right now and take A.D. Mitchell, I will do cartwheels. Because it screws Buffalo,
so
what's
the price in order to move
right
up?
now, you're probably talking about the 4th round pick.
I got to think, and I don't know what's going on in Buffalo, but I got to think that it didn't matter to them. I don't really understand why, if they wanted A.D. Mitchell, they would have made that trade.
Yeah.
So maybe it's somebody else that they have their eye on.
But isn't it like your two AFC East teams? That's rare that you're making a move like that, right?
Right.
Yeah. It's not going to happen.
No.
Well, it could, but I doubt it.
Well, what the Patriots trading with the Bills?
Yeah.
No, that's not happening. I would trade with the 49ers right now. And
jump them and get Evans Goy.
Or the Bills, I have to think, are taking a receiver. They traded Stephon Diggs, and they lost Gabe Davis in free agency.
Yeah.
They got nothing else
Unless
right
they
now.
just really don't like Worthy and
Right.
Mitchell,
Right.
Leggett.
Yeah, I mean, which maybe they don't, but between Buffalo and Carolina, someone's taking a receiver.
Do you agree with me, though, that that's a very odd move for a team that seemingly has to have a receiver?
Yeah.
To trade with a team that is coming up to trade to take a receiver.
No, it says they weren't in love with anybody, and they,
And it can't just be about Worthy.
Especially,
we don't like Worthy, we could still get Mitchell. It can't be just that.
Especially if you're considering that San Francisco might be in talks to trade Ayuk, so they could possibly be in the market for a receiver too.
Also, does it matter as much for a wide receiver with going to play in the cold?
Oh, it absolutely could.
So do you think that is part of it?
Speed,
Or no?
I think that's all. That's definitely a good point.
There's not a lot of schools that play in cold weather that have great receivers because they all run the ball and play for cold weather. Roman Wilson's probably from Michigan is the one guy that comes off the top of my head. But
I was actually thinking of him a little bit when they moved down. I was like, maybe it's like Roman Wilson. They know no one's going to take him.
Yeah. I mean, just all of these other guys are, Texas, SEC guys like Xavier Leggett, Ricky Pearsall down in Florida.
Big 12.
Georgia, Lad McConkey.
Yeah. Now, there are definitely speed guys who have played well in the cold. Tyreek Hill is as much of a speed guy as there is in the league. Now, he did not play well in the playoff game this year, but he's had plenty of good playoff games for Kansas City in bad weather.
Yeah.
That's definitely a factor, though. Some of those speed merchants on the outside do not necessarily like the cold.
Yeah. Pick is in for the 49ers?
The pick is in.
They waited a long time if that
clock
was legit.
I was worried.
Yeah.
I was getting scared.
The Niners took Ricky Pearsall. Wait. There's some conflicting reports. But Breer has Ricky Pearsall.
Okay,
I tend to.
Oh,
trust
and Michael
him the
Silver
most.
says, is it DeJean or
So
DeJean?
some people are saying DeJean and some people are saying Pearsall. So let's let this play out.
Wow, look at this conflicting, a little intrigue here.
Intrigue late at night.
I was going to say, I meant to say, I was kind of bummed that I left Purcell off.
Yeah, I had him on. He reminds me a lot of Edelman. But with better hands. Edelman obviously had the drop.
This is intriguing me. The Ari Mirov guy also says Pearsall.
Yeah.
Breer says Pearsall, and then right above that, they're talking about DeJean.
Yeah.
And by the way, it is DeJean, right? Not DeJean.
Cooper DeJean. DeJean. Yeah. It's interesting, though, the one thing, we talked about this, I think, on PU before with A.D. Mitchell.
Oh,
that
it is
he-
Pearsall. Silver's corrected himself.
that he has the the diabetes, and he's got there's some motivation concerns with him off the field mainly. Just keeping him on track. He's super talented, but didn't always realize the potential because of maybe being a little bit of a head case.
Yeah.
And I wonder if some of these teams see him more as a second rounder because of the fact that he's gonna need to be coddled a little bit. I think one person said in the Beast or someplace that I read that you're gonna need to dedicate somebody to him to make sure that he is where he needs to be, when he needs to be there, and that type of
We've
thing.
seen that before here.
Yeah.
So now you just trade 34 for Brandon Ayuk.
Ayuk. Yeah, there you go.
Is it going to take more than that?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know how much more.
Poor Raj, man. He's looking stiff. Back surgery. It's
One too many
not
hugs.
easy.
All right, so he's out to announce the 49ers, but we already know that's Ricky Pearsall.
So I just can't see the Patriots trading with Buffalo. So.
No, it's not going to happen.
Well, it could, but it just
Why would Buffalo want to help us in any way?
they don't look at it. If you make a trade, do you think that Buffalo thinks they helped Kansas City?
But Kansas City's not in the AFC East.
No. But making a trade doesn't mean you're helping the other team.
Well, you're being a good partner. You're being a trade partner.
But they wouldn't do it if they didn't think it was good for them.
No, I
That's my
know.
point.
I know, but
Maybe they hold them up.
it's not going to happen.
I mean, do you guys think
I
though
hope
that
you're
this,
right.
that this pick though here of Pearsall does indicate Ayuk more likely to move? I mean,
or Debo.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would be on the phone right now trying to trade for
So I'm going to
Ayuk,
make a
that's for sure.
prediction. I'm going to say, in terms of intrigue, I'm going to say day 2 is going to be more eventful than day 1.
For the Patriots?
No, for just league-wide.
Oh, you're going to have a hard time topping Bo Nix and Michael Penix going where they went for intrigue.
No, I think
but for the Patriots, obviously everybody and
Yeah.
their brother tweeted out today at some point, it's going to be Drake May at 3.
Right.
Like,
No,
thanks.
but I think there's going to be a
Hey.
lot of movement tomorrow.
You know, Evan, we did it about 9 weeks ago.
I know. You got to think
Oh,
that.
whoa.
Trade, Patriots.
Panthers.
Oh,
Oh, don't stress us out like that.
Wow, so the Panthers jumped up one pick?
So the Patriots.
So
So this could be A.D. Mitchell now, or it could be Xavier Legette.
Your Buffalo cash poor thing is right on. They want it out of the first round.
Could be.
That's all they were doing is
Saving
we don't
money.
we don't like any of these guys enough.
Yeah.
Don't care about the 5th-year option. It's not that important to us.
Look at Carolina. They just won the Super Bowl.
Did they get their
So
guy?
is this Legette? That's the guy they supposedly loved,
Yeah,
right?
but apparently Dave Canales, their coach, said that he told a bunch of prospects jokingly, "If you're there, we're gonna take you." So we'll see. But Xavier Legette is supposed to be the pick here. That's the guy that everybody's thinking.
It's a nothing trade, just switching from moving up from the 5th round to the 6th round, from the 6th to the 5th for Buffalo to move down a spot.
Huh. Yeah, so Buffalo is out of the first round. Panthers are in, and we'll find out what their pick is, and that'll wrap up tonight's show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, predictable, but great. I mean,
Yeah.
happy. Like, we all kind of thought that was going to happen. Was get Drake May at 3. No other fireworks. But like I asked Elliot Wolf, it feels like now is really, where the rubber meets the road for this draft and how they round out the rest of the offense. And, it's not an easy task. I don't think, there's not a lot of slam dunk, this guy's going to come in and, really change the dynamic, which is unfortunate. But
they took Legette.
You got the quarterback. Legette, he's a good player. I liked him. But, there's going to be some talent on the board for them. They got to, I guess, wait behind Buffalo. And then they're going to be right back on the clock tomorrow.
Yeah. So tomorrow, around 1 o'clock, we're told, we're going to have the ceremony with Drake May on the field, probably with the crafts. That's usually the way it's been done. And then we send Drake May through our own car wash. And he'll do a bunch of stuff with us tomorrow, which will all be on Patriots.com and Patriots social accounts. Then we'll be back in the studio tomorrow night for day 2. Patriots Unfiltered Draft Show brought to you by buyatoyota.com. So that'll start at 6:30, Matt, right? 6:30. Okay, thumbs up.
30. Paul running in late.
Yep.
I just don't understand.
We
what
should be
they
a
do.
team player and start at 7 for Paul.
So the
He's all right. We keep
Dane
coming late.
Dane Brugler, one of the we talk about him a lot, and we all
He said
sort of
start
think
at 7.
no.
Oh.
We all sort of think he's really good, and we talk
Yeah,
about his stuff a lot.
We like Dane Brugler.
He's not 26 of his top 30 were chosen in the first round.
Wow.
Well done.
That's really good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Our lads had 2.
Oh my God.
I'm sure they had more. I wasn't keeping
Our
track.
lads.
So what wide receivers are left?
A.D.
Paul?
Mitchell.
A.D. Mitchell, yeah, Evans guy.
A.D. Mitchell's left.
So do you think it's
Lad
possible?
McConkey.
Lad McConkey.
Is
Keon
it possible to
Coleman,
get
the
A.D.
Washington
Mitchell
kids.
at 34?
It does, yeah,
certainly
it's
looking
the
like
second
it.
pick tomorrow.
Unless
all we have to do is get by one team.
Unless Buffalo
that's-
takes him.
That's a team that definitely could take a wide receiver. So I wouldn't hold my breath just yet.
Maybe
on that,
Josh
but
Allen says, "Hey, can we stop trading down and take A.D. Mitchell?"
It does just make a lot of sense though, or the way the board stacked up. Blake Fisher, Kingsley Sumatia, Roger Rosengarten. That's like the next wave of tackles. Might be a little early at 34 to take those guys. Whereas at receiver, this is kind of what I thought might happen. You still have A.D. Mitchell, you still have Lad McConkey. You still have some guys there that some people thought were first round talents at the position available, and then there's always the wild card. I'll mention him again. I think Cooper DeJean is such a Patriot. The Patriot versatility and all those types of things. So that there's always a chance that they could go off the board, or at least my board, and go in a little bit of a different direction. But I like the receiver talent that's there at 34, if that's the route that they want to go.
All right, I want to thank everyone for watching, for Evan, Deuce, myself, Paul, Tamara, Alex who stopped by, Matt Morrell, Matt LePan downstairs, all the guys down in the control room, the guys behind the cameras. It takes a village. So thanks for doing this. We will be back again tomorrow at 6:30. We'll talk to you then.
Thank you for downloading this podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Google Play, and everywhere else you listen. Like the show, please rate and review us. Listener comments and ratings help keep us high in the podcast rankings so new listeners can find us. Be sure to check Patriots.com for more news and more podcasts.
Which is why the clock went down all the way. Which is why what? The clock went down all the way on the 49ers.
I was just